Chapter 2582. With a flash of light, Zichen returned to the Qianwu continent. It had been many years since he left. This was the first time Yi Qian had come to this place after leaving. In the depths of her heart, she had already decided to never come to this sad place again. Unexpectedly, not only did she come here, her mood was not bad at all. In fact, it was very good. Because she still had hope. She turned back to look at the skeleton and said, "The person you are looking for is here?" Zichen nodded and said, "It's in this world, but I have never seen it. I only felt a faint aura coming from underground." Yi Qian raised her head to look at the sky. The suppression of the laws here was very strong. Even though she was from the god race, she could still feel the pressure from the laws. This was because the heaven defier had died and the new heaven defier had not appeared yet. She released her divine sense and instantly spread it across this world. Yi Qian closed her eyes. Her long eyelashes trembled under the sunlight. This world was relatively not big. A great sage spiritual sense could cover this place. At this moment, the god race's spiritual sense could also feel some abnormalities. After a moment, Yi Qian retracted her spiritual sense and said, "It's them." Zichen looked at Yi Qian and asked, "You know them?" Yi Qian nodded and said, "They are my friends. Let's go." Yi Qian's figure flew forward. Zichen followed behind and began to run. Seeing this scene, Yi Qian shook her head slightly. Then, she raised her hand and shot out a ray of divine light energy. This energy wrapped around him and lifted him up. Then, the two of them flew in the direction Yi Qian sensed. Gradually, Zichen recognized this place. This was the sacred land. And the direction Yi Qian was heading in should be the sacred land. Since the skeleton appeared and left, hundreds of years had passed. Back then, the everlasting sect was in imminent danger. Although it did not become so powerful and become the #1 faction of the Qianwu continent, it had revived. However, this sect had also been resurrected, and in the past few hundred years, there had also been a few people with illustrious reputations. For example, Zhong Chutian and Wu Yu, this pair of beauties, had now become the representatives of the everlasting sect. After many years of development, the everlasting sect still only had 100 people. It was the most mysterious sect in the Qianwu continent. It was as mysterious as the Heavenly Slayer Pavilion. Everyone knew that the Boundless sect had many unique techniques and resources, but no one dared to target the Boundless sect again. Hundreds of miles to the south of the Wuji sect, the Saint Burial Ground appeared here for the first time. 4,000. After that, the Holy Burial Ground would appear once every few decades or centuries. All the powers of the martial heaven continent would come here in search of opportunities. It was the beginning of the Saint Burial Ground again. Divine fluctuations filled this area. Many forces came after hearing the news, wanting to obtain new opportunities. During this time, a mysterious man sat cross-legged in an inconspicuous place, silently waiting for the Holy Burial Ground to appear. He had a medallion on him that would allow him to enter the Holy Burial Ground as soon as it appeared. This was a unique opportunity for the Boundless sect. Just as they were waiting, a powerful fluctuation suddenly came from the horizon. This wave of energy emerged from the heavens and earth, bringing with it a vast and divine oppressive aura. In that instant, everyone, including the man, felt a sense of suffocation. They raised their heads with difficulty and stared at the sky. They saw two figures emitting colorful light appear in the horizon. Who are those people? Are they saints who walk the world? The expressions of all the cultivators changed drastically, and their expressions were filled with shock. In their senses, these colorful lights were filled with a divine aura. They were terrifying and vast. They couldn't help but guess that these were saints who walked the world. One had to know that saints were only rumors. Very few people in this world had seen them. The most recent rumor about saints was hundreds of years ago. When the Boundless sect was about to be destroyed, a skeleton had come and saved the Boundless sect. Then, the skeleton had destroyed a powerful family in order to find the Boundless sect's lost treasure. At that time, a saint had appeared in that family. That was the only saint to appear after the upheaval. In the end, he was killed by the skeleton with one strike. At this moment, seeing the two figures emitting colorful light in the horizon, everyone thought of the rumor of that saint from hundreds of years ago. But when they thought that they could see a walking saint, they became very excited. "Looks like it's a trial ground." A light voice came from above. Then, the divine light retracted. A woman who looked like a fairy from a painting appeared in the divine light and descended. The woman had a flawless face. She was tall and had lustrous skin. Her colorful dress fluttered in the wind, and her long hair draped over her shoulders like a waterfall. She was a woman that everyone could not find fault with. She was like a fairy, holy and noble. All the cultivators were deeply attracted to the woman the moment they saw her. They were completely mesmerized. Their gazes followed the woman's movements. It was a beautiful scene. She was like a fairy from a painting, but the only thing that was not harmonious was the person standing next to her. Finally, someone's gaze fell on that person. Compared to this holy fairy, that person was indescribable because he was a skeleton. Only the skeleton was left, and it was an extremely ugly skeleton. It was blasphemy for such a person to stand next to a fairy. Wait, a skeleton? Was it the skeleton that appeared hundreds of years ago and then disappeared? It's the skeleton, the legendary powerhouse. Suddenly, a cultivator woke up with a start and let out a cry of surprise. Then, these cries of surprise rose and fell. All the cultivators who recalled the legendary skeleton had a look of horror on their faces. A legend had appeared in front of them without any preparation. The only difference was that the skeleton did not carry a stone saber on his back this time. "It's here." Yi Qian landed and pointed at the distorted space in front of them. Zi Chen nodded, and then he took a step forward and stomped towards the ground. Boom! The ground shook and cracked, and a strong force rushed forward. This force tore the distorted space apart. The people on the outside could even see a magnificent building in the torn space. That was the saint burial ground. The people behind them retreated in horror. They did not understand why the legendary skeleton appeared with a fairy in this sacred place. What was he going to do? Was he going to fight with a saint? The power was transmitted to the saint burial ground. In the next moment, a terrifying saint aura was emitted from the saint burial ground. Immediately after, a figure exuding holy light rushed out of the distorted space. Looking at the angry figure, Yi Qian's face showed a smile of reunion after a long separation. "Sister Mengyaro, long time no see." "Goddess Yi Qian." A surprised voice came from the holy light. That voice was so familiar to both Zi Chen and Yi Qian. "It's me." Yi Qian nodded. Her eyes were filled with excitement and joy, but also some guilt. After all, she had entrusted Zi Chen to her, but she had not been able to protect him. The holy light was hidden. Su Mengyaro, dressed in white, descended and walked toward Yi Qian. "It's really you, Yi Qian." Su Mengyaro walked toward Yi Qian. Her delicate and perfect face was filled with joy. The surrounding cultivators were almost petrified. They had never imagined that in this saint burial ground, the saint was not only alive, but was also such a beauty. Su Mengyaro was very happy to meet Yi Qian after a long separation. She also wanted to know what had happened back then. But she soon saw the skeleton. Her beautiful eyes flashed and she said, "Who are you?" Zi Chen said, "The skeleton." Su Mengyaro closed her eyes. When she opened them again, they were emitting an unusually bright light. She was studying the skeleton. At the same time, she was also divining everything about the skeleton. But the heavenly Tao had deceived her. Her divination technique did not succeed, just like when she first learned about the skeleton. "I've looked for you, but you disappeared," said Su Mengyaro. The light in her eyes disappeared. "You've looked for me." The skeleton looked at Su Mengyaro. "Sister, we'll talk about this later. Right now, we have to find others," said Yi Qian. "Why are you looking for us?" asked Su Mengyaro. "The rules here are suppressed. One's cultivation level is immeasurable. I've come to bring the experts of this world to the God City. I didn't expect to see you first." "Go to the God City? Let's talk as we go." Yi Qian shot out a beam of energy. This light enveloped Zi Chen again. Then, the three of them flew toward the horizon. As expected, he can't fly. Seeing the skeleton being carried away by the energy beam, they, who knew the skeleton's weakness, believed in the legend even more. The skeleton's reappearance and the experts of the sacred burial ground resurrected and left were two major events. In the face of such a major event, a mere trial seemed to be nothing. Moreover, the main character had left. No one could guarantee that the trial would not open normally. So, these cultivators got up one after another. Some returned directly, while others used other methods to inform their tribes as soon as possible. The man who had been staying in an inconspicuous position took out a jade pendant. He transmitted his voice to it. "Father, I saw the skeleton ancestor. His back. Moreover, the sacred ancestor of the sacred burial ground has also come out. He left with the skeleton ancestor." The news of the skeleton's return spread rapidly throughout the Tianwu continent. Before they even arrived at the second sacred burial ground, many major forces had already learned of this matter. After that, these major figures appeared one after another. They were all very shocked. Could it be that the Tianwu continent, which had just stabilized for a few hundred years, was going to change again because of the skeleton's appearance? At this moment, there were still some forces that were panicking. When they reached the second sacred burial ground, Su Mengyao transmitted her voice, "Xian they're out. Look who's here." Chapter 2583. Layers of restrictions were activated, and a ray of light rushed out. Within the light, there was a surge of divine sword intent. "Sister, who's here?" The light turned into a woman. The divine light retracted, but her appearance was still at the level of a femme fatale. Su Mengyao smiled and said, "See for yourself. It's Yi Qian. Why are you here?" Wang Xian was surprised and happy to see Yi Qian. They had a good relationship with Yi Qian in the past. After seeing Yi Qian, Wang Xian saw the skeleton beside her. Her eyes lit up as she said, "You're finally here." Zi Chen didn't say anything. "We'll talk about this later. Let's go find Yu and Shui Su Mengyao said. "All right." Wang Xian glanced at the skeleton and didn't say anything. After that, they went to the other two burial grounds and brought Lin Shui and Shangguan Yu out. When they saw Yi Qian, they were very happy. But at the same time, when they saw the skeleton, their hearts were in turmoil. "Who exactly are you?" The four women gathered and stared at Zi Chen. Their gazes were somewhat aggressive. "The skeleton." Zi Chen's reply was simple. Lin Shui snorted coldly. Obviously, she wasn't satisfied with the answer. Then, she looked at Yi Qian and said, "Yi Qian, what happened back then?" Yi Qian looked around and said, "This is not the place to talk." At this time, the commotion caused by the saint burial ground had attracted many cultivators. They didn't dare to get close and just watched from afar. Their faces were full of shock. There had always been a rumor that the saint burial ground was the place where a saint died. But now, a saint came out alive. How could they not be shocked? Moreover, this was a living saint. To the Tianwu continent, this was too important. "Let's go to the Wuji sect first," Su Mengyao said. Then, the group flew toward the Wuji sect. When Yi Qian saw the current everlasting sect, her beautiful eyes revealed surprise. This is the everlasting sect. As far as she knew, the boundless sect had countless disciples and many powerful experts. It was undoubtedly a large sect. However, more than 4/5 of the enormous Wuji sect was exposed to the outside world, and only 1/5 of it was covered by the formation. It was a completely dilapidated scene. Seeing the everlasting sect like this, the four women lowered their heads and revealed a hint of fear in their eyes. "For thousand feeling guilty," Su Mengyao said, "when we found out about Zi Chen's death, we were very sad. When we came to this world, we found that the whole world was collapsing. In our grief, we took away the collapsing energy and stopped the continent from disintegrating. However, we neglected the everlasting sect. In a short 5,000 years, this sect that had lost its backbone was destroyed." Afterwards, the four women glanced at the skeleton. If it weren't for his sudden appearance, the boundless sect would have already ceased to exist. "Yes, Patriarch. Quickly activate the formation." At this moment, a voice came from the Wuji sect. Very soon, the restriction was opened. The cultivators of the Wuji sect ran out excitedly and called for the ancestor. "Let's go." As Su Mengyaro spoke, the 5 of them turned into rays of light and entered the Wuji sect. As for Zi Chen, he stayed outside and accepted the worship of the people. "Patriarch, you're finally back." The cultivators were very excited. Zi Chen nodded at them and then walked towards the Wuji sect. As the formation closed again, the onlookers in the distance hid in the darkness. "Go and inform the family. It should be the experts of the Wuji sect from back then." This news was quickly spread. The 5 women came to the main hall that hadn't been used for a long time but was still clean. Su Mengyaro couldn't wait and asked, "Yi Qian, what happened back then? How did Zi Chen die?" Thinking back to that scene, Yi Qian's emotions fluctuated greatly. She said, "When I entered back then, I saw Zi Chen on the path to heaven. There were 100 steps on the path to heaven, and Zi Chen finally reached the top. After that, the seal of the gate of heaven appeared. Zi Chen was blessed by the heavens and only he could open the gate of heaven. But unfortunately, he failed." Yi Qian explained in detail what happened back then, such as how the 5 God clan members surrounded Zi Chen and how Zi Chen fought against the 5 of them alone, but he abandoned her and sacrificed himself to block Zi Chen, blocking the attack of a heavenly god. After explaining what happened, her emotions fluctuated greatly, and she couldn't help but sob softly. Su Mengyaro comforted Yi Qian, but she suddenly thought of something and said, "So you didn't see Zi Chen die, but only saw him fall into the abyss?" Yi Qian nodded and said, "I didn't see him, but that's the abyss, known as the final destination of heaven-defying cultivators. Even a heavenly god would die if he went in." "But what's up with this skeleton?" Su Mengyaro said, "You came with him, so do you know something? He might be a soul derived from Zi Chen's heavenly god's bone," Yi Qian said at this moment. "A soul derived from the heavenly god's bone?" The 4 women's expressions changed. Previously, when they knew that Zi Chen's godly dragon bow had appeared, they all appeared, and then suspected that the skeleton was Zi Chen. "He took out the token I gave him back then. I only gave that token to one person, and that was Zi Chen, but he didn't recognize me, and his soul was abnormal, so I guessed that he was a soul derived from Zi Chen's heavenly god's bone." Yi Qian said, "And I think that in time, this soul will awaken Zi Chen's memories. At that time, Zi Chen should wake up. If that was really the case, then it was naturally something to be happy about." The 4 women were very happy to see this scene. But this was related to Zi Chen, so they couldn't just rely on guesses. "But you just said that even heavenly gods would die if they entered the abyss," Shangguan Yue said. "I only heard about this, and I've never seen a heavenly god enter. But at that time, heavenly gods were really afraid of the abyss." Yi Qian said, "Zi Chen has the heavenly god's bone. I think you all should know that maybe the heavenly god's bone can resist the terror of the abyss. This is the only way to explain why he has the token I gave Zi Chen back then." Su Mengyaro said, "He also has the weapons that Zi Chen used back then. Those weapons were left in the current everlasting sect after he appeared in this world. So, when we heard the news at that time, we unanimously believed that he was Zi Chen." Yi Qian said lightly, "In this way, this matter is very clear. The skeleton is Zi Chen, but Zi Chen's soul hasn't awakened. I believe that one day, his soul will awaken." Lin Shui said with some worry, "Then, will the soul awaken be the heavenly god's soul?" Without waiting for Yi Qian to answer, Su Mengyaro shook her head and said, "Of course not, because that heavenly god's bone has long lost the possibility of awakening a soul. Moreover, from the skeleton's attitude towards the everlasting sect, it can be seen that he has feelings for the everlasting sect. If he didn't do this intentionally, then his soul hasn't awakened yet." "Intentionally? Why?" They all looked at Su Mengyaro. They never thought that Zi Chen would deliberately act like he didn't know them. "Maybe it's because of himself." Su Mengyaro sighed and said, "In that battle, everyone died, and only the 4 of us survived. Maybe he was lucky enough not to die, but he has become like this. Even if his soul is awakened, I believe he doesn't know how to face us. What's more, the God clan wants to destroy him, and the heavenly Tao has abandoned him. But he is still alive now. Isn't this going against the heavenly Tao?" They all fell into silence. However, they didn't know whether Zi Chen had awakened or not. All of this was just Su Mengyao's guess. Then what should we do next? Should we test him? Wang Xiano asked. Su Mengyao shook her head and said, forget it. Maybe there really is a problem with his soul. Moreover, the heavenly Tao is still being suppressed. I believe there is a high possibility that there is a problem with his soul. Now, we know that he may be Zi Chen, and he may awaken in the future. Isn't it better? Moreover, he has suffered more pain. It's a good thing that his soul awakens later. Hearing this, the others nodded in agreement. As for the fact that skeleton may be Zi Chen, we need to keep it a secret. Yi Qian should know very well what the consequences will be if this news leaks out, Su Mengyao instructed. I know. I promise that apart from us, there won't be a sixth person who knows about this. Yi Qian nodded and then said, you just said that skeleton once took out Zi Chen's weapon. Where is that weapon now? Su Mengyao said, I have already modified the weapon. It is different from Zi Chen's weapon. You don't have to worry about this. Zi Chen, who was staying in the Wuji sect, was surrounded by a group of Wuji sect disciples. Hundreds of years ago, the strongest among these people was in the Dantian realm. They had very few resources and looked very miserable. But after Zi Chen returned and found resources for them, everything changed. Soon, the 5 women flew out of the hall. It was obvious that they had finished their discussion. Then, Yi Qian said, can we go now? Zi Chen shook his head and said, there are still some hidden fluctuations in this world. We should try to find them. Oh, there are special fluctuations? Yi Qian was very surprised because she was from the divine race. When she spread out her spiritual sense earlier, she only found these 4 abnormalities. Zi Chen nodded and said, I felt it before, but if we were too far away, we would lose this perception. Then what do you mean? I want to see what those fluctuations are. They looked at each other and then nodded. Just as they left the Wuji sect, they were surprised to find that there were many people standing outside. Chapter 2584. Zi Chen and the others walked out of the Wuji sect and saw many people kneeling outside. They were stunned. Greetings, Patriarch. A loud voice sounded. They looked at each other, not understanding who these people were kneeling to. Who are you? Why are you here? Su Mengyao looked at them and asked indifferently. Is it Patriarch Su? We are from the Wang family. We learned that the Wang family patriarch had appeared today, so we specially came to bring the patriarch back to the family. The leading pseudo-heaven raised his head and said. Su Mengyao's expression became strange when she heard this. Lin Shui and the others had the same expression. Su Mengyao looked at Wang Xian'er and said, Xian'er, they are your disciples and grand disciples. Xian'er blushed and said, I don't have disciples and grand disciples. Of course, they were not Wang Xian'er's disciples and grand disciples, but they were the descendants of Wang Qiong and Wang Shan. They were the descendants of the Wang family and had the Wang family's bloodline. However, they were too shameless to come and acknowledge their ancestor now. Looking at their expressions, they seemed to be very serious and sincere. Lin Shui said, Are you here to acknowledge Patriarch Xian'er? Yes. We hope that the patriarch can return home, said the pseudo-heaven of the Wang family. A mocking smile appeared on Lin Shui's face. You are really well informed. You know that Xian'er is not dead, so you shamelessly came to acknowledge the patriarch. Don't you know that your patriarch is from the Wuji sect? When you snatched the Wuji sect's resources and harmed their disciples, did you think of your patriarch Xian'er? The pseudo-heaven of the Wang family said, there was actually a secret behind the matter of the Wuji sect back then. We also thoroughly investigated this matter and cleaned up some unfilial disciples. Patriarch, please wait for a moment. The elders of the family are coming out of seclusion. This time, no matter what, we have to invite the patriarch back to the family. Lin Shui sneered and said, You still say such a thing so righteously. Your actions are really disgusting. As if knowing that they were in the wrong, these people from the Wang family remained silent. They were only here for Patriarch Wang Xian'er. As long as they invited this patriarch back, even if it was just to take a look, the Wang family would still have the protection of a saint. Wang Xian'er glanced at Skeleton, who had remained silent. After learning of the skeleton's appearance, the four of them immediately understood what had happened. Speaking of which, Shui and the others were already giving them face by not directly attacking the Wang family. But who would have thought that they would go overboard this time? Wang Xian'er said, "I've been a member of the Wuji sect for a long time. If I remember correctly, someone once said that the fate of the Wang family and the Wuji sect is over. We have nothing to do with each other in the future." When the cultivators of the Wang clan heard this, their expressions changed drastically. Wang Xian'er said faintly, "Brother and Wang Shan have already died in battle. But if they were still alive and knew of your actions, I believe that the Wang clan would have been annihilated." After saying that, she turned around and left. Shui Lin and the others followed. Shua. Before the members of the Wang clan could say anything, Wang Xian'er and the others turned into flowing lights and left. The people of the Wang clan looked at each other, feeling vexed and regretful. In the distance, many cultivators who were hiding in the dark sneered. It was obvious that the Wang family's shameless plan to rebuild their relationship with the Wuji sect through Wang Xian'er had failed. They were naturally happy. At this moment, two rays of light appeared in the sky. It was a man and a woman. When the man and woman appeared and saw the members of the Wang clan kneeling on the ground, they asked in surprise, "What are you doing? Are you Brother Zhong?" The leading pseudo-heaven stood up and cupped his fists at the man. The man was Zhong Chutian. He was only a supreme being, but he was called brother by a pseudo-heaven. This made him very surprised. "Senior brother, I heard that the skeleton ancestor has returned. The other patriarchs have also come out of seclusion. Let's go and take a look." Before Zhong Chutian could say anything, Wu Xinyu pulled him by the hand and walked towards the Wuji sect. Obviously, the intelligent Xiao Yu knew why all this was happening. A powerful pseudo-heaven was ignored just like that. After the two of them entered the Wuji sect, they found out that the patriarchs had just left. The two of them were very regretful. But the two of them had a premonition that the patriarchs would return. Under Zi Chen's guidance, the group of people headed towards the edge of the Tianwu continent. The group moved very quickly. During this time, everyone extended their spiritual senses to sense the abnormality below. Gradually, the temperature around them became lower and lower. A cold wind blew past, as cold as a knife. This was a snowy plain, and there were some powerful mutated beasts living here. When the group flew past, all the mutated beasts prostrated themselves on the ground, looking very frightened. "It's over there." Zi Chen pointed at an ice mountain that was thousands of meters tall and said, "Back then, I sensed something strange from the periphery of the ice mountain. There might be a powerful existence hidden inside." Looking at the ice mountain, Su Mengyaro said doubtfully, "Could it be an expert from the previous era?" The so-called previous era was an era even earlier than Zi Chen's. The few of them landed and walked towards the ice mountain. Near the ice mountain, some mutated beasts saw the arrival of the few of them and quickly left. Their senses were very sharp, and they knew how powerful these people were. Therefore, they allowed these people to invade their precious cultivation ground. 4,000. It seems like there's really something. Su Mengyaro looked at the ice mountain in front of her, her eyes shining. "Yeah, I sensed it too." Wang Xian'er nodded and said, "Let me see what's inside." As she spoke, the holy light in Wang Xian'er's hand flowed and turned into a holy sword. She was about to slash open the ice mountain that had existed for God knows how long. "Shui, you should do it. You don't know when to stop." Su Mengyaro spoke and stopped Wang Xian'er. "All right." The holy light sword in Wang Xian'er's hand dispersed. Lin Shui went forward and raised her hand to shoot out a ray of holy light. The holy light was like a seed, slowly moving towards the ice mountain. Wherever the seed passed, the ice mountain melted. The seed entered the depths of the ice mountain. In the next moment, the entire ice mountain let out a cracking sound. The seed in the middle was rapidly germinating and growing. In an instant, it turned into a huge green leaf. Following that, a cyan lotus grew out from the cyan leaf. In just a few breaths, the green leaf had completely withered, and the green lotus had occupied the entire ice mountain. From afar, it looked like a huge green lotus had been sealed in the ice mountain. As Lin Shui pointed her finger in front of her, the green lotus in the ice mountain dispersed. The ice mountain outside the green lotus exploded, turning into light spots and disappearing. Roar. Just as the ice mountain disappeared, an angry roar came from the depths of the ice mountain. A holy aura surged from it. Everyone's expression changed when they sensed the divine aura. Even Zi Chen's soul flame fluctuated. Boom. The bottom of the shattered ice mountain exploded. Holy aura gushed out, and a huge creature appeared from the ground. It was a white tiger. Its body was as big as a mountain, and holy light surged on its body. It wasn't an ordinary white tiger. It had wings behind its back. This was a white tiger with wings. It had another name, Flying Divine Tiger. Seeing the Flying Divine Tiger in front of them, everyone was stunned. They stared blankly ahead as if they had seen a ghost. As for the furious Flying Divine Tiger, after seeing the people in front of it, it was also stunned. On its body, the holy aura was still wreaking havoc. The mutated beasts in the distance were crawling on the ground in fear. Flying Divine Tiger. After a long while, a dry and incredulous voice rang out. The one who spoke was Su Mengyao. She knew the Flying Divine Tiger the best. Mengyao, it's really you? The Flying Divine Tiger opened its mouth, obviously in shock. Then, it looked at the others and said, Lin Shui? You Xian you're all here? Goddess is also here. Why are you all here? We wanted to ask you the same thing. Didn't you already die in Lightning Divine Palace? Why are you here? Lin Shui's face was filled with shock. Yeah. Why am I here? And where is this? The Flying Divine Tiger was at a loss. This Divine Flying Tiger was precisely the Divine Flying Tiger that had followed Su Mengyao in the past. However, back then in the Lightning Divine Palace, it had clearly died in battle. This is Sky Martial Continent. Why are you in this ice mountain? Su Mengyao asked. I don't know either. I always thought that I was dead, said the Flying Divine Tiger. Why would the clearly dead Flying Divine Tiger appear in Sky Martial Continent? Furthermore, it was still alive. Everyone's face was filled with shock and confusion. Zi Chen's fluctuating soul fire had already returned to normal. At this moment, he recalled the conversation he had with that existence in Lightning Divine Palace. Back then, that existence had asked him if he had any last words. He had entrusted the safety of these people to that existence. Could it be that it was done by that existence? After all those who died in Lightning Divine Palace did not have a corpse. As for the dead souls, perhaps Lightning Divine Palace had a way to gather their souls. At this moment, seeing that the Flying Divine Tiger was still alive, Zi Chen started to guess. Where were the others? Where were Devil Ape, Zhong Haotian, Tyrant and the others? Could it be that they were also alive? However, like the Flying Divine Tiger, they did not know their own situation and were still in a deep sleep. There was a possibility. Furthermore, it was extremely large. Seeing that the Flying Divine Tiger had come back to life, everyone was very surprised and happy. Furthermore, at this moment, they also had the same guess as Zi Chen. Thus, Su Mengyao turned to Zi Chen and said, Are there any other places that are abnormal? Zi Chen nodded his head and said, There's another place. It's on the other side. Okay, let's hurry over and take a look. The group continued forward. This time, they arrived at another place that was similar to a dangerous place. As the group appeared, they forcefully broke open this region. A demonic light filled with a divine aura shot out from below. Following that, a black ape filled with a ruthless aura charged out from the ground. In its hand, it tightly held a black stick. On the black stick, runes revolved around it. It was a heaven-splitting battle ape. Chapter 2585. When they saw the sky-rending battle ape standing in the air and felt its powerful aura, excitement appeared on their faces. Zi Chen's soul flame fluctuated greatly, and he almost lost his voice. Back in the Lightning Divine Palace, he had personally felt the death curse from the demonic ape and the monk. He knew that the two of them were already dead. Now that he saw the demonic ape alive with his own eyes, he was unprecedentedly excited. At the same time, the guilt in his heart lessened a little. If the demonic ape was still alive, Then the others might be alive too. It's you guys. The demonic ape withdrew its violent aura and looked at them in surprise. Su Mengyaro nodded and said to the demonic ape, "Welcome back. What's going on? Where am I?" The demonic ape was very confused. Others might not know, but he knew that he and the monk had both died in the lightning divine palace. "We'll talk about this later." Su Mengyaro turned to Zichen and asked, "Is there anything else?" Zichen shook his head and said, "Back then, I only felt these two abnormalities. I didn't check the other places carefully." The demonic ape landed in front of them. He knew these people, but he did not recognize this skeleton. However, at first glance, he sensed a familiar aura from the skeleton. Then, the familiar aura disappeared. Su Mengyaro thought for a moment and said, "Since we've found two, the others might be alive too. Let's continue searching. If we can't find them in the Tianwu continent, we'll go to the Zhanwu continent." Both the demonic ape and the flying tiger were peak sacred rulers when they were alive. However, the two of them only had the aura of the sacred realm, and their actual strength was not even comparable to a sacred realm expert. It was as if they had not recovered from their injuries. This might be the reason why they did not wake up naturally. The others nodded. They were all very excited. Back then, they had encountered a false god at the Lightning Divine Palace, and everyone had died in battle. If Yi Qian had not protected them, they would have died too. Now that they had seen the demonic ape and the flying tiger, perhaps Longhu and the others were still alive. Yi Qian was very happy to see this scene. On one hand, she was familiar with everyone. On the other hand, if these people could come back from the dead, it was very likely that Zichen could wake up too. "Let's split up and search." Su Mengyaro looked at them and said, "Everyone, spread out. This way, we will have a higher chance of finding them." "That's good, but how do we split up?" Xuelin asked, her gaze involuntarily turning towards the skeleton. "Let's all spread out. He will be in a group with Yi Qian." He was naturally referring to the skeleton. If they had found someone else, the skeleton alone might have caused a fight. But Yi Qian was different. Back then, those people all knew Yi Qian and knew her identity, so they could avoid a big battle. The devil ape quickly understood what had happened. After learning that the others might still be alive, it was very excited and willing to search for them. Thus, everyone split up and flew to different parts of the Tianwu continent, sensing everything that was out of place. Yi Qian and Zichen also chose to set off. But this time, Yi Qian didn't choose to fly with Zichen. She didn't even hover in the air. The two of them walked side by side. As a skeleton, Zichen had spent a very long time in the martial heaven continent. That was why he had intentionally avoided these places. The Tianwu continent, which had been peaceful for many years, was once again bustling with activity because of the skeleton's return and the appearance of the four saints. All the factions were paying attention to these saints. Clearly, they wouldn't appear for no reason. In their opinion, something big was about to happen in the Tianwu continent. Among them, the ones most likely to know what was going on were the everlasting sect's people. Thus, all the major factions went to pay them a visit. Unfortunately, even the everlasting sect's people didn't know the patriarch's true goal. All the factions returned empty-handed. But they quickly found out that there were saints roaming the world. Similar news spread one after another. As these factions investigated, they came to the conclusion that these saints seemed to be searching for something. Could it be that a treasure that even saints coveted has appeared in the Tianwu continent? In the end, they came to such a conclusion. Thus, they didn't care what treasure these saints were searching for. They sent out their disciples to search for anything they found suspicious. Time passed. The group had been searching the Tianwu continent for a full 10 years. During these 10 years, the news of the patriarch-level flying divine tiger and sky-splitting battle ape appearing in the world had spread to all the major factions. Hearing this news, all the major factions were shocked. When the Wang family heard this news, they were extremely vexed. The more experts the everlasting sect sent back, the more they regretted it. At the same time, they were mocked by the other factions. After all, the Wang family had the strength to stop the everlasting sect from dispersing. But not only did they not stop it, They even took away many of the everlasting sect's resources. In these 10 years, Su Mengyaro and the others didn't find anything. It seemed that there were only the flying divine tiger and sky-splitting battle ape in the Tianwu continent. Just as they were about to leave, Zichen and Yi Qian passed by an unremarkable small valley. At a glance, they saw that there were several small wooden houses in the valley. There were people living here. Yi Qian's spiritual sense swept through the valley, but she didn't sense anything out of the ordinary. However, Zichen, who was passing by, stopped. He came to the top of the valley and looked down. He saw a young man standing next to a small stream in the valley. He was wearing coarse clothes and was washing a dead beast next to the stream. This was an ordinary-looking young man. Through his perception, he was only in the human origin realm. However, Zichen knew that this was just a facade. The young man wasn't in the human origin realm. Or rather, he wasn't in the human origin realm. He stood there and looked at the young man, motionless. The young man seemed to have sensed something and raised his head to look at the top of the valley. Then, he saw the skeleton and a hint of surprise appeared in his eyes. He had also heard about skeletons' deeds. At this moment, Yi Qian's figure appeared. She stood next to Zichen and looked at the young man. She had a vague feeling that she had seen him somewhere before. He was somewhat familiar. Goddess. At this moment, the young man cried out in surprise. He seemed to be in disbelief. After this cry, 3 more people walked out of the wooden houses in the valley. Among the 3 people, there were 2 men and 1 woman. When they saw the goddess in the valley, their expressions immediately changed. Yi Qian felt that they were very familiar, but she couldn't recall where she had seen them before. She recalled the scenes from the past. Suddenly, these scenes froze at a certain moment. It's them. Yi Qian recalled where she had seen them before. It was before entering Lightning Divine Palace. Zichen had asked if there was anyone who thought they were geniuses and could stand out. In the end, the 4 of them stood out. Furthermore, Yi Qian recalled that when Zichen saw the 4 of them, his expression had clearly changed. He had even asked Xing Chen and the other 3 to bring them along. Thousands of years had passed. She didn't expect to meet them here again. Just as Yi Qian was about to greet the 4 of them, Zichen suddenly jumped down from the top of the valley. His body flickered with a bright light and a powerful aura emerged. Just as his body descended and his powerful aura surged, a 4-colored energy light appeared in the valley. The 4-colored energy represented the sun, moon, stars, and lightning. The 4-colored energy intersected and turned into a seal. The seal enveloped the entire valley. Seeing the seal that suddenly appeared, even Yi Qian's expression changed. She actually didn't sense any abnormalities earlier. What are you doing? Seeing this skeleton suddenly descend and activate the hidden seal in an instant, their expressions changed greatly. They raised their hands and released energy, wanting to stop the skeleton. Zichen's body descended and stepped on the seal. His skeletal foot stomped on the seal. Boom! The seal trembled and twisted crazily. The surrounding mountains exploded. However, his powerful stomp was actually unable to break the seal. Boom! Immediately after, Zichen stomped once again. This time, the strength of his stomp was even more powerful. The seal that the 4 of them put together instantly shattered. Zichen's body fell down. Clang! 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 During this time, the 4 of them attacked furiously. Their attacks landed on his body, but only clanging sounds could be heard. Just as the 4 of them were shocked, the surrounding space began to distort. The true appearance of the valley was revealed. In the valley, there were 4 figures sitting cross-legged. Their bodies emitted a bright light, and a faint sage aura circulated. Zichen's soul flame fluctuated when he saw the 4 figures sitting cross-legged. It's them. Yi Qian's figure also descended. After seeing the 4 figures, her face revealed a touch of surprise. She glanced at the skeleton, thinking that it was indeed Zichen's heavenly god's bone. Its perception was so sharp. What are you doing? The 4 young men stared at the 2 of them vigilantly. The respect they had for Yi Qian before was now gone. This world is suppressed. The speed of recovery is too slow. I'm going to take them to the divine city. Yi Qian looked at the 4 of them and said, It's just that the four of you are too low to enter the divine city. However, you can go to the star path first. After you break through, you can enter the God realm. The four of them obviously did not believe what Yi Qian said. Their expressions were still full of vigilance. Yi Qian looked at them and smiled. When Meng Yaro and the others come, I'll let them tell you. With that, Yi Qian sent out a signal. At this moment, a wave of energy came from Zi Chen's body. This wave spread out. The four figures sitting cross-legged were disturbed and opened their eyes. When they opened their eyes and saw everything in the valley, their eyes were filled with confusion. Then, they saw Yi Qian. After that, they got up. One of them looked at Yi Qian and said, "Goddess, why are you here?" These four people were none other than Lei Ting, Ming Yu, Brilliant, and Xing Chen. Chapter 2586. In this valley, Su Mengyaro told them about their plan and their next plan. When Xing Chen and the others heard this, they nodded in agreement. The four saints who were suspected to be the reincarnation of the ancient ancestor cupped their fists and apologized. They had misunderstood Yi Qian's intentions. As one of the few survivors, they had been training in the Tianwu continent after coming out of the Lightning Divine Palace. During that time, they had inadvertently discovered the souls of Xing Chen and the other three. Thus, they had set up a formation here to guard it. Until everyone arrived. This was their final harvest in this world. After a simple rest, they set off for the Zhonwu continent. The Zhonwu continent had 9 continents, and its area was dozens of times larger than the Tianwu continent. They had searched the Tianwu continent for 10 whole years. In the Zhonwu continent, they would have to spend even more time. The group divided into 9 continents, setting up a 100-year plan and searching on their own. Zi Chen and Yi Qian set off for the 9th continent. Returning to the 9th mainland once again, Zi Chen's heart was filled with emotions. Back then, he had risen from this place. He still remembered the 108 cities, the rankings of the cities back then, following the heavenly Tao, divining the heavenly fate, Dongqing, Shongguanhong. But unfortunately, many years later, a world-ending battle had erupted here, and the situation of the Zhonwu continent had changed greatly. The place where he had risen from, Huping City, was still there. This city had become an important symbol of the 9th continent. However, it was a pity that things had already changed. All of the experts who could be called famous back then had all been buried in the Lightning Divine Palace. Passing by the city, Yi Qian saw the towering statue. She looked at the statue in a daze. It had been a long time since she had seen that face. The statue was gazing at the outside world with a deep gaze and an indifferent expression. He was even taller than the city. Zi Chen stood beside Yi Qian, looking at the statue. His heart was filled with emotions. After a while, the two continued on their journey. Yi Qian's eyes were slightly red. A gust of wind blew past, and her long eyelashes fluttered. A tear rolled down the corner of her eye. 2 years later, in a lost space, Zi Chen once again sensed a familiar aura. After waking up the sleeping existence, a strong murderous intent surged between heaven and earth. This killing intent was almost tangible, as if it had condensed the air into cold knives, making people feel as if they were in the middle of thousands of cold knives. No one else appeared in the surroundings, but the killing intent grew stronger and stronger. Yi Qian scanned the surroundings with her divine sense and shouted, "Zhong Haotian, I know it's you. Come out." She had no choice but to raise her voice because everyone who appeared was temporarily in a state of confusion. All of their reactions were their usual subconscious actions. The void distorted, and a cold figure in black appeared. His eyes were unusually cold, but there was a hint of confusion in the depths of his eyes. After seeing Yi Qian, this feeling of loss gradually disappeared. "Goddess." Then, a surprised and somewhat hoarse voice sounded. "Welcome back." Yi Qian looked at Zhong Haotian and said, "What's going on?" Zhong Haotian's eyes gradually regained their luster as he asked in confusion. "We'll talk about it later. Let's leave this place first." Yi Qian turned around and walked out of the lost space-time. Zi Chen also turned around. Zhong Haotian's gaze fell on him, and his brows slightly furrowed. After coming out, Yi Qian told him what had happened. When Zhong Haotian heard this, A hint of joy flashed across his cold eyes. After that, the two-people team officially became three people. Back then, most of the light from the Lightning Divine Palace landed on the War Marshal continent. At the same time when Zi Chen found Zhong Haotian, the others also had their own gains. Xing Chen found LV Peng. The Devil Ape found War Marshal Qing Feng. The Flying Divine Tiger found Longhu Sovereign. Roar. A loud dragon roar resounded across the world, and an azure dragon soared into the sky, radiating a divine aura. This azure dragon wasn't the azure dragon Great Sage, but the dragon that followed Zi Chen back then. Roar. A resonant dragon's roar rang out again, and another holy dragon with lightning flashing all over its body was born. It was a lightning dragon. As time passed, the powerful existences that had died in the Lightning Divine Palace appeared one after another. Su Mengyaro raised her hand and shot out a ray of energy. The void split open, and a divine aura surged out. Which damned thing dares to disturb my rest? A voice filled with anger resounded, and the void trembled as a terrifying sacred aura surged out. Sensing the sacred aura and hearing the familiar voice, the corner of Su Mengyao's lips curled up, and she said, "Damned monk, it's time to go home." Hey! A voice sounded from the surging aura. What a familiar voice. Is this an illusion? Damned monk, hurry up and come out. This isn't an illusion, Su Mengyaro said loudly, and her expression was clearly agitated. Isn't this Su Mengyao's voice? But why would Su Mengyaro scold someone? This. 4,000 which world is this? Seeing that the monk still hadn't come out, Su Mengyaro raised her hand and shot out a ray of sacred light. The ray of light was like a chain, and it entered the void. Following a scream, the chain of sacred light wrapped around the monk. During this time, the monk had a blank and helpless look on his face as he struggled. Throwing the monk on the ground, Su Mengyaro said, "Monk, it's time to return to your senses." Seeing the real Su Mengyaro, the blank look in the monk's eyes slowly disappeared. Finally, his eyes emitted light once again. "Su Mengyaro, it's really you." The monk's eyes shone brightly as his sacred aura circulated. "Welcome back." Su Mengyaro looked at the monk and nodded. "Didn't I die? Why am I still alive? Where am I? Where's Zi Chen? Where's Devil Ape? Where are the others?" The monk asked several questions in a row. Su Mengyaro answered all of the monk's questions, but she didn't mention that the skeleton might be Zi Chen. She only said that Zi Chen had fallen into the abyss and his fate was unknown. A good person doesn't live long, but a scourge lives for 1,000 years. The monk sighed and said, "A good person like me is still alive and didn't die in Lightning Divine Palace. What reason does a scourge like him have to die? I believe that he will come out. This endless world and those arrogant gods are all waiting for him to bring disaster to them. How can he die?" In the end, the monk said resolutely, "He definitely won't die. He will definitely come back. If he doesn't come back, I will personally find him." When she mentioned Zi Chen again, Su Mengyaro seemed somewhat sad. She didn't immediately meet up with the others. Instead, she continued to search in this continent. Back then, they had agreed on 100 years. After 100 years, regardless of whether they found him or not, they had to return to Sky Marshal continent to gather at Everlasting Sect. 100 years was neither too long nor too short. This amount of time was not enough for them to explore the entire continent, but it was enough for them to explore those strange places. 100 years later, the group left Zhanwu continent. The skeleton ancestor and the others returned and then quickly left. During that time, they didn't say anything. This caused the disciples of Everlasting Sect to feel somewhat uneasy. They guessed that they might have angered the ancestor somehow. Time passed. In the blink of an eye, 100 years had passed. In these 100 years, Sky Marshal continent had become peaceful again. The matter of the Wang family forcefully acknowledging the ancestor was gradually forgotten. The current Wang family was still one of the top families of Sky Marshal continent. In fact, with the current Wang family, they didn't need the protection of outsiders. They were completely self-sufficient. After the ancestors' return 100 years ago, the Everlasting Sect was still mysterious. But this time, other than being mysterious, they were also powerful. Everyone knew that the current everlasting sect clearly had 7 saint-level ancestors. Therefore, even though the everlasting sect had pitifully few people, in the entire Sky Martial continent, the everlasting sect was still ranked. On a certain day, in the peaceful Sky Martial continent, saint power fluctuations once again spread out. This fluctuation was extremely strong. It was strong enough to cause the world to change. In that instant, all the living beings on the Tianwu continent sensed the surge of Saint Qi. It's in the direction of the sacred grounds. It's the everlasting sect's location. Very quickly, a faction locked onto the location of the saint power fluctuations. At this moment, nearly 100 disciples of the everlasting sect all came out. They looked up at the sky, dumbfounded. They were almost petrified. In the sky, one figure after another appeared. Those figures all emitted the aura of saint power. Saints. They were all saints. As long as they could see people, they were all saints. At the front of the everlasting sect's disciples stood Zhong Chutian and Wu Xinyu. When they saw so many saints, they were also stunned. Those are all ancestors. Seeing the figures descending from the sky, Zhong Chutian's eyes widened. Among them, he saw many familiar figures. He wasn't familiar because he had seen them with his own eyes, but because he had seen the portraits of the everlasting sect's ancestors. In the next moment, his gaze fixed on a black-robed ancestor. He blinked in disbelief. It was an ancestor. The ancestor of the Zhong family's bloodline. Ancestor Zhong Haotian. As if he had been hit by a motor, his body trembled. He was in disbelief. Greetings, ancestor. As everyone descended, the 100 people below all bowed. Their loud voices resounded through the world. What's going on? This is the everlasting sect. How did it become like this? A voice rang out. The monk stood in the air, looking at the everlasting sect in surprise. The formation is severely damaged. Many of the iconic buildings have been lost. There are only a few people left in the sect, LV Peng said. As a formation master, he immediately learned the current situation of the everlasting sect with a quick scan. Hasn't it only been 5,000 years? What exactly happened? Longhu was astounded too. It's our fault. We'll talk about it after we go in. Wang Xianer said, Oh, Zhong Haotian, this guy is Zhong Chutian, the current patriarch of the everlasting sect. Zhong Haotian stared at Zhong Chutian. Zhong Chutian looked at Zhong Haotian excitedly and called out, Ancestor. Zhong Haotian nodded and said, It's the bloodline of my clan. Even though he was usually cold, his eyes flickered slightly. He clearly knew where the bloodline came from. Come, let's go inside first. Su Mengyaro said and led the way. The others followed too. The monk scanned the crowd and fixed his gaze on the skeleton. He scanned the skeleton and said, I know the others, but why can't I recognize you? However, I find you very familiar. Tell me, where are you from? The monk who spoke put his arm around Skeleton's shoulder as if they were close friends. Peng. Energy surged around the skeleton. Chapter 2587. The skeleton easily sent the monk flying, which surprised the others. They all turned to look at the skeleton. When they saw the skeleton for the first time, they felt a sense of familiarity. But this kind of feeling would slowly disappear when they stared at each other. It was like an illusion. As for the skeleton, Su Mengyaro had explained earlier that he was Goddess Yi Qian's guard, not an outsider. Thus, everyone ignored the monk's action of sending him flying without saying a word. The monk obviously didn't care. After flying back, he looked at the skeleton and said, Good boy, you have some skills. You can actually send me flying. However, this is also because I haven't recovered to my peak state. Let me tell you, at my peak, I can kill gods and Buddhas. Zi Chen didn't reply, but he was still relieved. The monk was still the same monk. There wasn't much change. Seeing that the skeleton didn't reply, the monk said again, Why? You don't believe me? The demon ape couldn't help but say, Hey, can you stop bragging? You're a monk. How can you meet Buddhas? Hearing this, the others around them laughed. Even if I can't kill Buddhas, I can kill demons. The monk looked at the skeleton again and said, Look at your miserable appearance. You don't even have a body. Follow me in the future. I can definitely get you a good body in the future. The others were speechless. The skeleton was the goddess's guard. What resources could a monk who hadn't recovered from his injuries give him? Even if you had, do you have the resources of the goddess? The skeleton remained silent and ignored the monk. The monk scratched his head. In fact, he didn't know why. This guy was an unfamiliar skeleton, but he felt familiar and even close to him. Because of the monk's words, the atmosphere became much more relaxed. Everyone entered the Wuji sect. Next, they had to discuss whether to enter the divine city or continue searching. Outside the Wuji sect, or rather, in the Holy Land, many cultivators were flying in this direction. Their target was the Wuji sect. The Wuji sect wasn't stingy with these people who were obviously here to inquire about the situation. Instead, they were very happy and confident to tell them what had happened. Their tone was excited. When they spoke, they held their heads high and their chests puffed out. Their expressions were very proud. They had the right to be proud, and they also had the strength to stand tall, because the Wuji sect had brought back more than 20 ancestral patriarchs. Hearing this news, everyone was dumbfounded. The saints had returned. Almost all of the Wuji sect's patriarchs had returned. This was especially true for those with illustrious reputations back then. Almost all of them had returned. Longhu, Lei Long, Manlong, Zhong Haotian, LV Peng, and the others. When the Wang family heard the news, their hearts were undoubtedly crushed. Their clan's grand formation was personally constructed by LV Peng back then. This had always been what they were proud of, and it was also the reason why they did not fear any power. But this time, all the saints had returned. Even if they were willing to put aside their pride, they didn't have the guts to kneel outside the everlasting sect again. This was because they had obtained accurate information about which saints had returned from the Wuji sect. Back then, Zhong Haotian was a killing god. It was said that he had a very close relationship with the mysterious Heavenly Killing Alliance. The Longhu Sovereign, or the Longhu Saint. There was also the skyrending battle ape and the barbarian dragon. These were all extremely bloodthirsty existences back then. Even in the era of saints, they were still powerful generals of the everlasting sect. These people had all returned. After learning about what had happened back then, they were already very happy that they didn't furiously attack the Wuji sect. Daring to go again? 4,000. The ancestral patriarchs were simply courting death. This news quickly spread throughout the martial heaven continent. When the various powers heard it, it naturally caused a huge commotion. In the everlasting sect, Su Mengyaro and the others were discussing the matter of entering the divine city. Zichen didn't participate. He stayed by himself, thinking about what to do next. He was only a skeleton now. He had no energy of his own, and his soul was suppressed. He knew that he couldn't walk the path of a false god. If he wanted to continue improving, he had to possess his own physical body, as well as his previous energy. After that, he had to break free from the shackles of the heavenly god's bone. However, he didn't have any clues for now. In the main hall, everyone decided not to continue searching for the others. The reason they were still alive was clearly because the Lightning Divine Palace had deliberately preserved their souls. At this moment, they also thought about the birth of those older generation saints. This should be the Lightning Divine Palace's intention. Although the loss of life stars was great every time, the life stars didn't lose their roots and inheritances. There would always be new youngsters appearing during this period. This time, they had actually broken the normal path of fate by coming out prematurely. Perhaps there are others on other continents, but we can't continue searching. The place we're going to is a bit special. If everyone leaves, when this world changes, there won't be any experts coming out to protect it, said Su Mengyaro in a deep voice. The others nodded in agreement. Right, what's going on with the everlasting sect? Why did it become like this in just a few thousand years? Asked Longhu again. Clearly, he was still brooding over the destruction of the everlasting sect. The others also looked at Su Mengyaro. This was a sect that they had single-handedly created. They had watched the sect expand bit by bit. We'll have to start from back then. Su Mengyaro told them what had happened back then. After the 4 of them came out, they didn't return to the everlasting sect. Instead, they collected all the chaotic energy of heaven and earth to prevent the destruction of this world. After that, they were disheartened and didn't come out. After the everlasting sect lost their leaders, the other elders were no longer united. Gradually, conflicts arose, and then they broke apart from the inside. When the others heard this, they all sighed. Clearly, such a powerful sect couldn't be destroyed by external forces. It could only be disintegrated from the inside. Normally, with them around, this kind of problem wouldn't be exposed. However, once they weren't around, all these problems came out. This was also the drawback of a sect. Su Mengyaro said, although the everlasting sect is gone, the resources of the everlasting sect have been scattered. This isn't a bad thing for the entire Tianwu continent. The others nodded. They were already in different positions, so they looked at the problem from different angles. The destruction of the everlasting sect made them sigh. However, it was a good thing for the entire continent. At the very least, the resources that the everlasting sect had gathered back then had been scattered to a certain extent. Back then, Zichen's method of unifying the continent was only suitable for the Armageddon battle. Once the Armageddon battle was over and there was no more danger, the selfishness of human nature would slowly reveal itself. Right now, they all had new paths to walk. The everlasting sect was gradually becoming a memory. Although they didn't have many people, they were united. This was quite good. Next, they had to consider how to enter the city. At this time, everyone's attention fell on Yi Qian. Yi Qian said, if you want to enter the city, you have to be a saint king. Although your realms haven't recovered, your spiritual realms are still there. There shouldn't be a problem. Other than the 4 people who were suspected to be the reincarnations of the ancient ancestors, the others were all qualified. Yi Qian said, if there's nothing else here, we can leave now. It's been 100 years. I wonder how the city is doing. When she had left, Sina and Ye Wei were still in the city. She didn't know if they had done anything in the city after so many years. Everyone nodded, indicating that they could leave at any time. As for Lei Bao and the other 3, they could only go to the Star Path to train first. After breaking through to the Saint King realm, they could enter the city. After the group finished their discussion, they walked out. Zichen was still sitting on the side in a daze. Hey, skeleton, time to go. Tyrant greeted the skeleton. Zichen got up and walked over. Yi Qian looked at him and said, we've decided to leave now. Zichen nodded. Hearing that the ancestors were leaving again, the disciples of the everlasting sect were very disappointed. After all, these ancestors had only been back for a few days. But if the ancestors wanted to leave, how could they dare to stop them? But before leaving, these people more or less left behind some backup plans. For example, LV Peng repaired the formation. This formation could guarantee the safety of the everlasting sect. It didn't cost much. The everlasting sect's resources were enough to maintain it. The others also left behind some small things. For example, a forbidden weapon with saint power or a saint-level Dharma artifact. After leaving this time, they didn't know when they would come back. Maybe they would never come back. They tried their best to give the everlasting sect more things to protect themselves. They didn't want to face a disaster. When the group walked out of the everlasting sect, they found many people standing outside. These people were all very old. At this moment, they were standing outside with respectful faces. The group looked at them, startled. Ancestor, please give us some instructions. When they saw these saints come out, they all bowed respectfully. The last war had ended. All the experts had died. It was like the end of an era. They were all people of the new era. They lived in the world where rules were suppressed. But they didn't know what had caused all this. They were very confused. The only people who could solve their doubts were these saints who had lived for 2 eras. The lifestyle will be in peace for a long time. During this time, you should try your best to improve your strength and strengthen your forces. Don't go inside. If something happens, we will have new instructions. Su Mengyaro looked at them and said. The patriarchs of the various forces nodded respectfully when they heard this. At this moment, except for Yi Qian, After seeing these confused people, all the people present had a mission and responsibility in their hearts. Chapter 2588. The saints, who were originally in high spirits, fell silent at this moment. Looking at these confused people, they thought of their responsibility and mission. They were able to come back from the dead because they had to play the role of a leader in this new era. They had to wait for a new heaven-defying cultivator to appear and silently observe this heaven-defying cultivator, allowing him to grow alone. This way, the suppression of the world's rules would disappear little by little. This was just like Zi Chen's growth path back then. He needed someone to lead him and guide him forward when he was lost. At this moment, they also understood why they didn't see the 4 sacred beasts, sacred ancestor lightning, and the others. It wasn't that they couldn't find them, but that they had really died. Because they had gone through a reincarnation era and completed their mission, bringing a heaven-defying cultivator into a new reincarnation. Now that they had come back from the dead, they had to walk the same path as the 4 sacred beasts and the other saints. They silently waited in this world for a new heaven-defying cultivator to appear and then lead this heaven-defying cultivator to grow. This was a reincarnation. It was also their mission and responsibility. But at this moment, they, who were about to leave this world, obviously wanted to break this reincarnation and resist the mission and responsibility that they were supposed to bear. Su Mengyaro glanced at the skeleton not far away. If he was really Zi Chen, or if he could become Zi Chen in the future, it meant that the heaven-defying cultivator of this world hadn't died. Under such circumstances, the next heaven-defying cultivator wouldn't appear. On one hand, it was their mission and responsibility, and on the other hand, it was Zi Chen. Between righteousness and her own feelings, Su Mengyaro didn't hesitate and chose the latter. So, her expression became calm again, and she said, "Everyone, you can leave now." With that, the group soared into the sky. Farewell, sacred ancestor. At this moment, the patriarchs of these forces spoke in unison. Those who walked out of the Wuji sect also bowed respectfully. Saint power surged, and all the living beings of the Qianwu continent respectfully sent off the sacred ancestor. The group left the Qianwu continent and entered the star path. After leaving the 4 saints on the star path, they entered the world of gods. It was still the same village, but there was no one here, and it looked panicked and broken. It was as if this place was the destination of the life star. Zi Chen had come here 3 times, and he appeared here every time. After arriving at this place, everyone discovered that the rules had suppressed their energy. It was as if they had become mortals. Although Yi Qian had already instructed them to do so, they were still surprised. "Go straight to the far north," Yi Qian said after looking around. The far north was the territory of the Moon Wolf clan. Those Moon Wolves were the guards of the god race. Zi Chen had been there before. The group of people began to move forward. However, this time, they were walking. They could only walk. This world was quiet, and not even a pseudo-divine beast could be seen. After coming to this world, everyone was the same as mortals. They had to eat. Therefore, Zi Chen was in charge of observing the surroundings as they advanced. Once he discovered traces of a pseudo-divine beast, he would kill it in advance. At night, a bonfire rose. Everyone sat around the bonfire and ate barbecued meat. "How do you feel? Do you miss the past?" The monk, who did not abstain from meat and vegetables, asked curiously as he looked at the demonic ape and Zhong Haotian. They had long surpassed the level of mortals and no longer needed to eat. They had even forgotten the feeling of hunger and fullness. However, they felt it again today. Zhong Haotian and the demonic ape nodded. The 2 of them also recalled the past and felt somewhat emotional. The demonic ape glanced at the monk and said, "I still remember that you said that I was an ominous creature and that you wanted to bring me back to suppress." The monk pretended not to know and said, "Did I?" The surrounding people laughed when they heard this. Everyone knew very well what kind of character this monk had. Zi Chen sat at the side and quietly listened to everyone's conversation. He did not interrupt. He was already very satisfied to be able to see everyone again. Yi Qian released her divine aura, causing the divine mosquitoes and divine ants to not dare to approach this place. They could only wander in the distance. Some moved with the wind, like long dragons rolling in the dark night. Those are the divine mosquitoes and divine ants. Several people stood up and stared into the distance with curiosity in their eyes. Yi Qian nodded and said, "That's right. Under normal circumstances, everyone who came here for the first time would have to find a place to hide at night. Otherwise, they would be torn apart by the divine mosquitoes and divine ants in an instant. Now that the rules of this world had changed, if not, the monk and the rest would only die if no one led them in." LV Peng looked at the divine ants moving in the wind and said, "This world is really strange. Even sage kings can only be ordinary people. Divine ants and divine mosquitoes can be killed in an instant. What if we bring these things out? What will happen if we bring them to Tianwu continent?" When the monk and the rest heard this, their eyes lit up. If they brought these things back, they could get LV Peng to set up a formation. As long as they lured the foreign races into the formation, not even their corpses would be left. The few of them were very enthusiastic as they discussed this topic fervently. However, to Zi Chen, this was simply a waste of time. This idea is not realistic. Yi Qian could not help but speak up when she heard that they were getting more and more excited. They could not wait to catch some now. Why? The monk and the rest looked at Yi Qian in confusion. Because they are only products of this world. They are only targeted at people who are unable to use their energy. If you become a hunter, you can still block the attacks of these divine ants. Other than that, we can't leave this world. Even if they can survive in the outside world, we can't bring them out. What? We can't leave this world? The monk and the rest were surprised. Su Mengyaro and the rest knew about this, but the monk and the rest did not know. Next, the few of them explained to everyone. The monk said, "I see. Then we can't leave no matter what." Yi Qian said, "For now, it should be so. Unless we completely break the rules of this world. Or we can become a divine race." Divine race? A human can become a divine race? The monk was shocked. Yes. Zi Chen did not remind them of this because there was no need for him to do so. When they had the strength to enter the divine city and the crafts manor, the existence there would naturally tell them. Just like this, the group traveled during the day and rested at night. They began to move towards the extreme north. When they arrived at the extreme north, they found traces of the moon wolves. Then, the moon wolves began to tail them like the last time. About a few days later, they saw a group of moon wolves. These moon wolves were tailing them closely and were showing signs of aggression. Yi Qian released the aura of a divine god. Her body was surrounded by colorful light. Sensing the aura of a divine god, all the moon wolves tailing her had a look of awe in their eyes. Then, they quickly dispersed. 2 days later, a team appeared in front of them. The leader was a middle-aged man. He was the clan leader of the Moon Wolf clan. He looked no different from the last time Zi Chen saw him. After seeing Yi Qian, he was shocked. He quickly went forward and bowed. Behind him, the other transformed moon wolves also bowed one after another. Their expressions were extremely respectful. "I didn't know that the goddess was coming. I didn't receive you in time. Please forgive me," Yi Qian said. "I came in a hurry. I have something to trouble the clan leader. Goddess, please tell us what you need. The Moon Wolf clan will do our best." The Moon Wolf clan leader said. "They are my friends. They have just arrived from the outside world and are not familiar with the rules of this world. I hope that they can stay in the Moon Wolf clan. When they reach level 6, I will bring them to the divine city." This was the main reason why Yi Qian brought them here. If they stayed here, they would be taken care of by the Moon Wolf clan. She believed that their level would increase rapidly. Moreover, there were all the resources they needed here. The Moon Wolf clan leader looked at Su Mengyaro and the others. Then, he said, "This time, I will support them fully. Let them reach level 6 as soon as possible." "Thank you, clan leader. Now, I have to return to the divine city. I will have to trouble you to activate the teleportation formation. Goddess, please come with me." The group of people headed towards the depths of the extreme north. Yi Qian told Su Mengyaro and the others that they could relax and adapt to the rules here. These moon wolves were absolutely loyal to her. There was no need to worry about any problems. When they returned to the Moon Wolf clan, the Moon Wolf clan leader personally arranged accommodation for them and some resources. As for Zi Chen, he followed Yi Chen into the Divine City. He was Yi Chen's guard. Naturally, he had to follow her. Moreover, Jiao Wei and Sina were still in the city. He did not know if they had been up to any tricks these years. He had to go and take a look. The teleportation formation was activated. Zi Chen and Yi Chen disappeared. With a flash of light, the two of them appeared in the Divine City. When the guards of the teleportation formation saw the two of them, they were shocked and quickly bowed. Yi Chen nodded. Then, she sent out her divine will. She did not continue to enter the city. Instead, she stood there. The guards retreated far away, not daring to disturb the two of them. After a while, a false god came and bowed respectfully to Yi Chen. Yi Chen asked, "In the past 100 years, has anything major happened in the Divine City?" The false god thought seriously for a moment. Then, he said, "Nothing major happened. However what? However, Godson Sina has nurtured many divine servants. Many of the original factions in the Divine City are now following Godson Sina. Is Sina in the city now? The Godson has left. I have not heard any news of his return." Yi Chen waved her hand. The false god bowed respectfully and left. The original Divine City was Yi Chen's alone. All of the factions were under her control. But Sina had taken advantage of her absence to rope in more factions and nurture more false gods. What was he trying to do? "I have to return to the city." Yi Chen looked at Zi Chen and said, "I'm going to the mine." Zi Chen said. Chapter 2589. Outside the city, Zi Chen started running. Everywhere he went, smoke and dust would rise. Speaking of which, the skeletons running was quite a sight outside the Divine City. When he passed by some ore veins, the people in charge of guarding the ore veins were shocked when they saw the skeleton appear. Their expressions were full of vigilance. Zi Chen passed by in a straight line, not stopping at all. This made the people in charge breathe a sigh of relief. They were worried that he was here to ask for God spirit crystals. After that, Zi Chen passed by some ore veins. These ore veins were guarded by people in charge. During this time, there were no battles. The current situation was much better than when he had left. Of course, the ore veins under his protection looked at him cautiously as he passed by. At the same time, Zi Chen could sense the powerful auras coming from the ore veins. These were all auras of false gods. However, it was unknown whether these false gods were too afraid of him, but as soon as he appeared, their powerful auras quickly retracted. Clearly, even though he hadn't appeared for 100 years, these people still knew that he loved God spirit crystals. They were afraid that he would kill them if they didn't agree with him. Soon, Zi Chen arrived at the ore veins belonging to the craftsman manor. From afar, he saw the craftsman ancestor. He was actually guarding the ore veins himself. Apart from the craftsman ancestor, the other experts were also there. When they turned their heads and saw the skeleton, their faces were filled with joy. Clearly, they knew why the skeleton disappeared. This time, he might have really brought some people with him. "How is it?" The craftsman ancestor stood up and asked Zi Chen, who was walking over. "Some unforeseen events happened. However, the number of people I brought with me has increased." "There are more than 10 of them," said Zi Chen. "Where are they?" "They are still in the extreme north, adapting to the rules here. Once they reach level 6, the goddess will bring them over." Zi Chen looked at everyone and said, "During this time, nothing happened, right?" Sky-devouring wolf said, "Nothing major. However, Sina and Yang Wei have been constantly integrating the ore veins resources. Although they didn't attack us, after integrating all the resources outside, they also recruited other forces. Although we don't know what happened, they must be plotting something. Furthermore, we heard that they seem to be in desperate need of divine servants." "You want a divine servant?" Zi Chen 4000 he didn't understand. Divine servants were fake gods. As far as he knew, the Protoss looked down on false gods and had always used them as cannon fodder. Now, what did they need divine servants for? Zichen obviously wouldn't get an answer to this question here. If he wanted to know, he could only ask Yi Qian. Since nothing had happened to the mine, he was relieved. On the same day, Zichen returned to the inner city. When the guards saw him, their expressions changed slightly. They didn't even need him to show his token and let him pass. In the battle back then, the skeleton that went on a killing spree had left all of the semi-divinities trembling in fear. Moreover, everyone knew that if they were killed by skeletons, they would die in vain. Not even their bones would be left behind. As soon as he returned to his residence, Shilian knocked on the door, indicating that the goddess had invited him in. Zichen left the room and went to Yi Qian's residence. "I have to make a trip to the god world," Yi Qian said as soon as Zichen arrived. "Do you want me to go with you?" Zichen asked. "No need. I just wanted to tell you in advance. This trip to the god world won't be short, so I might not be able to take care of them." The them here naturally referred to the monk, the demon ape, and the others. "When the time comes, I'll go and bring them back," Zichen said. "All right. These resources are for you. I don't know when I'll be able to return." While speaking, Yi Qian placed many resources in front of Zichen. "Did something happen?" Zichen asked. "I'm not sure yet," Yi Qian said, shaking her head. After taking the resources, Zichen said goodbye and left. Yi Qian left the god city on the same day. Yang Wei and Sina had already left. After that, the inner city became incomparably quiet. There were no more troubles. Zichen also had nothing to do. He often went out. Sometimes, he would go to the craftsman Manor's mineral vein. Sometimes, he would go to the mineral veins guarded by other factions. When he was bored, he would go to some remote places to see if he could find mineral veins. Luck obviously wouldn't always favor him, so he always came up empty-handed. During this period, he would also go to see Wuji and bring some resources for him. Time passed. In the blink of an eye, 2 years had passed. In these 2 years, he didn't know if the monk and the others had reached level 6. On this day, Zichen, who came to the craftsman Manor's mineral vein again, sensed a powerful aura from the depths of the mineral vein. This was the aura of a half-ancestor. It was similar to the aura of a false god, but much stronger. Who broke through? Zichen came to the mineral vein and asked. Sky-devouring wolf said, "It's Tianhu." Tianhu was the flying divine tiger, which was what they called him in private. Just in time. Knowing that it was the flying divine tiger who broke through, Zichen's heart was filled with joy. Sky-devouring wolf looked at him in confusion. What did he mean by just in time? "I'm going to make a trip outside. Since the flying divine tiger broke through, the two of us can go together." At this moment, the flying divine tiger didn't know that he, who was still breaking through, had been targeted by Zichen, who wanted him, a powerful half-ancestor, to be his mount. After knowing Zichen's purpose, everyone naturally agreed. Even the craftsman ancestor nodded, so the flying divine tiger had to go even if he didn't want to. Therefore, after the flying divine tiger broke through and everyone congratulated him, he was about to leave. The two of them entered the city and came to the teleportation array. After Zichen showed his token, the guards immediately let them in. It's so convenient to have people in the divine city. Back then, every time we went out, we had to pay a big price. After leaving the divine city, the flying divine tiger transformed into his original form. Zichen tapped his foot and landed on the flying divine tiger's back. Next, they would head straight to the extreme north. Because of their relationship with the goddess, the Moon Wolf clan treated Su Mengyaro and the others very well. During this period, they gave them a lot of sacred source liquid for them to refine. They also gradually became familiar with this world and its rules. Their potential was stimulated little by little. Compared to Zichen, these people were undoubtedly much more fortunate. They didn't need to worry about resources or risk their lives outside. In addition, the suppression of the rules had weakened, so their levels were rapidly rising. The most important thing was that after they had arrived in this world, the rules of this world had completely separated them from the earth and heaven of this life star. Thus, their powerful innate talents had returned, and the fatal wounds they had suffered that year were recovering rapidly. When Su Mengyaro and the other three came out, they were also injured. However, after sleeping underground for so many years, their injuries had already recovered. After recovering from their injuries, they woke up from their deep slumber. When their spiritual senses scanned the Tianwu continent, they found Zichen's weapon. After that, they came out to investigate, and the saint burial ground opened. This time, the four of them were the first to reach level 6. In the blink of an eye, 2 years had passed. During these 2 years, more people had reached level 6. If they had followed the suppression of the rules of that year, it wouldn't have been so easy for them to reach level 6. The Moon Wolf Patriarch had already sent a message to the goddess, but he hadn't received a reply. Moreover, the others hadn't completely broken through yet. Thus, everyone waited patiently. In the outskirts of the extreme north, the flying divine tiger and Zichen had flown all the way to this place. Then, they directly headed towards the depths of the extreme north. During this time, the moon wolves had also formed a pack and were crazily chasing after them. It seemed that if the two of them landed, they would be torn to pieces in an instant. After chasing them for a while, seeing that the two of them had no intention of landing, the moon wolves stopped chasing. After entering the depths of the extreme north, the number of moon wolves decreased, but they also became stronger. However, it was unknown if they had received an order, but they didn't take the initiative to attack Zichen and the flying divine tiger after they landed. Their figures landed. They had chosen to walk on this last part of the road. After that, they saw the Moon Wolf Patriarch, Tyrant, and the others. "Where's the goddess?" Seeing that Zichen had arrived alone, Su Mengyao asked doubtfully. "The goddess has gone to the divine world and can't return for the time being." "I'm here to bring you to the divine city," said Zichen. At this moment, when the two flying divine tigers met, they both felt a familiar bloodline aura. Regarding this, the half-martial ancestor-level flying divine tiger was very surprised. He didn't expect that his bloodline would exist on this life star. To the flying divine tiger, the existence in front of him was his ancestor, or rather, his ancestor. Among the group, only a portion of them had reached level 6. Zichen didn't bring them to the divine city first. Instead, he stayed here. Next, they just had to wait. He wanted to wait for everyone to reach level 6 before entering the divine city together. Everyone's strength was slowly increasing. During this period, the Moon Wolf Patriarch had personally delivered resources to them. After waiting for another 2 years, Tyrant, LV Peng, and the others had also broken through to level 6. After everyone reached level 6, it was time for them to leave. Zichen took out the goddess's token. They planned to take the teleportation formation directly to the divine city from here. However, before they left, the Moon Wolf Patriarch had a presumptuous request. He hoped that Zichen could bring Moon Wolf with him to the divine city. Moon Wolf was the Patriarch's youngest daughter. She had once saved his life because of Wuji's kindness. The Moon Wolf clan had been guarding this place for generations. They couldn't leave the extreme north. However, he didn't want his daughter to walk the same path. He hoped that Zichen could bring her away. The Patriarch's attitude was very sincere. There was even a hint of pleading. Zichen didn't hesitate to accept the Patriarch's request. He nodded and said, "If it's just one person, I believe it won't be a problem. I believe the goddess won't blame me." "Thank you, my lord," the Moon Wolf Patriarch said gratefully. Chapter 2590. The group entered the divine city. The grandeur of the city shocked everyone. When the guard saw the group, his eyes narrowed as if he was about to say something. However, when he saw Skeleton, his expression changed. He cupped his fists at him and retreated. Skeleton had become a well-known existence in the divine city. Or rather, he had become a symbol. Even if he didn't take out the goddess token, he could still enter and leave unimpeded. "Let's go to the Craftsman Manor first," Tianhu said. The group left the teleportation array and headed towards the Craftsman Manor. At the same time, Tianhu notified the Craftsman ancestor and the others. Along the way, they were shocked to see so many people in the city. It had to be known that before these people came to this world, each of them was at least a Saint King. If they could bring these people out, they could sweep through the entire universe. Tianhu took in their expressions and said with a smile, "If you have time, I can bring you to the mines outside. There are many level 5 and level 6 ores there." The few of them were even more shocked when they heard this, but at the same time, they were also deeply grateful. The group returned to the craftsman manor. The craftsman ancestor and the others had already returned. Tianhu introduced them one by one. After hearing about the fire Qilin, sky-devouring wolf, and Longhu sovereign, everyone was stunned. Although they had heard about them from Zichen, seeing them with their own eyes and hearing about them were two different things. When the craftsman ancestor saw these people, he was very satisfied. He didn't know how many years it had been since he last came to this lifestar. This time, there were so many people here. They were all a real force. For the time being, everyone's strength was too low. Apart from mining, they couldn't do anything. Hence, they could only stay in the craftsman manor. Apart from cultivating, they were still cultivating. Only when they reached level 9 could they refine God's spiritual crystals. During this time, everyone became friends with my YA, who was also idling in the craftsman manor. Zichen was still wandering around the city aimlessly. He didn't know what to do. Time passed. 1 year, 2 years, 5 years, 10 years. Yi Qian still hadn't returned. Zichen didn't know if something had happened to her. He was a little worried. However, when he thought about how she had a heavenly godfather in the divine world, the possibility of something happening to her wasn't high. Wang. A powerful aura surged. This aura. 4,000. The aura came from outside the city. It was the aura of a fake god. The false divinity stage corresponded to the half-martial ancestor realm. Another 9th level cultivator had broken through to the false divinity realm. Zichen glanced in that direction. He wanted to go over and see which faction had broken through. However, before he could approach, the aura was completely restrained, and he could no longer sense it. At this moment, all the forces outside the mine were guarding against fire, theft, and skeletons. Wherever he went, all the fake gods would restrain their auras to avoid attracting unnecessary trouble. With nothing to show for it, Zichen could only turn back. His daily route was the inner city, the craftsman's manor, the mine, and the prison. Time passed again, and in the blink of an eye, another 100 years had passed. Yi Qian still hadn't returned, nor had she sent back any news. The tyrant and the others had reached level 8, but this was a threshold. If they wanted to reach level 9, they had to have a holy body. Other than that, they would also be in the great sage realm when they got out of here. On this day, Zichen received the news and came to the crafts manor. After entering the crafts manor, Zichen asked, "Where's the craftsman ancestor?" The craftsman ancestor went to the inner city, the sky-devouring wolf said. Why did he go there? Zichen was puzzled. Ever since Ji Wei tricked the craftsman ancestor into the inner city 200 years ago, the craftsman ancestor had never entered it again. He even had a shadow in his heart about that place. After all, it was the only place in the city that could kill him. I don't know. It seems like a god messenger is looking for him. God messenger? Is it Toby? Zichen frowned slightly. It shouldn't be. If it was god messenger Toby, the craftsman ancestor wouldn't have asked you to come. Clearly, the craftsman ancestor was worried that the previous incident would happen again before he left, so he sent someone to inform Zichen. Other than the craftsman ancestor, he was the only one in the entire city who could guard the mine. Zichen first went to the mine and didn't find anything unusual. There hadn't been a battle between the mines for many years. Afterward, Zichen returned to the craftsman ancestor and patiently waited for his return. If the craftsman ancestor didn't return for a day, he would go to the divine city to find out who told the craftsman ancestor to go to the inner city. Half a day later, the craftsman ancestor returned. However, when he returned, his expression was somewhat unsightly. What happened? Zichen stood up and asked. Has the goddess returned? The craftsman ancestor asked instead of answering. Zichen shook his head. No. The craftsman ancestor asked again. Then what news did you receive? Zichen shook his head again. Then what should we do? The craftsman ancestor revealed a difficult expression. What happened? Zichen asked. The craftsman ancestor said, "This time, it was Bolton who came looking for me. He said that he could give us a clear path, such as allowing us to return to the Life Star." At this moment, Chen wasn't the only one here. The Fire Chelene, half-martial ancestor Longhu, and the sky-devouring wolf were all present. After hearing the craftsman ancestor's words, their expressions changed. For these people, their greatest wish was not to advance to the half-martial ancestor realm, but to return to the Life Star. All these years, they had been working hard toward this goal. He should have made some conditions, right? Chen asked. He had an impression of Bolton. He had once cut off one of his arms at the city gates. However, back then, he had been arrested on the charge of rebellion. Unexpectedly, he was still alive. He wants all of us to break through to the false god realm. Then, he wants us to participate in a battle in the god realm. After the battle, he wants us to return to the Life Star, the craftsman ancestor said. Become false gods. Then we'll become their slaves. How can that be? Before Chen could say anything, the sky-devouring wolf and the others became agitated. After becoming a false god, one had to awaken a divine bloodline in order to reach the god realm. Such an opportunity was very rare. The only way was to obtain a reward from the god realm. This was not inferior to living under the nose of others. Every action would be hindered. How could it compare to having one's own divine bloodline? Although it was slower to raise one's realm, the advantage was freedom and strength. This was why the craftsman ancestor asked Chen if there was any news of the divine daughter. Go to the god realm to fight. At this moment, Chen recalled what Chen had said. She said that the next time she returned, she might need him to go to the god realm. However, Chen had not said anything else. Now, it seemed that Chen had guessed something when she left. In addition, the last time he returned, the false gods told him that the factions in the city had been recruited by Sina and Yang Wei. Moreover, they urgently needed divine servants. Perhaps this was related to this matter. Behind Bolton stood either Sina or Yang Wei. These people were very unfriendly toward the Life Star. The craftsman ancestor naturally would not agree to this. However, he did not immediately refuse and only said that he would consider it when he returned. We absolutely cannot agree to this. Sky-devouring wolf and the others said agitatedly, we absolutely cannot abandon our own divine bloodline. That way, we will only be controlled by others in the future. Chen said in a low voice, this matter is indeed not possible. If we really join them, in that great battle, we will only cause everyone to die. If there really is a great battle, I believe that Chen, as the divine daughter, will also participate. At that time, we will just join her team. However, as for what is going on, I will have to ask Bolton. Chen returned to the God City and went to Bolton's residence. He found that Bolton was not in the mansion. Afterward, a divine servant informed Chen that Bolton had gone to the God prison. God prison? When Chen heard this, his expression changed slightly. He guessed that there was a possibility. Then, he went straight to the God prison. When he arrived at the God prison, he saw Toby and Bolton. At this moment, Toby was glaring angrily at Bolton. Bolton, this is not a place where you should be. I am a god. I can come and go as I please, Bolton said coldly. Ever since the last incident, he and Toby had completely fallen out, especially after the departure of the goddess. Sina had brought him out, and he had even brought those fake gods with him. Without the divine daughter, Toby did not have the guts to stop Sina. This is the god prison, the most important place. You are no longer a subordinate of the divine daughter. Naturally, you are not qualified to come here, Toby said coldly. Bolton smiled faintly and said, you also know that I am no longer a subordinate of the divine daughter. There is still a place for you on divine son Sina's side. If you have thought it through, you can come and find me. Humph. I, Toby, will never betray the divine daughter, Toby said coldly. Then you can just wait for your own destruction. Bolton snorted and walked forward with a complacent expression. However, the complacent expression on his face froze in the next moment. He saw Skeleton walking toward him. Then, without saying anything, Skeleton grabbed Bolton's arm and dragged him outside. Skeleton, what are you doing? Bolton stared at Zichen. Nothing. I just want to have a chat with you, Zichen said indifferently and forcibly dragged Bolton away. What is there to talk about with you? Let go of me now. Bolton struggled with all his might. But I want to talk to you. Zichen's tone was still indifferent. Then let's talk here. What's wrong with pulling and pulling? But I want to talk to you outside. I think that after we go out, the two of us can talk more thoroughly. Toby looked at the scene in front of him with a smile on his face. Since Skeleton was here, Toby would not dare to do anything. Let go of me, I'm not going out. Just tell me what you want. When Bolton heard that they were going out, his expression changed drastically and he struggled even harder. Tell me, what does Sina want? Also, what are you doing for him? If you tell me, we are still good friends. If you don't tell me, we will go out for a walk and have a chat. Who is good friends with you? We are enemies, Bolton said loudly. At this moment, Bolton's body was being dragged away by Zichen. Zichen ignored him. Let's talk nicely. Skeleton, I'll tell you. What do you want to know? Chapter 2591. Zichen put Bolton down. Bolton straightened his clothes and said, This isn't really a secret. I'm sure you'll find out soon enough. Zichen said, Tell me, what's the matter? It's related to a divine battle in the divine realm. All newly promoted divine sons and goddesses will have to participate. During this period, they will be evaluated according to the results of the battle. Bolton said, But this kind of battle isn't only evaluated by individual strength, but also by overall strength. For example, how many subordinates you have and what results your subordinates have achieved. Zichen said in a low voice, So you're saying that Sina and the goddess will have to participate? Bolton nodded. Zichen said coldly, So you're saying that you came to the goddess territory to steal people for Sina's sake? Bolton said unhappily, What do you mean by stealing people? We're just doing our best to provide them with benefits. After all, people want to climb higher, and benefits come first. Toby heard this and coldly said, Bolton, you're really shameless. To think that the goddess was so good to you. Bolton turned to look at Toby. This is called benefits, understand? If I follow the goddess, I can only stay here. But if I follow young Master Sina, I'll be able to take a step further. In the future, I might even become a god king. But you, Toby, if you're willing, there'll always be a place for you with young Master Sina. Who knows, young Master Sina might even give you an opportunity to become a divine champion. He then turned to Zichen and said, And you, Skeleton. If you follow young Master Sina, you definitely won't be at a disadvantage. Let's not talk about anything else, just the resources alone will definitely be several times what the goddess gave you. Zichen slapped Bolton's head and said, What's going on in that head of yours? You think you're superior after betraying us? Bolton rubbed his head, but he didn't get angry. Instead, he looked at Zichen and said, Skeleton, don't mind my harsh words. Your battle strength isn't weak here, and you can even suppress me. But compared to the vast divine realm, you're just a piece of trash. If you don't follow the right person, you'll always be a piece of trash. Upon hearing this, Zichen pretended to smack the other person's head again. Stop. I'm talking to you with all my heart, and you're messing around with me. Let me tell you, Skeleton, if you follow young Master Sina, I guarantee that your future will be limitless. If you continue to follow the goddess, the gap between you and me will only grow bigger and bigger. At that time, even if you don't look for me, I will still talk to you through the night. Bolton's expression became unusually smug. Zichen pondered for a moment and said, Last time, for 1,000 after hitting Sina and ruining his face, would he still be willing to accept me? I can see that he is a little narrow-minded. Skeleton, you. Toby stared at Skeleton. The situation is different. Now is the time when the young master needs manpower. At this critical juncture, it was like sending charcoal in snowy weather. Who would care about such a trivial matter? If you miss this opportunity, things will be different when you want to add flowers to the brocade. Bolton looked at Zichen and said earnestly, That's why I said that now is an opportunity. Chen rubbed his chin with his knuckles and said, I'm just a charcoal. Seems like young Master Sina doesn't have any experts by his side. Bolton looked at Chen with disdain and said, Skeleton, what are you thinking? You're just a piece of charcoal at most. I called you because I saw that you have a good relationship with those guys on the Life Star. As long as you become their leader and lead them to join young Master's team, then you'll be a piece of charcoal. Otherwise, you'll just be a small pile of charcoal. While talking, Bolton used his finger to make an exaggerated comparison. And Toby, don't think that I'm only recruiting you. I'm recruiting your team. Without a team, you're not even as big as Skeleton. He changed the topic and said, of course, if you can convince those guys here, you might really become a divine general. Bolton said complacently, what do you think? Think about it carefully. Chen raised his hand and pushed Bolton aside. Get lost. You said I'm a piece of charcoal? Mother **K, I'm a piece of charcoal. Moreover, I'm a big piece of charcoal. Then, Chen ignored Bolton and looked at Toby. Toby, follow me. Looking at the two of them leaving, Bolton spat disdainfully. Bah, a big piece of charcoal. You're just a frog at the bottom of a well. Wait until you reach the divine world and see the world. You'll be scared to death. Bolton left. Chen and Toby walked to the prison of God. Entering the prison, the surroundings were dark. Toby condensed a light ball. The light ball floated above his head, illuminating the surroundings. Do you have a way to get the people here out? Asked Chen. What are you thinking? I don't have that authority, said Toby. Chen turned around and looked at him. If you don't have that authority, why did Bolton come to you? Also, if he can't get the people here out, why did he come to the prison? Toby shook his head. No. I don't have that authority. Chen said in a low voice, Toby, tell me the truth. If you tell me the truth, we can still be friends. If you don't, I'll beat you up. What? Toby heard this and stared at the skeleton in disbelief. He was a divine emissary, a powerful divine emissary. For so many years, he had been the one beating people up. Who would dare to beat him up? But seeing the icy soul fire burning in the skeleton's eyes, he felt somewhat discouraged. Just now, he had been laughing at Bolton. He didn't expect that in the blink of an eye, the skeleton would threaten to beat him up. Was this guy's zodiac sign a dog? Turning hostile at the slightest disagreement. Chen said again, Toby, don't think that I'm joking with you. There are seals here, but there shouldn't be any killing formations, right? It shouldn't be a problem for me to beat you up, right? Toby shook his head again and said firmly, if you want to learn how to open the prison from me and then go seek refuge with Sina, forgive me for not telling you. Even if I get beaten up. Chen looked at him. Even if I get beaten up. Toby's expression was resolute. It seems that Chen didn't stay here for nothing. At least she has a loyal subordinate like you. As he spoke, Chen put his arm around Toby's neck and said, don't worry. Even if I have to betray the whole world, I won't betray Chen. I'm her guard. I'll always protect her. Toby turned around and looked at the skeleton. His expression changed slightly. Then, he started to grimace. The skeleton's entire body was made of bones. When it held his neck, Toby's body was in pain. Toby's body was stronger than a level 9 saint body, but he could still feel pain at this moment. It was clear that the skeleton's strength was great. All right, tell me how you can take them away, Chen said. If the goddess returns, with her current status and identity, it won't be difficult for her to make these people leave. But the prerequisite is that she must have the token to control this world. Otherwise what? Otherwise, I'll rebel and forcibly take these people away from this world, Toby said. Bolton had this idea. Obviously, he also has this plan. Didn't you say that they can't leave this world? Chen asked doubtfully. Go directly to the divine realm. From here to the divine realm, there will be no obstructions. Of course, a divine envoy will have to lead the way, Toby said. Then I understand. The two of them walked directly to the 3rd floor. Just as they arrived, Chen heard a lazy voice. Well, who's here this time? Are you done yet? You're always disturbing my rest. Usually, when Zichen arrived, these existences would immediately stick their heads out and wag their tails excitedly like dogs. But this time, not only did no one appear, but the lazy voice also sounded. Zichen was not stupid. With a thought, he guessed the reason behind the other party's words. He walked forward with Toby and saw the first existence in the prison. It was a huge creature that looked like a pangolin. It was lying there at the moment. When it heard the noise, it opened its eyes and glanced at Zichen and Toby without saying a word. Zichen continued forward and saw the second huge creature. It was a snake with 9 heads. One of the heads looked at Zichen and said, "Yo, isn't this little skeleton? What brings you here? Is this guy beside you a Protoss? He looks a little unfamiliar. Aren't these guys usually high and mighty? Why are they here today?" Zichen did not say a word and continued forward. Every existence in the prison was lying there lazily and talking to Zichen in an extremely disdainful manner. Obviously, they were all smart people. They knew that they were now valuable and were waiting for the right price to sell. "Little skeleton, aren't you usually very talkative? Why are you so quiet today? I remember that you were looking at the sky the last few times you came here. Why are you looking at the ground today?" The one who spoke was the Cerberus. It had 3 heads and was very proud of itself. As one of the managers of the Divine City, Toby obviously knew that skeletons often came to the prison to deliver things. Therefore, he was not surprised that these fellows were familiar with them. Zichen did not say a word. He walked straight to the deepest part of the prison where Wuji and Qing Enyu were staying. The 2 people who were sitting cross-legged opened their eyes. When they saw Zichen, they nodded their heads at him as a form of greeting. Zichen nodded in response. Then, he turned around and looked at the existences in the prison. He said calmly, "It seems that you have heard some news. Then, I won't talk nonsense. It's simple. Follow me from now on." "That's easy for you to say. Why?" The Cerberus sneered. "Because I have treated you well," Zichen said. "TSK, not well? Then we will remember your kindness and repay you double when we get out," the Cerberus said. Chapter 2592. Toby quietly listened to the conversation between the 2 sides. It could be seen that the skeleton usually got along well with these guys. But today, Bolton had come and said something, which caused these people's temperament to change. This was really a case of betrayal. However, the person they were facing today was someone who would raise a knife at the slightest disagreement. Both sides were good at disagreements. Now that they met, who would be more powerful? Toby was faintly looking forward to it. Zichen was not angry at these traitors. After all, they were all old foxes. One could not expect all of them to repay a little kindness with a gushing spring. So, he said in a deep voice, "If you follow me, I can guarantee that you can still have your own bloodline. You don't have to become false gods." Obviously, this was the most attractive condition Zichen could offer. He also believed that Bolton's condition was that all of them had to become false gods. Sure enough, after hearing this, these people's mocking expressions changed slightly. But it was only a slight change. If one did not look carefully, one would not be able to see any changes at all. "What kind of condition is this?" The Cerberus said, "That's what Xiaobo said. He even said that if we were interested in becoming false gods, he would awaken our bloodline and let us become high and mighty divine envoys in the future." That's right. Back then, we almost agreed to Xiaobo's condition. But considering that we still have a little friendship with you, we deliberately came here to wait and see. But I didn't expect you to look down on our friendship at all. Another powerful existence said. Zichen said faintly, "I'll say the same thing again. When the Divine Lady returns, she will give you freedom and let you keep your bloodline. She won't force you to become false gods. If you agree, this matter is settled. If you don't..." Before Zichen could finish, the Cerberus said impatiently, "I don't agree. What's wrong with becoming a false god? We may become a divine race in the future. How good would it be to become a divine race? The world is so big, and we can go wherever we want." Zichen nodded and said, "That's right. These 3 dogs have made the right choice. What about you? Little skeleton, Be more polite with your words. This lord is a hellhound, the most ferocious hellhound. The hellhound stared at Zichen and said coldly. Zichen ignored the Cerberus and looked at the other existences in the prison. One of them said, "Little skeleton, are you out of your mind? You actually said that puppy made the best choice. He chose to join Xiaobo's team. It's the hellhound. Damn it." The hellhound roared. "I didn't say anything wrong, and you didn't hear anything wrong." Zichen said indifferently, "I know what kind of people you are, so I never thought of recruiting you. To be honest, Bolton's words sound nice, but I'm not sure if he has the strength to let you out." When the group of powerful existences heard this, their expressions changed slightly, but they remained indifferent. "Of course, even if Bolton can't get you out, I'll find a way to get you out. I hope that all of you will choose the path of false divinity, and I also hope that all of you can break through to the false divinity realm. That way, I will be more willing to let all of you out." "Why?" asked the hellhound. "Because the goddess is not here recently, and I don't have any cultivation resources on me," said Zichen. "Shameless little skeleton, you want to sell us to Xiaobo?" "Why?" the hellhound said angrily. But when he saw the fluctuating soul fire of the skeleton and felt that the skeleton seemed to be smiling, his expression changed instantly. He cried out involuntarily, "No, you damn bastard. You don't want to sell us, you want to kill us." When the other existences heard this, their expressions also changed. They had heard about the skeleton's deeds from Lei Yiming. Not to mention other things, just the fact that he could kill a false divinity realm expert in seconds. 4,000. That was not something they could deal with. It was said that even Xiaobo's arm had been cut off by him, and that divine arm had been refined by him. Zichen looked at them and said, "Didn't you say so? Our friendship is just a little bit, so after I let you out, our friendship will be gone. What's wrong with me using you to exchange for some resources?" The hellhound snorted coldly and said, "You're really cunning. Wuji, you heard that, right? He wants to kill us." Wuji didn't respond, but Qing'enyu showed a faint smile on her face. Obviously, the skeleton knew very well how to deal with these guys. "Everyone, I'm leaving. You have to cultivate well and try to break through as soon as possible." After finishing his last sentence, Zichen walked towards the staircase. Toby followed behind him. The hellhound stared at Zichen and said, "Kid, you're joking, right?" Zichen didn't respond and walked past him. Another existence stared at Zichen and said, "Little skeleton, you must be joking. You want to kill us? We're friends." Zichen walked past him. Then, one after another, Zichen still didn't respond. In the end, Zichen walked to the stairs and was about to go up. "Damn it, little skeleton, you win. We'll follow you. But you have to remember what you said. We won't give up our bloodline." The Hydra said coldly, "So be it. When the goddess comes back, we'll discuss how to let you out." Zichen had already walked up the stairs. His voice came from the second floor. "Damn little skeleton, I didn't expect him to be so cunning. I wanted to trick him, but now, I didn't get anything." The powerful existences were very depressed. Then, they all pointed their spears at Wuji and said, "Wuji, it's all your fault. If you came out and said a few words, we would have gained more benefits." "That's right, Wuji. You did it on purpose, didn't you? This is related to your own interests, but you're indifferent. Wuji, we've been friends for so many years." Wuji's indifferent voice sounded. "What friends? Cellmates?" Qing'enyu's laughter sounded. "Is this okay? They don't seem very reliable." Toby asked cautiously after coming out. "Are you sure anyone can enter the divine realm?" Zichen didn't answer and asked back. "Of course. Even mortals can enter the divine realm, but the prerequisite is that they have to be able to adapt to that world and withstand its power," said Toby. "Then there's no problem. As long as the goddess comes back and doesn't ask us to give up our bloodline, they're very reliable," said Zichen. "But they don't seem reliable at all. They might betray us at any time. They might even betray us in the time it takes to say a few words." Toby was still hesitant. Zichen said with a smile, "Don't worry. As long as they come out, they'll be the most reliable allies." Toby said, I don't know when the goddess will come back. When she comes back, she'll naturally come back. Chen looked at Toby and said, but you have to be careful. Don't let Bolton poach everyone on your side. If that happens, you'll really become a pile of ashes. Don't worry, he won't be able to poach my people, said Toby confidently. At the gate of the prison, Chen parted ways with Toby. He walked out of the city and went directly to the Crafts Manor. The craftsman ancestor and the others had been waiting in the Crafts Manor. When they saw Chen, they all stood up and looked at him anxiously. There might be a great war in the divine realm this time. All the newly promoted divine sons and goddesses will have to participate. In addition, they also need to lead their own teams. That's why Bolton wants to rope you in, said Chen. Will the goddess participate in the war too? She should. If she comes back and we join her team, I believe we can reach the divine realm without giving up our bloodline. Also, I asked Toby. He said that after reaching the divine realm, we can go to any place through the divine realm. Hearing this, everyone was very excited. Finally, they had a chance to leave. I wonder when the goddess will come back. I don't know either. But I just went to the prison and talked to those people. When the goddess comes back, she'll find a way to get them all out. That's the best. Next, they had to wait patiently. Of course, they also had to prevent Bolton from playing any tricks. Tyrant and the others were still at level 8. Speaking of which, being able to reach the 8th rank so quickly was already a very impressive feat. If he wanted to reach the 9th rank, it would be somewhat difficult. While waiting patiently, Bolton was also playing games with Toby in the city within the city. Whenever Toby was at a disadvantage, Chen would go to the city within the city to have a heart-to-heart talk with Bolton. The latter's plans were disrupted by the two of them time and time again. This situation continued for dozens of years until the goddess came back. When the goddess came back, Sina and Chi Wei also came back. Obviously, the two of them didn't plan to give up this place. Chen met Yi Chen again. Yi Chen asked directly, how are they? Chen said, they've reached level 8. Yi Chen nodded and said, that's good. I have to bring them to the divine realm and let them reach level 9 as soon as possible. This level is the minimum requirement to participate in the war. Then, Yi Chen went to find the craftsman ancestor and said that she would bring everyone who hadn't reached level 9 to the divine realm. Of course, the craftsman ancestor didn't have any objections. However, he asked about the war in the divine realm. Yi Chen was surprised. She didn't expect the craftsman ancestor to know. Then, Yi Chen said that they didn't need to become false gods. Half-martial ancestors were also fine. The craftsman ancestor and the other existences from the Life Star heaved a sigh of relief. After staying in this place for so many years, they finally had a chance to leave. After discussing some details with the craftsman ancestor, Yi Chen went to the city within the city. During this time, Chen followed. Chapter 2593. Hearing Toby's words, Yi Chen's expression changed slightly. Let's go and take a look, Yi Chen said. Yi Chen said. She clearly knew why the two of them were heading to the prison of gods. Chen said, if their goal is to recruit those people, and you have a way to release them, then we don't have to go. Yi Chen stopped and looked at Chen in confusion. Last time, Toby and I recruited them and gave them 2 conditions. One was to release them, and the other was to keep their bloodline. Chen said, if you can agree to these 2 conditions, then we don't have to go. Toby said nervously, that is true, but they are not very trustworthy. Also, if we can agree to their conditions, Godson Sini and Ji Wei will definitely agree. When that happens, we will have no advantage. Chen looked at Toby and said, do you think Sini and Ji Wei will agree to let them keep their bloodline? Yi Chen, who had been hesitant, calmed down and said, let's go back. Others might not understand Ji Wei, but she did. Ji Wei wanted subordinates, not companions. Having a fake god bloodline was his bottom line. Because of that, it was easier to control. As for Sini, he was a god's son who grew up in the god world. He saw the god bloodline as the noblest. Under these circumstances, how could he agree to let others keep their bloodline? But because she was anxious, She did not think of this. The skeleton's words made her understand everything. When the three of them went back, Toby was still worried. Zi Chen, who was walking next to him, said, "You don't have to worry about anything else. Just make sure your people are fine." Back at Goddess's place, Toby said goodbye. Zi Chen and Yi Qian went back to their room. Yi Qian looked at him and said, "This time, I will have to trouble you to come with me." Zi Chen said, "As a guard, it is my duty to help the goddess solve her problems." Yi Qian said, "The god world is very big, but it is also very dangerous. It is not a peaceful world. This time, the god realm is holding a trial for us, the newly promoted divine sons and divine daughters. The target of the trial is to fight against creatures from another dimension." A creature from another space-time? Zi Chen's soul fire flickered slightly. He had heard the words alternate space when he had saved my YA at the My Family. Yi Qian said, "It is said that it is not something from this world. It came here from another time and space. It is very dangerous. After this trial, the rewards will be distributed according to the merit points of each son of God and daughter of God. The rewards will be different sizes of God cities." Zi Chen said, "A divine city like this place?" Yi Qian shook her head and said, "No, it's just a city. You have never been to the God world. When you get there, you will naturally understand the importance of a God city." "When are we leaving?" "After we gather everyone, we will set off." Zi Chen thought for a moment and said, "If you need a lot of people, you can consider those moon wolves." "Moon Wolf Clan?" "They have a mission," Yi Qian said. "The Moon Wolf Clan has many people. It is possible to send some people. Plus, they have been there for too long. I believe they will be willing to come out." Yi Qian was tempted. Now was the time when they needed people. Thus, she decided to go herself. This time, there was a teleportation formation that led directly to the Moon Wolf Clan, but only she could use it. It was only for emergencies. Zi Chen returned to his residence and waited patiently. In the craftsman manner, the craftsman ancestor began to gather everyone below the 9th level. At the same time, Toby gathered his trusted subordinates. According to Yi Qian, only those at the 9th level were qualified to participate in this trial. Su Mengyaro and the others were not qualified yet. In the God world, there was a special trial ground. It was prepared for all the divine servants who had not yet matured. This place was usually closed, but because it was special this time, it was specially opened for the new sons of God and daughters. Yi Qian brought some moon wolves back. Afterward, her subordinates had already gathered. Yang Wei and Sina also gathered at this time. This time, they would take away all the 7th and 8th level existences in the entire city. Everyone gathered. It was time to set off. Sina and Yang Wei had dozens of times more people than Yi Qian's side. Their team was unusually large, while Yi Qian's side only had 200 or so people, and this was with the Moon Wolf Clan providing the main force. "Goddess Yi Qian, you don't seem to have many people. With so few people, how many will be able to reach the 9th level alive?" Yang Wei looked at Yi Qian and said indifferently, "You don't need to worry about that. You two, on the other hand, are recruiting people in my territory. I will report it when I reach the God world," Yi Qian replied coldly. This place was under Yi Qian's control. Sina and Yang Wei had no right to come here and recruit her people. "Is that so? But how come I don't see your command medallion?" Yang Wei said indifferently, "If you have the medallion, we can turn around and leave. These people can be returned to you. If you don't, what right do you have to stop us?" Zi Chen looked at the arrogant Yang Wei and said, "Is he also a son of God?" Yi Qian shook her head and said, "He is not a son of God, but he still has a spot in this trial. It is said that this is Ishihara Heavenly God's intention." Ishihara Heavenly God? Yes, Ishihara Heavenly God is ranked second among the 9 heavenly gods of the God world. There is a ranking for heavenly gods. Since ancient times, there have only been 9 heavenly gods. They are called the 9 great heavenly gods. Yi Qian said, "The heavenly gods will not abdicate unless one dies. Then a new heavenly god will appear. My father is ranked last, but he is also a new heavenly god." At this moment, Both sides had gathered their people. It was time to leave. Yi Qian's hands formed a seal, and streams of divine power gathered in the sky. Then, a huge formation emitting divine light appeared in the sky. This was a teleportation formation that could directly reach the God world. If ordinary people wanted to enter the God world, they needed a God envoy to activate the formation. Also, the formation needed to be maintained by divine power. When the formation was formed, Zi Chen looked back at Toby and said, "I will leave this place to you. Don't let others take advantage of this." Toby nodded and said, "Don't worry, this place will be the same when you come back." Zi Chen patted Toby's shoulder and said, "Remember, send more resources to the prison so that they can break through faster." Toby nodded. On the square, 3 spirit designs appeared. A vast aura surged from the formations. Following the activation of the formation, the people below all rushed into the formation. They were about to enter the God world. The faces of Tyrant and the others were filled with excitement and anticipation. They had never thought that they would be able to enter the God world one day. If they were asked where was the most mysterious place, their answer would definitely not be the Lightning God Palace, but the God world. That was the place that gave birth to the God race, and every God race member was stronger than a great sage. It was the ultimate land. Everyone was naturally curious about such a place. In the square, the teleportation formation disappeared. In the God world, in a desolate area, an intense energy fluctuation suddenly appeared. Then, divine light lingered in the area. A huge formation appeared out of nowhere in the sky. The formation was surrounded by divine light and rotated in the sky. Within the divine light, figures appeared one after another. At this moment, a total of 3 formations appeared in this desolate area. The divine light transformed into figures, and Zi Chen and the others appeared. This world was filled with dense divine energy, so dense that it was somewhat berserk. The moment they arrived, they felt extremely uncomfortable. This divine power was filled with an oppressive aura. It was as if there was a God race member that was constantly releasing his aura. This was the pressure of a god. Other than the fact that it was similar to the God world, the scene in front of them was very different from what they thought the God world should be. There were no small beasts that would not be startled by people, nor were there strange flowers and plants everywhere. There was only a desolate area, and even a little bit sinister. This was the God world. This was the place that gave birth to countless experts. It wasn't as good as the Sky Marshal continent, and it couldn't even be compared to a certain valley in the Sky Marshal continent. "Goddess, did we come to the wrong place?" Tyrant looked around and said with lingering fear. At this moment, other than the pressure of a god, he also felt a strong sense of danger. The others were also very surprised. This was not the God world that they imagined. But Yi Qian's next words completely dispelled their strange thoughts. "That's right, this is the God world. A place that looks sacred, but is full of dangers. Now, let our trial begin." Just as she finished speaking, roars came from all around. These roars were mostly from humans, and they were filled with fear. "It seems that they have encountered danger. We should be careful," Yi Qian said aloud. The divine energy around her surged, forming a huge divine light barrier that enveloped these people. Because there were fewer people, her divine energy could completely envelop them. The surrounding sounds were still echoing, but the roars of fear had turned into mournful screams. "What's going on?" Zi Chen, who was standing beside Yi Qian, asked. "It's some strange creatures. They are the descendants of creatures from another spacetime that came to this world. Although their fighting strength is not comparable to that of creatures from another spacetime, they have the advantage in numbers and reproduce quickly. I don't know if they are not recognized by the rules of the God world, and have not been given the intelligence that they should have." Yi Qian's gaze swept the surroundings. "So, they are a group of cruel creatures that only know how to kill." After saying that, strange creatures appeared in everyone's line of sight. They all had different appearances, and they all had strange shapes. Some had 3 legs, some had 5 legs, and they looked like deformed products. Their eyes were cold and cruel, without any sense of reason. Chapter 2594. Looking at the creatures that were speeding up, Zi Chen took out his stone knife and walked out of the protective shield. Seeing someone appear, the creatures sped up again and rushed towards Zi Chen. Their eyes were cruel and merciless. They opened their mouths and bit at Zi Chen. Poof! He raised his knife and cut a creature in half. Blood sprayed everywhere. Poof! Poof! The knife flashed again, and another creature was cut in half. But the rest of the xenogeneic creatures leaped towards Zi Chen and drowned him in a sea of blood. Poof! Poof! During this time, the knife was still flashing. Every time it flashed, some creatures would be cut in half. At the same time, there was a cracking sound. It was the sound of the teeth of the creatures breaking when they bit Zi Chen's skeleton. Zi Chen had the sky god's bone, which was one of the hardest materials in the world. Boom! Powerful energy appeared from Zi Chen's body, forming a ripple of energy that spread in all directions. Wherever the ripple passed, the creatures that had drowned him were blown away. When they fell to the ground, there was no sound. They were all dead. Zi Chen was not even afraid of the oracle. Naturally, he was not afraid of these unintelligent creatures. This was the main reason why Yi Qian had brought him along. But these creatures were obviously not afraid of death. Many of their companions had died, but they still rushed towards Yi Chen without hesitation. In the distance, more creatures were rushing toward them. Aside from Zi Chen, the other xenogeneics were also heading for the god's light dome. Bang! Bang! They used their bodies to crash into the shield, and the sound of banging could be heard. Through the light shield, everyone looked at the brutal xenogeneic creatures. They were all frightened. Yi Qian said expressionlessly, "Now, everyone should be divided into groups and get ready for battle. Once you enter the trial area, you will encounter these creatures. So now, you have to try to understand them. These xenogeneic creatures aren't very high-leveled. With your power, you can deal with them. Remember, teamwork is the most important thing. Because there are so many of these creatures, it's normal to be surrounded." The so-called grouping was naturally to find familiar people. Fortunately, these people only came from 3 places. Thus, those who possessed the blood of the false gods formed a group. 4,000. The craftsman manor formed one team while the moon wolf formed another. When these people were ready for battle, Yi Qian removed the light barrier. Without the shield, the xenogeneic creatures started to charge. Everyone, be careful. Divine power surged around Yi Qian, then turned into sharp swords that floated in the air. She was on guard against the entire battlefield. Wherever there was a crisis, she would immediately provide support. This was also the advantage of having fewer people. At the very least, they could ensure that no one would die in this situation. While the battle was erupting here, Yang Wei's and Sina's teams were also ambushed by strange creatures. Although they had brought some false gods with them, they had brought more people with them. It was inevitable that they wouldn't be able to take care of all of them. Moreover, these people didn't have any time to adjust, so they suffered great losses. It could even be said that they suffered great losses. Damn it! Looking at the chaotic scene, Yang Wei cursed angrily. It wasn't easy for him to find these people. He didn't expect that they would suffer such great losses. However, at this moment, it seemed that he could only do it himself. In another place, Sina's situation wasn't good either. Fortunately, everyone in the team was strong and had unimaginable battle experience. After being caught off guard, they quickly adapted to this method of battle. On the battlefield, Zi Chen had already retreated. He held the stone sword in his hand and shuttled through the battlefield. Wherever there was danger, he would provide support. The weakest of these people was at least level 7. After coming here, they could already use the energy in their bodies. After gradually adapting, their killing efficiency increased. The xenogeneic creatures that were constantly charging forward had unknowingly stopped. Everyone looked around and saw that there were corpses everywhere. Further away, there were still xenogeneic creatures, but they didn't charge forward. Instead, they lingered in the distance. "Let's go." Yi Qian gestured for everyone to continue forward. During this time, there were only injured people in the team. No one died. After they left the battlefield, they saw that the xenogeneic creatures lingering in the periphery immediately rushed forward and began to eat their companions' corpses. While moving forward, Yi Qian said, will encounter many of these xenogenic creatures along the way. These things are the most common in the god realm, and they move in groups. They're very difficult to deal with. The others had already felt the brutality of these xenogenic creatures. If one person went forward alone, it would be completely unimaginable. Even Chen would be helpless in the face of this group of xenogenic creatures. Because in this situation, it would be difficult to move an inch. Chen asked, "Are these things everywhere in the god realm?" Chen nodded and said, "Yes. That's why our reward is a god city. Why not get rid of them? They don't have intelligence, but they reproduce very quickly. It's almost impossible to kill them all. It's said that there have been several large encirclements in history, but they were all useless. As time passed, the god realm grew stronger on their own. However, they don't dare to enter the core of the god realm, so they can only stay in the periphery." Chen said, "Every time a divine son or divine daughter appears, the god realm will give them a god city as a reward. Then, they'll be allowed to expand their god city and develop their own forces. Of course, the god city will be located in the periphery, and they'll have to develop it themselves. Without a god city, it would be difficult to move an inch in this world." It was hard to imagine that the god realm was actually so dangerous. While charging forward, they encountered a second ambush. It was still the same xenogenic creatures, and they were still as fearless as before. They were still crazily charging forward. However, this time, because everyone had the experience of facing enemies, they could already deal with it reasonably. On the devil ape's body, demonic light shone, and clones appeared one after another. In an instant, there were thousands of them. Then, these clones rushed toward the xenogenic creatures. While charging forward, his clones encountered a strong attack, and they were dispersing one by one. However, their charging speed had obviously slowed down because of this. Demonic chi lingered, and the devil ape instantly transformed. His body appeared like a mountain, and the black rod in his hand also increased in size. The runes on it flickered as it smashed downward. Boom! With a loud bang, the ground cracked open, and powerful energy spread in all directions. No one knew how many of these xenogenic creatures died. Ying! Ying! The thunder dragon and the savage dragon, two great existences, soared into the sky. One of them flashed with lightning, while the other flashed with green light. Then, endless lightning and green sword light each occupied half of the sky, and covered the area in front of them. Amitabha! The monk clasped his palms together in front of him. A huge Buddha palm print appeared in the sky. In the center of the palm print, there was a shining golden swastika character. Boom! As the palm print landed, the ground trembled, and the ground caved in deeply. In the process, many of the xenogenic creatures turned into dust and disappeared. Xuelin lifted her hand, and a beam of light shot out. This beam of light quickly sank into the ground, and then the ground began to tremble slightly. A lotus leaf broke out of the ground. The lotus leaf that broke out of the ground was constantly spinning. During this time, beams of materialized light shot out in all directions. Like hidden weapons, they pierced through the bodies of the xenogenic creatures nearby. Wang Xiana swung her sword, and a beam of sword light swept forward like a waterfall. The xenogenic creatures that dashed forward were instantly chopped into pieces, and the sword light went far away. At this moment, everyone displayed their powerful techniques. Facing these xenogenic creatures, it was a complete massacre. However, there were too many of them, and they quickly rushed to the front. Puff! Puff! During this time, a beam of light flashed, and Zhong Haotian moved between light and darkness. He killed all the xenogenic creatures that tried to approach him. Wang! Next to them, the light of energy flashed, and a light wall quickly appeared, blocking the xenogenic creatures outside. Array Master LV Peng took action. Bang! 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 These strange creatures slammed into the light wall, creating loud bangs. Soon, cracks began to appear on the light wall. Everyone got a rare chance to breathe, and they adjusted their aura, preparing for the next round of battle. Bang! The light wall shattered, and a new round of battle broke out. At this moment, among the three teams, the one that Yi Qian didn't need to worry about the most was the team from the Life Star. As the existence that led the way for the heaven-defying warriors of this generation, Tyrant, and the others had very strong fighting strength. The battle continued, and Zi Chen and Yi Qian were also supporting them at any time. After killing the first wave, the team continued to move forward, and then they would encounter these xenogenic creatures again, and the cycle repeated. In this way, after several months, they finally saw the God Clan's building. It was a very small city, with a radius of less than 10 miles, smaller than some villages. There was an activated formation there, and the light of energy was like an inverted bowl, covering the small city. Outside the light wall, there were many xenogenic creatures. They were constantly hitting the light wall, trying to enter the small city. In front of us is the training ground. There is an opportunity to reach level 9, and it's our final goal this time. Yi Qian looked ahead and said, "Now, our first task is to kill our way in." Kill. Shouts and battle cries came from another direction. Shake's team had arrived. At the same time, shouts and battle cries came from another direction. It was Sina's team. Let's go. Chapter 2595. Just as Zi Chen was charging forward, the xenogenic creatures sensed him and turned around. Their eyes flashed with a cruel light, and they rushed toward him. Zi Chen, who was charging forward, had energy surge around him. It created vibrating waves. All the xenogenic creatures that tried to attack him were blown away by the energy and killed. This time, they were only going to enter a small city, so it wasn't really a training exercise. They just needed to get in early. He led the way, and the others followed behind him. During this time, everyone attacked. Energy flashed, and they attacked the xenogenic creatures that took advantage of the empty space. Yi Qian was at the very back. She was covering the rear. As they rushed forward, energy vibrations kept coming out. Powerful shockwaves were created. In Sina and Ji Wei's direction, something similar was happening. Now, there were shockwaves outside. The people in the small city felt it. In the small city, a few people appeared. They walked up to the city wall and saw what was happening outside. It's the three of them. Kai Meng, I remember one of them is your sister. A god looked at the young man next to him and said. Just a lucky guy from the lower world, Kai Meng said coldly. After that, he looked at a young woman next to him and said, "Seventh sister, you haven't seen your sixth sister yet, have you?" The young woman's body was surrounded by godly light. She looked proud. She looked outside and said, "I haven't seen her before. Her name is Yi Qian. I've seen her today," Kai Meng said. Father said he would give her people, but she didn't want them. I thought she had developed a lot, but she only has 200 people. The woman nodded and no longer spoke. However, a trace of resentment flashed across her eyes. Of the three teams, Yi Qian's team was in the middle. They were about to enter. The god who had spoken earlier said, "Let's go. They are about to enter. Let's go welcome them." A group of people walked down the city wall. They patiently waited for the others to enter. Yi Qian's team was the first to enter. Because they had the smallest number of people, they hadn't suffered any losses. After Zi Chen walked in, he saw Kai Meng. Speaking of which, Kai Meng's contributions couldn't go unnoticed for him to become what he was today. Kai Meng had also noticed this peculiar skeleton in Yi Qian's team. The two of them looked at each other in an instant. Zi Chen's soul rippled, and a trace of killing intent flowed out. "You're courting death." Kai Meng shouted at Zi Chen and took a step forward, releasing his divine aura. "Kai Meng, what are you doing?" A cold voice rang out as Yi Qian walked forward. Kai Meng glanced at Yi Qian, and his cold expression dissipated. A faint smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. He looked at the young woman beside him and said, "Seventh sister, did you see that? This is your sixth elder sister. She always calls me by my name." Zi Chen's soul fluctuated slightly. He was astonished. If he remembered correctly, when Yi Qian had awakened her bloodline in God City, Kai Meng had said that Yi Qian was the youngest bloodline. Now, there was actually an additional seventh sister. Could it be that in these past few years, the pagoda battle heavenly deity had another bloodline? Xin Lin greets sixth sister. The young goddess bowed towards Yi Qian. After getting up, she looked at Yi Qian and said, "As a member of the pagoda battle heavenly deity's bloodline, We should have the most basic manners, right? Calling your elder brother by his name seems to be a bit too much. Even if sixth sister came from the lower realm, when your bloodline awakened, didn't you wash away your lowly lower realm bloodline? These words were clearly very rude. Yi Qian's face revealed a trace of displeasure. She said coldly, "Who do you think you are? You dare to lecture me? You." A trace of anger flashed through Xin Lin's eyes. She didn't expect Yi Qian's counterattack to be so sharp. "All right, seventh sister. Don't lower yourself to your sixth sister's level. 4,000. There's actually a reason why she calls me by my name," Kai Meng said. "Oh, I don't know what the reason is. She doesn't even recognize her own second brother," Xin Lin said. "Back then in Lightning Divine Palace, I threw her sweetheart into the abyss. Since then, she has hated me. However, I did it for her own good. Her sweetheart is only a lowly lower realm person." After Kai Meng's voice fell, behind Yi Qian, the expressions of Su Mengyaro and the others changed. Yi Qian said angrily, "Kai Meng, what nonsense are you talking about?" Kai Meng said indifferently, "What? Did I say something wrong? If it wasn't for your sweetheart from the lower realm, would you not recognize your second brother and be sad for so many years? You don't even return home now. Furthermore," he changed the topic and said, "Furthermore, you don't even want those people father prepared for you. Could it be that you aren't brooding over what happened back then? Look at you now. You only brought a few people, and almost all of them have low bloodline. I didn't know that sixth sister had this kind of hobby. As expected of someone who once had a lowly bloodline. Even if you have the noble bloodline of a heavenly god, you still can't change your lowly pursuit." A trace of disdain flashed through Xin Lin's eyes. Zi Chen took a step forward. The light of energy on his body surged. He raised the long blade in his hand. "Don't fight here," Yi Qian said to stop him. Xin Lin looked at Zi Chen and said, "Oh, this is Sixth Sister's bodyguard. Don't tell me he also came from the lower realm and doesn't know the rules. Are you trying to intimidate me? I'm really scared. If you're scared, then scram." Suddenly, a faint voice sounded. "Who is it? Get out here," Xin Lin said in a sharp voice. "It's your Lord Zeng." Tyrant walked out from behind. He looked at Xin Lin and said, "You called your Lord Zeng out. Didn't you hear what he said? Then Lord Zeng will say it again. If you're scared, then scram. What are you still standing here for? Your Lord Zeng came all the way to your god realm as a guest. Are you standing here to block the way or to welcome your Lord Zeng? Stupefied. Or stupefied." In short, the surroundings were quiet. Especially after Tyrant finished speaking, the surroundings were so quiet that even the roars of those strange creatures couldn't be heard. Everyone was stupefied. Sina, Ya Wei, and the others who followed them were also stupefied. Even though they didn't know exactly what had happened, the monk's words were enough to move them. Xin Lin was stupefied. Even Kai Meng was stupefied. What did this guy say? Lord Zeng? In the entire god realm, or even in the entire world, who dared to call himself Lord in front of them? Moreover, this tyrant kept calling them Lord Zeng. Obviously, he was quite good at it. Even Devil Ape and the others behind Tyrant were stupefied. Of course, they knew his identity. They also knew that he had a god realm father. But they didn't expect that Tyrant would speak so carelessly. The moment he opened his mouth, he called them Lord Zeng. Looking at the quiet crowd, Tyrant looked very proud. He thought that he had subdued them with just a few words. But he quickly noticed that these people's expressions were different. It seemed that they weren't just subdued. Then, he realized it. His heart jumped, but he pretended to be calm. You're courting death. You dare to insult the god realm. Men, kill him for me. Xin Lin reacted and screamed. Obviously, she was very angry. You insulted the god realm. You must die. Kai Meng's eyes flashed with killing intent. Colorful light twirled around his body. He instantly grabbed Tyrant. Tyrant was only at level 8. How could he be Kai Meng's opponent? He didn't even have time to react. His whole body couldn't move. Colorful light twirled around him. Kai Meng's palm fell. Boom. Powerful energy shook. The energy surged violently. Tyrant's monk robe fluttered violently, making flapping sounds. In front of him, the skeleton stood indifferently. The strong wind blew through the gaps of his skeleton, making him retreat. Kai Meng, who was infuriated, was pushed back by a palm. He looked at the skeleton with fear, but the anger on his face didn't diminish. What are you waiting for? Didn't you hear that he insulted the god realm? Why aren't you killing him? Xin Lin looked at the people around her and said in a sharp voice. Everyone could see that this was a family dispute. Who dared to intervene? Only this monk who didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth talked too much. They weren't stupid. What? Do you all want to rebel? Seeing that no one moved, Xin Lin said angrily. Enough. Don't you think it's shameful enough? Yi Qian looked at Xin Lin coldly. Who are you calling shameful? He insulted father. Didn't you hear? Xin Lin glared at Yi Qian. Get out of the way. Yi Qian stared at Xin Lin and Kai Meng. She didn't respond. Zi Chen already stood aside. Tyrant also tactfully retreated to the back. There must be an explanation for this, Kai Meng said with a cold face. Then you go back and ask father. If this is an insult, then ask him to come and ask for an explanation. Now, the two of you get out of the way. Yi Qian showed a rare domineering attitude. Sina and Ya Wei chose to remain silent. Yi Qian didn't get along with her brother and sister. They were happy to watch the show. Of course, this was related to the god realm. They didn't dare to add insult to injury. Good, very good. Kai Meng coldly looked at Yi Qian. Then he stared at the skeleton. Finally, he looked at Tyrant. His eyes were full of anger. However, he still chose to get out of the way. Xin Lin was angry, but she had no choice. If this matter was spread to the god realm, perhaps the two of them would be reprimanded. Yi Qian took her people and walked forward. She didn't pay attention to the two of them. However, it didn't mean that she was indifferent. At this moment, she transmitted her voice to those people. You all should be careful. Xin Lin's people will also be in this trial. According to her temperament, she might instigate her subordinates to attack you. The group of people nodded silently. They were all trial participants. Their realms weren't too different. They weren't afraid of others. However, they still had to be careful. The group walked in. Naturally, the person in charge of this place came to greet them. Whether it was Kai Meng, Xin Lin, or Yi Qian, they were all people they couldn't afford to offend. This small town wasn't big. Therefore, they couldn't provide lodging for everyone. Everyone who came for the trial had to stay in the square. Sina and Ya Wei's people also arrived. They had lost a lot of people. After a short stop, they entered the trial ground. Yi Qian didn't tell them much. She just told them to come back alive. Of course, the trial was dangerous. Before leaving, Tyrant said, "Don't worry. We will definitely come back alive. If trouble comes to us, I believe they won't come back alive." Yi Qian nodded. She had confidence in Tyrant and the others. After all, when the previous era ended, they were the only ones left. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that they represented the most talented people on the life stars of this era. Let's go. Where to? Chapter 2596. The two of them left the small city. On the way out, it was inevitable that they would encounter these strange creatures. But this time, there was no battle. Yi Qian's body was enveloped in a light of energy. The light of energy enveloped her and Zi Chen. When the two of them walked out, those strange creatures also unceasingly attacked the light barrier. During this period of time, there was the sound of banging. The two of them walked far away. Kai Meng and the others appeared. They could still see the two of them gradually disappearing. Looking at that skeleton, Kai Meng frowned and asked, "Where did that skeleton come from?" Sina, who was standing beside him, said, "It's her bodyguard." Kai Meng said in astonishment, "When did she find such a bodyguard?" Sina shook his head and said, "I don't know. But this bodyguard is strange. Yang Wei and I suspect that he used to be a god. His bones didn't rot and gave birth to intelligence." Then Yi Qian picked him up. Looking at Kai Meng's solemn expression, Sina said, "What, you want to kill him?" Kai Meng said, "I always feel that this person is somewhat strange. It would be best if we could kill him." Sina heard this and said with a bitter smile, "Killing this skeleton is not easy. Don't look at him as a skeleton that can't even stand a gust of wind. His battle strength is definitely not low. I guess that even a second-level divine emissary may not be able to defeat him. I want him dead." Right at this moment, a voice filled with resentment sounded from behind. Everyone turned around and saw Xin Lin. At this moment, her eyes were full of resentment and killing intent. Kai Meng looked at Xin Lin and said, "Don't mess around. If something happens to her, you and I can't bear Father's anger. Moreover, you should know Father's attitude towards her." Xin Lin said coldly, "I won't kill her, but I will kill him. Isn't he her bodyguard? Then I will kill him and leave her without anyone to protect her. Let's see how she will participate in the next trial. But if Father knows about this, he will definitely send someone else to her." Kai Meng said. "She still has the face to ask for people. She was the one who insisted on leaving. If not for her, Father would have given me at least twice as many people," Xin Lin said resentfully. Although the two of them had never met before, they had a conflict of interest. What Yi Qian didn't know was that because she didn't want the manpower assigned to her by her godfather, it indirectly led to the loss of half of Xin Lin's men. But even if they were reduced by half, those people were still 10 times more than Yi Qian, or even 10 times more. He didn't know what Xin Lin said next, but the two gods' emissaries who were standing in the distance immediately flew out of the small town. As he watched the two divine envoys rush out, Sina turned around and glanced at Yong Wei. The latter shook his head without leaving a trace. Sina, who was about to say something, nodded without batting an eyelid. "Those two are the guards that Father arranged for you to train. What if something happens?" Kai Meng said. "One of them is a level 2 skeleton, while the other is a level 3 skeleton. How could anything go wrong when they are working together to kill a suspected level 2 skeleton?" Xin Lin said confidently. Both Yang Wei and Sina chose to remain silent. They could not be considered friends. To a certain extent, they were competitors. Kai Meng, who already owned a god city, did not participate this time. He was accompanying Xin Lin. "After we get the world token, we'll return to the god city and release the people in the god prison." At this time, Yi Qian was flying through the air with Zi Chen. "When the time comes, we'll take out those level 9 materials and have them refine some holy weapons." Zi Chen's body was only suppressed on the life star. Once he left, it would return to normal. In the god realm, he, who had the god bone, could fly by himself. "Don't you have too few people?" Zi Chen asked halfway. He saw that Sina and Yang Wei had brought quite a few people. That person called Xin Lin had brought even more. Actually, Zi Chen didn't. 4,000. It was clear that Yang Wei and Sina continued to stay in the small town, waiting for reinforcements to arrive. This time, the people they brought were only from the god city. Apart from that, the two of them had their own forces. Therefore, their numbers were much more than Xin Lin's. Strictly speaking, Yi Qian's mere 200 people were almost negligible. Yi Qian said, "Anyway, the reward this time is a god city. It's just a matter of whether it's good or not. I don't have the ambition to dominate. Having a small town is enough. Even if it's the same size as before, it's enough. I don't have a big goal. As long as I can be with the person I want to be with, it's enough. Even if I don't have a place of my own, I can continue to wander." While speaking, she didn't look at Zi Chen. Because she knew that the person next to her was just a skeleton. Suddenly, 2 powerful auras came from behind them. The two of them turned around and saw 2 members of the god race flying towards them. They were 2 god envoys. The two of them stopped and looked at the 2 god envoys. They came with murderous intent. "They're targeting me," Zi Chen said indifferently. Then he took out the stone knife from his god ring. Yi Qian took a step forward and stood shoulder to shoulder with Zi Chen. God's energy surged from her body. Zi Chen said, "Let me do it. Otherwise, there might be no end to this situation along the way. You should be careful. They seem very strong," Yi Qian said. Chen nodded slightly and rushed forward with the stone knife. Divine light lingered around the two god envoys. When they saw that Chen actually took the initiative to attack, a sneer appeared at the corners of their mouths. They threw out a punch. Dazzling divine light surged, and the two god-destroying fists went straight for Chen. His hand rose and the knife fell. The knife flashed, and the two god-destroying fists disappeared silently. Chen didn't slow down. He rushed straight forward and arrived in front of the two god envoys in an instant. The two god envoys' expressions changed slightly. They raised their hands to block, and God's energy surged. Boom! With a powerful shock, Chen's body swayed, and the two god envoys flew backward. With a simple attack, they sensed the strength of their opponent. Their expressions changed. After that, the two god envoys looked at each other and then withdrew the light lingering around their bodies. The next moment, divine light appeared on the two god envoys at the same time. This divine light was still constantly changing colors, but it was more condensed and terrifying. At this moment, even Chen felt a rare sense of danger. Divine light lingered around the two god envoys, but this time, it didn't surround their bodies. One of them had two divine lights around him, like two energy halos, enveloping his body. The other one had three divine halos revolving around him. Second level and third level god envoys. Skeleton, be careful. Yi Qian's voice sounded. Chen didn't know what this level meant, but he could feel a strong sense of danger from the two god envoys. In his body, energy condensed and rushed toward the two god envoys. You're courting death. The two god envoys shouted coldly and punched again. It was still the god-destroying fists, but this time, there were 2 and 3 divine lights lingering around the fists, making the power of this punch stronger. Swoosh! Chen slashed down. The stone knife instantly destroyed the 3 divine fists, but it was too late to destroy the 2 divine fists. The fists hit him. Boom! The light of energy on the surface of his body shattered, and his entire body was sent flying. Skeleton, are you okay? Yi Qian asked worriedly. I'm fine. Chen stabilized himself in the air. He had the heavenly god's bone, so this punch couldn't do anything to him. But at this moment, he could sense how powerful his opponent was, and he could sense the mysteries of this punch. This was the result of the complete condensation of God's power. It was as if all the energy had been compressed into a single point. Clearly, this was a novel way of fighting, or rather, a novel way of using energy. It was different from the god envoys and Sina that he had encountered before. In truth, Chen didn't know that it wasn't that Sina and the others didn't want to use it, but that they hadn't been able to do so before. When one's entire body was filled with pure god power, one would be what the world called a god envoys. But in this case, one would only be a beginner god envoys. Only by condensing all the god power in one's body into a single strand of power would one truly be recognized by the god realm as god power, the power of god envoys. Chen didn't know this before, so all the god power in his body was scattered. Even the energy contained in his heart of the god was in a completely relaxed state. That punch from his opponent just now had given him a great deal of inspiration. And so, he stood there, motionless with his stone saber in front of his chest. The god power that had gathered in his heart was rapidly condensing. Chen wasn't familiar with this kind of condensation, because he had never reached this level before. But this body was familiar. Or rather, this skeleton was familiar. This was because it had once been a heavenly god's bone, and it still had the firmness that a heavenly god's bone should have. It had experienced this scene long ago. So, with a single thought from Chen, the god power in his heart began to condense on its own. While it was condensing, the god power in his heart was rapidly being consumed. This kind of consumption was extremely astonishing. Just as the first strand of god power in his heart was condensed, half of the god power in his heart had been consumed. Then, an energy halo appeared around his body. This energy halo was emitting a colorful light, just like the previous 2 god envoys. First-level god envoys. When the 2 of them saw this scene, their faces were also filled with astonishment. But soon, their expressions changed again. They saw that the skeleton in front of them had once again emitted the power of a divine envoy. 2 halos of God power surrounded his body. Second-level God envoys. How is this possible? This time, the exclamation came from Yu Yichen. She was in disbelief. She knew very well that it was Zichen's heavenly god's bone. Zichen was a person from the Life Star, not a member of the God clan. How could he condense God power at this moment? In fact, Zichen didn't know the answer to this question. But after these 2 strands of God power appeared, the energy in his heart was completely exhausted. But at this moment, he also felt an unprecedented power. So, he clenched his stone saber and rushed forward. When he rushed forward, the 2 strands of God power surrounding his body were now wrapped around the stone saber. At this moment, the stone saber in his hand became extremely terrifying. This kind of terror even shocked Zichen. So, he, who was originally rushing toward the 2nd-grade God envoys, rushed toward the 3rd-grade God envoys. Swoosh. Chapter 2597. Zichen's saber cut through the 3rd-level divine emissary's defense and cut off his head. Beside him, the 2nd-level divine emissary was dumbfounded. Zichen was also dumbfounded after the saber cut through his body. The former was because of his powerful combat power. The latter was because of the consumption of the saber. During this period of time, he had been killing and robbing. He had absorbed a total of divine energy and stored it in his heart. However, he had only condensed 2 streams of divine energy. However, just now, when he cut with his saber, the 2 streams of divine energy in his heart had been emptied. Only 1 stream of divine energy was left on the stone saber. Behind him, Yichen was extremely shocked when she saw this scene. Killing a 3rd-level divine emissary with a single saber strike? What kind of combat power was this? Fortunately, Zichen had experienced too many battles along the way. He also knew that this was definitely not the time to be distressed over the loss of divine energy. Therefore, taking advantage of the fact that the divine energy on the stone saber had not dissipated, he slashed again. This time, the saber went straight for the 2nd-level divine emissary. Poof! The stone saber easily broke through the 2nd-level divine emissary's powerful defense. Then, it slashed diagonally down his body, splitting his body diagonally. During this time, the light on the stone saber rapidly dimmed until it disappeared. The 2 divine emissaries fell from the ground one after another. Zichen, who had been emitting light from his body, instantly withdrew the light from his body. At this moment, he became an ordinary skeleton and fell to the ground. When the 2nd saber cut through him, not only did it consume the remaining divine energy, but it also drained the energy in his heavenly god's bone. Therefore, at this moment, he was just a skeleton. There was no energy in his body at all. He could not even perform basic flight. The ground shook and dust splashed. A deep pit appeared on the ground. Zichen stood in the center of the pit. Not far from him were the 2 divine emissaries who had lost their vitality. Looking at the 2 corpses, Zichen was a little stunned. Go! At this moment, Yichen's voice sounded. She waved her hand and a divine light sprinkled down. The corpses of the 2 divine emissaries on the ground flew toward her and then disappeared. After that, Yichen took Zichen, who was obviously not in good condition, and flew into the distance. This time, Yichen practically used her full strength. During this time, Zichen also attempted to absorb the surrounding power of divinity. However, the rate at which he absorbed it was extremely slow. What is going on? As they advanced, Yichen asked. Zichen shook his head and said, I don't know. How did you suddenly become a 2nd-level oracle? Also, how is it that you, a level 2 martial artist, can kill a level 3 martial artist in 1 strike? Yichen asked again. 2nd-level oracle? Zichen keenly grasped this word. This is the hierarchy of the Protoss. Condensing the power of a single divine envoy was equivalent to a 1st-grade divine envoy. You clearly didn't have any divine power before, so why did you suddenly condense 2 divine powers? Zichen thought about it and said, I'm not too sure about that. Previously, when I was hit by that punch, I felt that the opponent's energy was very condensed, so I gave it a try. I didn't expect that the energy in my body would become 2. But now, those 2 powers are gone. Just a moment ago, when Zichen's body had condensed two powers, Yi Qian had indeed perceived that he had the strength of a second-level oracle. But now, she couldn't perceive it. She looked at Zichen and perceived the strange soul of the opposite party. In her heart, she guessed the reason. The strength of a realm depended on the soul itself, not the energy. Just like Tyrant and the others, although they were injured, their soul realm was still there. So after their injuries were healed, they would still be able to reach their original realm. But Skeleton was obviously different. He didn't have the soul of a second-level oracle, or it could be said that he wasn't a Protoss. As for the previous power, it was only temporary. It could even be said that he couldn't be considered a practitioner in the strict sense. He was more like a puppet. As long as this puppet's heart was filled with energy, then he would have the strength to fight again. If he didn't fill it with energy, then he would lose all his fighting strength. This could be seen from the fact that he couldn't quickly absorb the divine power of heaven and earth. If it were other oracles, even if the energy in their body was exhausted, they could still absorb the divine power of heaven and earth to recover. But Skeleton couldn't. The speed at which he absorbed the divine power of heaven and earth was too slow. At this speed, he could barely walk like an ordinary person. If he didn't have a soul, now he would be a walking corpse. Thinking about this point, Yi Qian seemed a little sad. But she quickly sorted out her emotions. Looking at Skeleton, she said, "Your situation is a little special. It seems to have something to do with your soul." Zichen nodded as if he understood. In fact, in his heart, he had a faint guess. Then, Yi Qian took out a divine crystal and gave it to him, saying, "Try to absorb it." Zichen took the divine crystal. Originally, he absorbed the divine power of heaven and earth very slowly. But at this moment, after holding the divine crystal, the energy contained in the crystal immediately emerged from the divine crystal and flowed into his body. At this moment, his previously dim body began to glow once more. His strength returned. Skeleton had regained his strength. He could already fly, so he nodded at Yi Qian. Bang! 4,000-inch the divine crystal in his hand shattered, but the energy contained in it was all swallowed up. Only a part of it entered Zichen's heart and was stored there. The rest was in his bones. Yi Qian looked at him and asked, "How do you feel now?" Zichen said, "If another oracle comes, I can only passively take a beating." His current state was almost the same as when he first arrived at the Divine City from the Life Star. In this situation, he could easily kill Heaven Realm experts, saints, level 8 and 9 experts, and even false gods. But when it came to dealing with oracles, it was obviously not enough. "Here." Yi Qian nodded slightly. Divine light flashed in front of her, and the two oracles that Zichen had killed before appeared. Their bodies had long become pure energy crystals. Once they lost their souls, they would become divine crystals. For Zichen, this was obviously very useful. So he didn't stand on ceremony and directly put away these divine crystals. While moving forward, he began to refine these divine crystals. Divine power began to gather in his heart again. An hour later, Kai Meng and the other three appeared at the location of the previous battle. Apart from a deep pit and some divine blood, they didn't find anything else. But without a doubt, their faces were very ugly. Especially Xin Lin, her face was not only ugly, but also somewhat pale. It should be known that those two oracles were sent by her father to protect her during the trial. Unexpectedly, before the trial even began, those two had already died. Moreover, they died without a complete corpse. Damn it, it must be the two of them working together. Xin Lin gritted her teeth, her pretty face full of anger. "What do you think?" Kai Meng looked at Sina next to him. Sina shook his head and said, "It's hard to say." "Yang Wei, can you see anything?" Yang Wei frowned, thought for a moment, and said, "I think that with Skeleton's strength, it is impossible for him to kill those two oracles. Now that they are missing, there is an 80% chance that they are dead. And I also believe that this has something to do with Goddess Yi Qian. It is very likely that the two of them worked together to kill them." Kai Meng said, "But Yi Qian's strength doesn't seem to have condensed a trace of divine power." Yang Wei said, "I don't know, after all, divine sons and divine daughters are different from others, Maybe they have some kind of powerful secret treasure on them. After Yang Wei said this, Kai Meng and Xin Lin's expression naturally changed. They don't have any secret treasure on them. As for whether Yi Qian has one or not, they don't know. What if their father gave it to her alone? The two didn't ask what happened next. As for Xin Lin, she turned around and left. Where are you going? Kai Meng asked. I am going back to find some people. Otherwise, how can we go to the trial this time? Xin Lin said without turning her head. But if father asks, how will you explain? Kai Meng asked again. I am going to find some people for mother. Hearing Xin Lin's words, Kai Meng's expression changed again. He didn't expect Xin Lin to use her mother's people. Nodding at Sina, Kai Meng followed Xin Lin and left. After the two left, two oracles also left in the distance. At this moment, only Sina and Yang Wei were left. Sina said, it seems that the skeleton is really powerful. Yang Wei nodded and said, it seems that his battle power should be at rank 4 or 5, we have to be careful in this trial. The two understood the skeleton very well, they had even suffered losses, so they naturally knew how powerful the skeleton was. And what he said before clearly had other intentions. After that, the two returned to the small town and patiently waited for the others to arrive. After having a god city, the master of the god city will need to develop his own power. Most of them will go to the lower realms to find some people with excellent aptitude, and then give them the god race bloodline, letting them grow step by step and become God's servants. Some lucky ones can even become oracles. At that time, if he is lucky enough to get his own god city, then he can develop his own power. Along the way, Yi Qian explained the distribution of power in the god realm to Zi Chen. In the entire god realm, there are only 9 Empyrean gods. All the god race is under the control of these 9 Empyrean gods. The Empyrean gods also have their own power, for example, Sina, Yang Wei, and I belong to the 3 Empyrean gods' power. The god city is very big, wanting to rely on one's own strength to fly over is almost impossible. So, in every god city, there is a teleportation array. You need these teleportation arrays to travel through the god realm. Entering the city does not require any certificate, but if you want to use the teleportation array, then you have to pay god crystals. Or, you have to have a god son and goddess writ. Zi Chen asked doubtfully, in the god realm, there shouldn't be many god son and goddess writ, right? After all, only the children of Empyrean gods can be called god son and goddess. There aren't many true god sons and goddesses, but there are quite a few of these writ. For example, Yang Wei has a god son writ. Their status in the god realm is equivalent to the god son, but they are adopted sons. Unknowingly, Zi Chen saw a god city. Chapter 2598. This was a very large divine city. Outside this city, there was a light barrier that covered the entire city. The light shield was the array of the god city. In all the god realm's god cities, this kind of light shield could be seen everywhere. This kind of array could directly identify the bloodline of foreign creatures. It could block them outside, but it would not affect the god race members who came in and out. The outermost cities of the god realm are usually not very big. After entering the god city, just as Zi Chen was looking around, Yi Qian's voice sounded. What level is this city? Zi Chen asked. Yi Qian said, it's the lowest level. The city lord should be a divine envoy who is no higher than level 5. Zi Chen said in surprise, you can judge the city lord's strength by looking at the city. Yi Qian nodded and said, this looks like a city, but it's actually a magic treasure. The stronger the city lord is, the bigger the city will be. This can be expanded as one's strength increases. Zi Chen asked again, if that's the case, can't we use the god city to fight? Yi Qian nodded again. That's true. However, it's said that this situation only appears in large-scale battles. Under normal circumstances, we won't use the god city to fight. After entering the city, the two did not stop and left through the passage. When using the teleportation array, Yi Qian showed the token. When the other party saw the token, he immediately bowed to Yi Qian. Then, he asked the divine envoys who were waiting for the teleportation array to stop and let the two leave first. After that, they were teleported again and again. During this time, Zi Chen finally felt the use of the token. With this token, he could use the teleportation array first. During this time, they passed by some small cities. There were many God Race members waiting in line. However, as long as Yi Qian showed the token, the two could leave first. Just like that, they were teleported again and again. The two arrived at a grand city. This is one of the more famous cities in the God realm. It's called the Liu Royal City. Almost a quarter of the God cities in the lower realm are under the jurisdiction of this city. After walking out of the teleportation array, Yi Qian explained to Zi Chen. A quarter of the God cities? Zi Chen was puzzled. In the lower realms, there are many places similar to the God City, and they are all guarded by the God race. However, the Star Path Divine City that we are in is one of a kind. One can enter but not leave. Yi Qian, who was walking in front, said 4,000 the control medallions of those divine cities are all here, so if you want to gain control of the city, you have to come here to get it. The two of them arrived outside a castle. There were many divine envoys going in and out of the castle. Some of their faces were filled with joy, while others looked disappointed. Wait for me here for a while. I'll be back as soon as I get the token. I'll be quick, Yi Qian said. Zi Chen nodded. Obviously, this place was not ordinary. Unauthorized people were not allowed to enter. Zi Chen waited outside and looked around curiously. Yi Qian, who had said that she would be out soon, still hadn't come out yet. Zi Chen, who was standing there, received a lot of attention. In a place like the God realm, they had never seen a person in the form of a skeleton. However, even though they were curious, no one deliberately stepped forward. Yi Qian hadn't come out yet. It seemed that the process of getting the token wasn't going well. He looked back at the castle gate and hesitated whether to enter. Since when can a strange creature enter a divine city? A sarcastic voice suddenly sounded. This voice was very close to Zi Chen, but he was thinking about Yi Qian at the moment, so he didn't respond. Moreover, the other party was talking about a strange creature. It obviously wasn't talking about him. However, in the next moment, he felt that something was wrong. This was because he sensed a murderous intent. When he turned back, he saw a young man staring at him with a smile that didn't look like a smile. Beside the young man, there were two existences that looked like guards. Strange creature, I'm talking about you. The young man looked at Zi Chen and said. The surrounding people all stopped in their tracks and looked over curiously. Zi Chen didn't respond. Instead, he stared at the young man. He could feel that the other party didn't come with good intentions. He was even deliberately targeting him. However, this was his first time in the God realm. He had never seen the young man before. This might be a misunderstanding. Idiot, are you mute? Seeing that skeleton didn't respond, the young man spoke again. He didn't seem to be polite. This time, Zi Chen confirmed his guess. He said indifferently, "Who do you think you are? How dare you talk to me like that? You're courting death." The young man's eyes flashed with murderous intent. He said coldly, "Kill him." This was the God realm. There were no rules. If there was a disagreement, people would kill. Before the two people beside the young man made a move, Zi Chen retreated and said coldly, "How dare you attack in the divine city? Are you ignoring the rules of the God realm?" The young man was stunned when he heard that. Then, he laughed out loud. At this moment, a faint smile appeared on the faces of those who had stopped in their tracks. "Idiot, are you new here? Let me tell you, in the God realm, whoever has the biggest fist makes the rules." The young man sneered. "Is that so? Do you think you can kill people just because you're strong?" Zi Chen was still retreating. "If I kill wantonly, it'll be troublesome. However, killing 1 or 2 or even 10 people won't be a problem. Moreover, you and I have a grudge. It's normal for me to kill you," the young man said proudly. Then, he waved his hand. The two divine envoys beside him immediately rushed toward Zi Chen. As they rushed forward, the power of divine envoys surged. One of them had 1 power and the other had 2 powers. After seeing their cultivation bases, Zi Chen made a decision in his heart. At this moment, he had already gathered the power of 3 forces in his heart. However, after the previous battle, he didn't use all 3 powers. Instead, He used one of them. After this power appeared, he took out the stone knife. Then, the power wrapped around the stone knife. At this moment, Zichen clearly felt that the power was flowing away. It was no longer under his control. Even if he forcibly withdrew the power, it would consume a lot of energy. Although it was also one power, it was different from the first-level divine envoys. He directly used one power, while the first-level divine envoys only used one power. Every time the first-level divine envoys fought, they would only use one power. However, Zichen used one power in one go. Feeling the power disappear, Zichen didn't hesitate and rushed toward the two divine envoys. "You're courting death." Seeing the skeleton take the initiative to attack, the two divine envoys immediately showed a cold expression. They clenched their fists and punched. When their fists appeared, the power of their respective divine envoys also wrapped around their fists. Poof! The stone knife fell, and the two divine envoys were instantly extinguished. At the same time, the bright stone knife swept toward the neck of the second-level divine envoys. The dim light of the knife swept past the neck of the second-level divine envoys and went straight to the first-level divine envoys. Boom! However, the fist of the first-level divine envoys fell on his body first. The energy shook, but it didn't push back Zichen. Poof! The dim light of the stone knife once again swept past the neck of the first-level divine envoys. The light of the knife quickly converged. The glowing skeleton on Zichen's body rapidly dimmed at this moment. However, there were still two divine envoys in his heart, so his skeleton naturally absorbed these two divine envoys, causing the dim body to once again shine. The dim stone knife didn't continue to shine, and Zichen grabbed it in his hand. In front of him, the two divine envoys had their heads separated from their bodies. They had already fallen to the ground. Divine blood sprayed out, exuding a bright light and rich divine power. Swish! Swish! Zichen's left hand shot out two divine envoys. The divine envoys' bodies, blood, and even the heads of the two divine envoys were sucked into the divine ring. The surroundings, which were originally filled with ridicule and laughter, suddenly became quiet at this moment. Everyone was dumbfounded as they stared at the skeleton. Their faces were filled with shock. Obviously, it was just a first-level divine envoys, but with just one knife, it killed two divine envoys. Moreover, one of them was a second-level divine envoys. They couldn't understand the reason behind this. The previously complacent and murderous young man's expression froze. He was also stunned. After putting away the divine crystals, Zichen walked toward the young man with the stone knife in his hand. "What are you doing?" The young man looked at him in horror, then stepped back. Zichen said coldly, "I don't care who sent you or who you are standing up for. Since you came to make trouble for me, you should be prepared to pay the price. I'm a divine son. You dare to kill me?" The frightened young man took out a token. It was a divine son token. Those who had this token were either the son or adopted son of a divine god. They were extraordinary. An uproar came from all around. Obviously, no one had expected this young man to be a divine son. This was indeed a big deal. Zichen walked in front of the young man and stopped. He didn't look at the token in his hand. He stared at the young man and said, 1,000 divine crystals or your life. Choose one. I'm a divine son. My father is divine god Dalxi. You dare to kill me? The young man stared at Zichen. The fear in his heart was disappearing bit by bit. It seemed that the words divine god Dalxi had given him endless courage. When the divine envoys heard this, their expressions changed again. This was because the young man used the word father instead of adopted. This meant that he was a biological son and not an adopted son. Divine god Dalxi was ranked 8th among the 9 divine gods, one rank higher than divine god Pagoda Battle. Divine god Pagoda Battle was Yi Qian's father. However, no matter what the ranking was, as long as one was a divine god, they represented a prominent position in the divine realm. After all, the entire divine realm belonged to the 9 divine gods. Bang! However, the skeleton was not frightened. He answered with a kick. Just like that, the 8th divine god's son was kicked to the ground. After that, The skeleton quickly moved forward and came in front of the young man on the ground. He said coldly, "Choose one of the two." The young man stared at the skeleton, his eyes full of resentment. The skeleton didn't say anything. He raised the stone knife in his hand and slashed downward. Chapter 2599. Wait. A shrill scream filled with fear rang out. This voice was very ear-piercing and unpleasant to the ear. The falling stone saber stopped in front of the young man, only a fist away from his head. The skeleton held the stone saber and stared at the young man indifferently. "I'll give you divine crystals." His face was covered in cold sweat and his eyes were filled with fear. Without waiting for Zi Chen to urge him, he quickly took out 1,000 divine crystals from his divine ring. These 1,000 divine crystals were different from the ones that Yi Chen gave him. These were divine crystals that only divine envoys could use. The quality was many times higher than divine spiritual crystals. It could be said that even false gods couldn't absorb these divine crystals because they were exclusive to divine envoys. As for the divine crystals used by divine envoys, they were the best among the divine envoys. Looking at these divine crystals, Zi Chen nodded with satisfaction. With a wave of his hand, he kept these divine crystals. He looked at the young man who was still a little frightened and said, "All right, our grudges are written off. If you are unwilling, you can go to the divine city in the lower realm to find me. Our divine city is in the deepest part of the Star Road. It should be easy to find. However, at that time, I'll have to trouble you to bring more of these high-quality divine crystals. Otherwise, you won't be able to get your life back. Oh, I forgot to introduce myself. My name is Skeleton. You'll know when you ask around in that world." The surrounding divine clan members looked at the skeleton in surprise. This guy was too bold. He snatched the divine envoy's belongings and even dared to introduce himself. How could a guy from the lower realm dare to challenge a divine envoy's? One had to know that the anger of a divine envoy's was no joke. They could definitely raze a divine city to the ground. However, this skeleton seemed to have nothing to fear. "What's going on?" At this moment, a cold voice rang out. A beautiful woman appeared in everyone's line of sight. It was Yi Chen. She walked in front of Zi Chen and the young man. Zi Chen turned around and said, "It's nothing. We were just chatting." He said he wanted to visit the Star Road Divine City. "Me. Skeleton, I'll remember you. Just you wait." The young man stood up, snorted coldly, and turned to leave. This time, he was really sullen. His 2 divine emissaries were killed, and he had lost 1,000 divine crystals. More importantly, he had lost so much face in front of so many people. "I'll remember you too. Remember to bring more divine crystals." "What took you so long?" Zi Chen asked Yi Chen after the young man left. Yi Chen shook her head and said, "It's a little troublesome. I didn't get the token." "Oh, what's going on?" Zi Chen asked in surprise. "They said that all the other divine cities are fine, but not that divine city. Although I've always been nominally in charge of that place, I can't be given the command medallion to control the world," Yi Chen said dejectedly. "Why?" Zi Chen asked in confusion. "They said that that world is different, and that the world token cannot be given out casually," Yi Chen said. "Then what should we do? What about those people in the prison of gods?" Zi Chen was somewhat depressed. "They can be released," Yi Chen said, "but Sina and Ya Wei can also release them. It can be said that no one is in charge of that place. Then let's go back first." "Okay." The 2 of them walked towards the teleportation formation. In the center of the divine realm, there's a strong suppression of the rules. So, we can't teleport through the realms. We can only go to the periphery, Yi Chen explained to Zi Chen. The 2 of them stepped onto the teleportation formation again and again, teleporting to the outside world. After reaching the outside world, they walked out of the divine city and walked towards the outside of the city, looking for places with weak rules. "For you." Divine light flashed in front of Zi Chen, and pieces of divine crystals appeared. "This is." Seeing these divine crystals, Yi Chen's face revealed a hint of surprise. "That guy gave them to you. Take them and refine them. Try to break through as soon as possible." Chen took out 1,000 divine crystals. The reason why he knew that the young man had such high-quality divine crystals was because he heard it from Chen. But unfortunately, because of the relationship between Chen and the Tower Battle God, she didn't take these cultivation resources from him. So, even though she was extremely talented, she still hadn't reached the level of a level 1 divine envoy. You don't need them. Chen looked at Chen. I can use divine crystals. As long as it's divine energy, it doesn't matter to me whether it's pure or impure. Then I won't be polite. Chen didn't refuse and took away 900 divine crystals, leaving 100 for Chen. In case of an emergency, this is just right. Chen put away the 100 divine crystals and continued to take out a divine envoy crystal from his divine ring to refine. In the previous battle, although he killed 2 people, he lost a strand of power. This consumption was still very shocking. This was also his strength, or rather, Shado's strength. He could withstand a strand of power and consume a strand of power every time. Those divine envoys were different. Although their realms were high, they didn't have a technique that could consume all the power in their body in one go. If they had such a technique, it would be difficult for Shadao to silence them. During this time, they were ambushed by strange creatures, so the two chose to fly in the air. Those strange creatures suddenly bulged on their backs, and then wings appeared one after another. Then, they followed. Chen was already accustomed to this scene all along the way, so he didn't pay much attention to it. The energy on his body vibrated, forming a powerful ripple. This ripple spread in all directions and spread to the horizon. That powerful power had killed countless xenogenic creatures, but it wouldn't be long before more and more of them showed up. It was said that the most powerful thing about these creatures wasn't their combat power, but their reproductive power. As long as they had enough food, they could reproduce endlessly. It was very scary. Otherwise, such a big divine realm couldn't be completely occupied by them. After returning to the divine city, Chen began to think about how to release Wuji and the others. In addition, she also wanted to release all those who had died and become materials on the 2nd floor. If they could still be revived, then she would take them in. If not, then she would let the craftsman ancestor refine them into holy weapons. While Chen was thinking about how to release everyone, Chen returned to his residence. This time, after entering the divine realm, he had a more comprehensive understanding of the god race, and also knew how powerful they were. Take divine envoys for example, there were 9 levels. Although divine envoys corresponded to the human ancestor realm, and he believed that the ancestor realm also had different levels, there was only one craftsman ancestor in the human ancestor realm. He should be considered the strongest existence on the life star. In the divine realm, any random city lord was enough to deal with the craftsman ancestor. Therefore, it was too helpless to become enemies with the entire god race. But this time, he also understood that the god race also had conflicts, and those conflicts were even more serious than dealing with the life star. And the famous heaven-defying person on the life star couldn't even be called a nameless person in the divine realm. Most of the god race didn't even know what a heaven-defying person was. But this time, he encountered 2 battles and killed a total of 4 divine envoys, which gave him a better understanding of his own situation. Now, he was like a human-shaped puppet that only had brute force. If he hadn't found the stone saber by chance, his battle strength would have been greatly reduced. Therefore, he had to think of a way to increase his strength. As for those Thunder Clan techniques, most of them couldn't be used without the activation of the soul. For example, the thunderclap 9th heaven opened the heaven and earth thunder gate. At this moment, if he used divine power to activate it, then he would open the heaven and earth divine gate. Whether there was a heaven and earth divine gate in this world was another matter. Moreover, the god race obviously had techniques to use at this level, but the techniques on the life star seemed to be limited to the sacred level. This was the shortcoming. In fact, the god race's strength was not something the life star could compare to, because the two sides were not on the same level at all. The god race was a higher life form. Relatively speaking, the human beings on the life star were at the same level as the alien tribes in the starry sky. However, some of the god races were hostile to the life star. As the life star's existence, of course, They had to become stronger. Chen was trying to find a way to become more powerful. If this method didn't require techniques, then only foreign objects could help him. The stone saber was one of the foreign objects. Coincidentally, Chen had other foreign objects that he could use. He sat cross-legged. In fact, as he had only his soul left, he didn't need to sit cross-legged. It had become a habit. He was trying to sense the foreign objects. Time flew day by day. Chen sat cross-legged in his room, not moving a bit. During this period, Chen didn't come to find him. During these days, she was discussing with Toby about opening the god prison. 10 days passed quickly. Chen, who was sitting cross-legged, suddenly radiated a dazzling light. This light was filled with a strong divine aura. Chen's dormant soul woke up. Seeing the strange situation, he said softly, "Come out, my god wings." As soon as he finished speaking, divine light lingered on his back. A pair of bone wings, completely covered in divine light, appeared on his back. These were the heavenly thunder wings. However, at this moment, they were filled with divine power and became god wings. It was unknown whether the heart of Thunder Wings was dead or had fallen into a deep slumber. In short, at this moment, these god wings were a perfect match for the heavenly god bones. The heavenly Thunder Wings, which had become god wings, couldn't let him display the extreme speed of thunder and lightning, but they could still greatly increase his speed. The most important thing was that with the god wings, his shortcoming of not being able to fly was made up. After trying to sense the god wings, Chen nodded with satisfaction. This way, his fighting capacity had increased again. Putting away the god wings, Chen walked out of the room. Toby walked up to him and said anxiously, "Brother Skeleton, you finally came out." "What? Did something happen?" Chen asked in surprise. Chapter 2600. Didn't the goddess say so? Why don't you just go and release them? Looking at the anxious Toby, Chen was puzzled. Toby said without turning his head, "It's easy for you to say. Without the world token, how can we open the prison of God so easily? We need at least 2 God's messengers to open it." Chen said, "So it's very troublesome?" Toby nodded. "Yes, it will take a long time. During this time, we need someone to guard the array. It won't be good if someone destroys it." "You mean Bolton? I'll go and have a chat with him." Chen understood Toby's meaning. "Forget it. It's better for you to stand guard outside the prison." The two walked toward the prison of God. When they arrived, Chen was already there. "Skeleton, you stand guard here. Don't let anyone in." Toby pointed to the sky and said, "A light shield will appear here in a moment. When that light shield appears, the aura of the Guardian array will be temporarily isolated." Chen's heart skipped a beat. "What do you mean?" Toby said, "If someone comes looking for trouble at that time, don't hold back. That's your only chance to fight in this city." Chen nodded. The next step was to wait. Wait for the prison of God to open. Wait for Wuji and the others to appear. But the process was obviously not smooth. A moment later, Bolton appeared. There was another person beside Bolton. It seemed to be a God's messenger, but Chen had never seen him in the divine city. Bolton saw Chen, but he did not intend to greet him. Instead, he walked straight toward the prison of God. The stone knife suddenly appeared in Chen's hand. Bolton and the God's messenger stopped. The God's messenger's expression changed slightly. He looked at Chen and said, "Skeleton, what is the meaning of this?" Chen said indifferently, "One more step and you'll die." Bolton's expression turned ugly, but the oracle was not afraid. He looked at Chen and said, "This is God's city. Do you dare to make a move here?" Chen held the stone knife in his right hand and walked forward. He grabbed the collar of the man with his left hand and said, "Let's go out and talk." As he spoke, Chen exerted his strength and pulled the divine envoy away. "Skeleton, stop it right now. We don't mean any harm. We just want to visit a friend in prison." 4,000-inch Bolton hurriedly stepped forward. He had once felt Skeleton's strength. In this situation where fighting was prohibited, Skeleton might really be able to pull the other party out. Once they left the inner city, it would be the world of skeletons. Let go of me. Do you have any manners? The oracle said coldly. At the same time, he tried to break free from the skeleton. However, he failed after several attempts. The skeleton's strength was unexpectedly strong. Of course, Chen would not let go. He pulled the oracle and walked outside. At the same time, he looked at Bolten and said, "You want to meet a friend? Why didn't I know that you have friends in there?" Bolten said, "I didn't before, but I do now. Cerberus, Hydra, and Wuji are all my friends now." Chen could not help but sneer when he heard this. He said, "It seems that you do have a lot of friends. Then wait. The goddess has already gone to open the prison of God and will release them soon. You will be able to see your friends soon." What? Bolton's expression changed drastically when he heard this. He turned around and was about to rush in. The oracle began to struggle violently at this moment. Buzz. At this moment, a tremor came from the direction of the prison. Then, a ray of divine light appeared above the prison of God. Then, the divine light spread out and turned into a divine light veil, enveloping the outer area. Bolten was shocked when he saw the light veil. He immediately stopped running towards the prison and turned his head as if he wanted to say something. But it was too late. The moment he turned his head, he saw the stone knife in Skeleton's hand piercing his companion's chest. At the same time, a powerful force vibrated. The oracle's vitality dissipated in an instant. At this moment, the power of two oracles lingered on Skeleton's body. A powerful aura spread out. Second-level oracle. Bolten was shocked when he saw the two forces on Skeleton's body. However, he immediately reacted and shouted at Skeleton, "Skeleton, what are you doing? This is a city within the city. If you make a move here, the city's restriction will kill you." Puff. Chen pulled out his stone knife. The oracle had already collapsed and lost his vitality. He looked back at Bolten and said, "What did you say?" As he spoke, he walked towards Bolten. Bolten's expression changed drastically. Divine light lingered on his body as he instantly used the Fleetfoot stride and disappeared. Swoosh. As soon as his figure disappeared, a cold saber light slashed down. Bolten, who appeared dozens of meters away, looked at Skeleton in horror and shouted, "You're crazy. Skeleton, you're crazy. How dare you make a move here?" Chen's response was to rush forward and slash down again. Bolten turned around and ran. As he ran, he shouted, "Oh no, Skeleton killed someone. He killed someone in the divine city." His voice immediately spread to the city within the city. Soon, a stream of light flickered and people appeared in the distance. The first thing they saw was the sudden appearance of the light shield. They were very surprised. Then, they saw Skeleton, who was chasing after Bolten in the light shield, and also saw the fallen oracle in the distance. When they saw this, their expressions changed drastically. They quickly retreated, not daring to intervene. When Bolten saw that no one came out, he decided not to stay here any longer. Divine light flickered on his body and he quickly flew out of the city within the city. Chen did not stop him. Bolten escaped just like that. He did not chase after him but walked back. He first collected the corpse of the oracle, then walked to the entrance of the prison and personally took charge of the place. As for the original two guards, they had long since fled after seeing Skeleton slashing people without warning. Bolten quickly ran out of the city within the city and arrived at the divine city. Although fighting was still forbidden here, it was only for mortals. The formations within the city could not extend here. "No, I have to send a message to young Master Cena." After he came out, he immediately took out a token and crushed it. The crushed token turned into a small teleportation array. A stream of divine light disappeared from it. The divine light disappeared for only a few breaths of time. Suddenly, a huge vortex appeared in the sky. The vortex emitted divine light. "Bolten, what happened?" The moment the divine light appeared, Cena's voice sounded at the same time. One figure after another appeared from the vortex. At this moment, the entire divine city was filled with an intense wave of divine ripples. The people in the city raised their heads and looked in shock at the arrival of the powerful divine clan. "They're all oracles. In the craftsman manner, the craftsman ancestor also sensed the abnormality. He raised his head and looked at those people. So many people suddenly came. What are they doing? Tianhu, who had already become a half-martial ancestor, asked. These auras were very powerful. They were all oracles, equivalent to martial ancestors. They were much stronger than him. The craftsman ancestor shook his head. I don't know. It might have something to do with the city within the city. At this moment, 5 oracles had arrived. The leader was Sina. Seeing Sina appear so quickly, Bulten was very surprised. He said, the divine lady is trying to open the prison. Skeleton is standing guard outside. Homer has already been killed by him. He dares to attack in the divine city? Does he have a way to avoid the divine guardian formation? Sina frowned. A divine light barrier appeared and blocked the divine guardian formation. Bulten quickly explained. Humph. You're following me. You really don't know the difference between life and death. Sina coldly snorted, then led his people into the city within the city. This time, he had obviously come prepared. He had brought 4 divine envoys with him to protect him. After entering the city within the city, they immediately saw Zichen standing outside the prison, refining divine crystals. Bulten loudly shouted, Skeleton, your time of death has come. Zichen raised his head. Seeing Sina, he said coldly, it seems your helpers have arrived. Why is it just you? Where are you? As he spoke, he put away the divine crystals and tightened his grip on his stone saber. We're enough to deal with you. Sina coldly snorted, then waved his hand and said, kill him. The 4 divine envoys who had been following him immediately rushed forward. Sina and Bulten, who had been advancing this entire time, chose to come to a halt. Clearly, as they saw it, 4 oracles were enough to kill Skeleton. But of course, perhaps the reason they stopped was because they were afraid. As the 4 of them charged forward, their bodies began to surge with power. 2 of them were second-level oracles, while the other 2 were third-level oracles. Seeing this, Bulten became even more confident. He said, Skeleton is only a second-level oracles. This time, he'll definitely die. At this moment, there were indeed 2 streams of power swirling around Zichen's body. These 2 streams of power immediately converged into his stone saber. Gripping the stone saber tightly, he charged forward. The 4 oracles in front of him immediately charged towards him. 4 against 1, they had an absolute chance of winning. The 2 sides instantly clashed. Zichen slashed with his stone saber. Puff. His saber quickly swept past a third-level oracles. His opponent's attack and defense instantly dissipated. After one slash, the light on the stone saber dimmed. The other attacks also landed on his body. Boom. 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 Powerful divine power surged, and his body was sent flying. This was the first clash. But when the 3 oracles turned around, they saw that the third-level oracles from before had already collapsed and lost all signs of life. Seeing this scene, the expressions of the 3 changed greatly. But at this moment, Zichen charged forward again. The slightly dimmed stone saber became bright again, and there were still 2 streams of oracle's power swirling around it. This time, the 3 of them were much more careful. Puff. But in the face of Zichen's powerful attack, as long as they were hit, it was useless no matter how careful they were. Another second-level oracles fell. This killing technique of one slash was too terrifying. Seeing that the situation was bad, the 2 oracles retreated in fear. Chapter 2601. At this moment, the 2 divine emissaries no longer cared about anything else. They turned and fled. During this period of time, the fleet footsteps had become their guarantee of survival. In the distance, Bulten and Sina, upon seeing this, their faces changed dramatically as well. They were so frightened that they began to flee as well. The 4 of them, 2 in front and 2 behind, fled out of the city. Zichen didn't chase after them. In fact, as the 2 of them fled, he forcibly retracted the remaining energy within his stone saber. After killing 3 divine emissaries, he had used up 3 strands of divine emissary power in his heart. At this moment, there were still 6 strands of divine emissary power left in his heart. This was his guarantee of future combat power. He absolutely couldn't lose any of it. And so, upon returning, he immediately took out a divine crystal and refined it, hoping to recover another strand of power within a short period of time. Sina's group of 4 ran out, their faces filled with terror. Clearly, they hadn't anticipated that this skeleton would be so terrifying. "Young master, what should we do now?" Bolten asked, his heart palpitating. Sina recovered from his earlier terror. He glanced behind him, then said, "Be careful of that fellow chasing after us. One of them was watching the city gates." Bolten said once more, "Young master, if we don't think of something soon, those people will be released." Hearing this, Sina said coldly, "So what if they are released? They are just a bunch of trash of the 9th rank. Do you know that today, I lost 2 divine emissaries? Those trash can't compare to them at all." Seeing that Sina was truly enraged, Bolten tactfully shut his mouth, not daring to say anything else. Sina gnashed his teeth, his face filled with rage. "Skeleton, I won't let you off. Today, we'll fight to the death." After speaking, he raised his head to look at the sky. A short while later, space began to twist and distort, gradually transforming into a vortex. Divine light began to emanate from the vortex. The aura of divinity once more enveloped the city. More divine emissaries had descended. Their leader was Rocky. He had also brought people with him. He also brought 4 people with him. "They're finally here." Sina looked at Rocky, then let out a cold snort. His expression was rather ugly. If he had appeared earlier, everyone would have gone over together. He believed that the skeleton wouldn't have been able to do anything to them. Rocky led the other divine envoys down from the sky and arrived next to Sina. Seeing that 2 people were missing from Sina's side, he asked in surprise, "What's going on?" 4,000-inch Sina gritted his teeth. "It's that damned skeleton." "Oh." Chi Wei frowned slightly, appearing very surprised. He then asked, "Where is he now?" "Just outside the prison of God." "So you're saying that Yi Qian is already forcefully releasing him?" Sina nodded. "Let's go. We'll settle all our grudges today." Ji Wei walked forward. "That skeleton is very powerful. It can almost instantly kill a level 3 divine emissary." Sina warned. "It's fine. As long as we work together to hold him back, it'll be fine. Don't worry, he'll definitely die today." A confident smile appeared on Shaker's face. After that, the group of people walked towards the inner city. They saw the skeleton outside the prison of gods. Seeing Ya Wei's group, Zichen was surprised. He didn't expect them to come so quickly. But the 2 sides had nothing to say. Naturally, they attacked as soon as they saw each other. The stone saber in his hand glowed with divine light. Zichen's body glowed with divine light as well. After that, he charged forward. Chi Wei waved his hand, and the divine envoys immediately charged at the skeleton. Boom! The 2 sides clashed. Divine power collided, creating powerful shockwaves that spread out in all directions. This time, the stone saber didn't kill anyone. Zichen gripped the stone saber and slashed down with the power of 2 divine emissaries. The stone saber glowed with divine light. Slash! The attack of one of the divine emissaries was instantly broken. The saber light cut open a wound on his body, causing divine blood to spray out. The divine emissary's expression changed greatly, and he retreated. Zichen charged forward with saber in hand. The others followed, using energy attacks to block his path. Swish! Zichen swung his saber again, and all of these attacks were destroyed. Neither Chi Wei nor Sina stepped forward. Even Bolton stood in front of them. At this moment, Sina was looking at the skeleton on the battlefield and frowning. Chi Wei noticed his abnormality and asked, "Is there something wrong?" Sina said, "The skeleton from before wasn't like this. He's very strong." Chi Wei smiled faintly and said, "No one can always be strong. He's just a 2nd-level divine emissary. How strong can he be?" However, to be able to block the attacks of 6 divine emissaries by himself is already very strong. If you encounter him in the trial ground, you must be careful. Sina nodded, but he felt that the skeleton was different from before. But this situation was the most appropriate way to fight between divine emissaries. In a situation where the difference in power between the two sides wasn't too great, it was very difficult to determine life and death between divine emissaries. Like before, when one of them was killed with a single saber strike, that would be abnormal. At this moment, the consumption of divine power in Zichen's heart was much slower. With the heaven god's bone, he wasn't worried that these people would be able to kill him. Thus, he only needed to delay this battle. The reason why he didn't immediately burst out with his full strength was because he wanted to preserve his strength to deal with unexpected situations. Moreover, he wasn't confident that he could kill everyone here. Once he used up all his strength, he wouldn't be able to fight anymore. At this moment, he had the power of 6 divine emissaries in his body, which was enough for him to use up. Once these divine emissaries used up all their strength and there were no more unexpected situations, he would naturally want to kill them. Boom! Boom! Under the collision of divine power, powerful energy constantly spread out. The light barrier in the sky trembled as if it would explode at any moment. Time passed, and Qi Wei and the others were still watching the battle. They didn't take the opportunity to enter the prison of God. After an unknown amount of time, an energy fluctuation came from above the prison of God. A moment later, the tightly shut door of the prison of God opened, and Yi Qian and Toby walked out. As the two of them walked out, those who had been imprisoned for many years also ran out. Bright light shone around them, and they roared wantonly and carefreely, releasing their 9th-level auras. But in the next moment, they restrained their auras. This was because there was an even more oppressive aura here, which made their hearts tremble. They looked over and saw a battle taking place there. Skeleton was fighting 1 against 6, and he didn't seem to be at a disadvantage at all. A powerful divine aura wreaked havoc, and terrifying divine energy constantly spread out. These 9th-level existences who had just come out of the prison were full of confidence and were ready to show off their strength were completely stunned. They didn't expect to encounter such a powerful existence as soon as they came out. Yi Qian walked forward. A terrifying energy fluctuation came one last time, and everyone separated. The battle came to an end just like that. It wasn't that they wanted to stop, but that the prison had already been opened, and the light barrier was about to disappear. Once the light barrier disappeared, they would be courting death if they continued to fight in the Guardian Array. Qi Wei and Sina also walked over from behind, and the two stopped in front of Yi Qian. Sina was furious that he had lost 2 people. He looked at the 9th-level existences behind him and said coldly, "I'll give you 2 choices. Either join us, or die here." Hearing this, their expressions changed. They had just come out, and before they could show off their might, their lives were already threatened. Rather than this, they might as well go back to the prison. Subconsciously, they looked at Wuji behind them. At this moment, Wuji was with Qing Enyu. He didn't speak, only looking at the Guardian Array above his head. "Die! Such arrogance. Do you have the final say here?" Yi Qian said coldly. "My patience is limited. Either join us, or die." Sina said coldly. He was furious that he had lost 2 people. Zichen snorted coldly, and divine emissary power circled around his body again. At the same time, 2 streams of divine emissary power poured into the stone sword. Whoosh! The next moment, his figure disappeared from where he was, and he charged at Sina. Before the light barrier disappeared, he wanted to get rid of Sina. "You're courting death." At this moment, a loud shout rang out, and Sina's 2 guards immediately charged over. One of them was a 2nd level, the other a 3rd level. Puff! The glowing stone sword slashed down, and the 3rd-level divine emissary's defense was broken, and the stone sword swept past his body. Puff! The next moment, the stone sword flashed again, and it swept past the 2nd-level divine emissary's body. At this moment, Sina was retreating in terror. Just as he was about to continue forward, Yi Qian's voice rang out. "Skeleton!" Hearing that, Zichen retracted the energy light on his body, and he quickly retreated. Of course, as he retreated, he didn't forget to collect the corpses of the 2 divine emissaries. The light barrier above his head began to tremble, and then it disappeared. The other divine emissaries who had been fighting Skeleton earlier were all shocked. Even Yang Wei's face was filled with shock. He didn't expect that Skeleton's sudden burst of power would be so terrifying. Sina, who had regained his senses, was extremely furious. He had already lost 2 divine emissaries, and he didn't expect to lose 2 more just because he threatened a few 9th-level divine emissaries. The divine emissaries that his family had sent to him to train had been completely destroyed today. Skeleton, I'm not done with you. In his anger, he gritted his teeth, and his eyes were filled with cold murderous intent. Zichen replied coldly, try again. At the back, the 9th-level divine emissaries were all stunned. They were familiar with Skeleton, and they knew that he was powerful, but they didn't expect Skeleton to be so powerful. 2 divine emissaries were equivalent to 2 progenitors, and they were cut down just like that. Moreover, it was a one-hit kill. Zichen withdrew his sword. Yi Qian said indifferently, follow me, and no one can threaten you. Is that so? Yang Wei's lips curled into a mocking smile. He looked at the divine emissaries in the distance and said, you only have one chance to choose. If you make the wrong choice, I believe you will end up in a terrible state. By the way, the goddess only has Skeleton as her bodyguard this time, but we have a lot of them. The 9th-level divine emissaries clearly didn't expect such a situation, and they didn't know what to do. Although they already had an answer in their hearts, they still subconsciously looked at Wuji, seeking his opinion. Wuji still didn't respond, or rather, it was too late for him to respond. Because he closed his eyes and released his soul aura, his 9th-level power was fully displayed. Chapter 2602. After the light shield disappeared, the level 9 Wuji once again felt the energy of heaven and earth and the rules of heaven and earth. A faint smile appeared on his face. This was a feeling he had not felt for a long time. He had forgotten how long it had been since he felt the energy of heaven and earth and its aura. Then, he closed his eyes and emptied his soul, letting it all out. He was re-experiencing this aura, and he was also enjoying this aura. This was the aura of freedom. His soul transformed at this moment, and the aura of a half-ancestor surged out of his body. He had advanced. The sudden appearance of a half-ancestor's aura in God City was undoubtedly an insult to many God Clan members. But Wuji did not care. He was changing according to his heart. Beside him, Qing Enyu smiled upon seeing this, causing the flowers around her to lose their color. After so many years of suppression, Wuji was finally going to erupt. Yi Qian did not care about this. To her, her relationship with the God Clan was far less important than her relationship with the humans on the Life Star. Not to mention, Wuji was Zichen's master. The sudden change made everyone unable to make a move. They could only look at Wuji. They saw the level 9 power around Wuji's body changing rapidly. This change was a qualitative leap. It was a transformation of power. When the Cerberus and the rest saw this scene, their faces were filled with shock. Although they were very close to this realm, they did not expect Wuji to break through as soon as he came out. At this moment, Zichen turned around and looked at Wuji. He was carefully observing the changes in Wuji's power and quietly feeling the changes in Wuji's aura. This was a rare opportunity to observe and accumulate experience for the future. He seemed powerful and could kill god envoys, but this was all because of the heavenly god's bones. In fact, his soul was still very weak. He had barely reached level 9. Becoming a half-ancestor was a step he naturally had to take when his soul returned. At this moment, Wuji's breakthrough was a good opportunity for him to learn. At this moment, Wuji's soul changed first. His soul completed a new transformation and reached the level of a half-ancestor. Then, the power in his body changed. This power was decreasing, but it was purer, just like when he compressed the power of god envoys. Zichen watched and felt in silence. The Cerberus and the rest were also watching this scene silently. To them, this was also an experience. However, to Ya Wei and the others, this scene was nothing much. That was because they had already stepped out of this realm and became divine envoys, which was much more powerful than half-martial ancestors. Of course, the craftsman patriarchs didn't participate in the unforeseen events that had transpired in the city. It was only when the aura of a half-martial ancestor came from the direction of the inner city that their expressions changed enormously. It's limitless. Longhu Sovereign said excitedly. Did he come out? He seems to be on the verge of a breakthrough. Back then, they had fought side by side here, so of course they were familiar with limitless aura. At this moment, when they felt his aura once again, they were clearly very shocked, but at the same time, they were also filled with joy. Because this meant that Wuji had come out. All of a sudden, the existences in the crafts manor gathered and were about to enter the city within the city. The craftsman ancestor glanced at the crowd and said, I'll go. You guys stay in the craftsman manor. Everyone was very hesitant. The craftsman ancestor continued, too many divine envoys have descended this time. Furthermore, the inner city is already in chaos. There might be a fierce battle between divine envoys soon. It'll be very dangerous for you guys to go. After saying that, he walked out of the craftsman manor and headed toward the inner city. Wuji's breakthrough was very attractive. His soul had been suppressed for too long. Now that he had released his move, he directly broke through. It was as if success was achieved when the conditions were right. His cultivation quickly rose and even stabilized. The Cerberus, Hydra, and the others were very surprised and shocked. When they were in the prison, although they said that they weren't afraid of Wuji, they knew very well that Wuji's potential was very high and his battle strength was extremely powerful. After all, the trouble he had caused was something that they didn't dare to cause. And now, Wuji had broken through the moment he came out. After breaking through, Wuji opened his eyes and sensed the situation in his body. At this moment, a trace of a smile appeared on his cold face. You're just a mere half-martial ancestor. Is there a need to be so happy? Yang Wei looked at Wuji and said indifferently. Wuji raised his head and glanced at Yang Wei. Not only was he not angry, a rare smile appeared on his face. He looked at Wuji and said, only a half-martial ancestor. After saying that, a strong light shone from his body and his entire body split into two. These were two identical Wujis. However, the auras on their bodies were completely different. One of them wore a golden robe and had a kind face. He looked very approachable and even gentle. The other one wore a silver robe and had a cold expression. His aura was very cold. This was Wuji. This was yin and yang energy. This was Wuji's yin and yang body. This was also the first time Zi Chen saw Wuji's two bodies. At this moment, he was very surprised. The two bodies closed their eyes at the same time. Then, they released their half-martial ancestor soul auras at the same time. In the next moment, the two half-martial ancestor soul auras started to weaken. It was as if they were going to be extinguished. It was as if they were seriously injured and could die at any moment. Confusion appeared on the faces of Cerberus and the others. Their expressions became extremely nervous. They did not understand what was going on. As for Yang Wei and the others, when they sensed the change in Wuji's soul, their expressions changed greatly. They were in disbelief. At the beginning, Zi Chen did not understand what was going on. However, in the next moment, he understood. This was similar to how he suppressed his divine power and condensed it. At this moment, Wuji was using the same method. However, what he was suppressing was no longer energy. Instead, he was suppressing his soul. The souls of his two main bodies were rapidly being suppressed into a single point. When the suppression reached a limit, the aura of an ancestor realm was released. Ancestor realm. The ancestor realm comparable to a divine envoy. Sensing this aura, Cerberus and the others were dumbfounded. Wuji's breakthrough to half-martial ancestor was already very inconceivable and shocking to them. However, they did not expect that Wuji's soul would advance again and reach the ancestor realm. Even though they were witnessing it with their own eyes, they still did not dare to believe it. Yang Wei and the others, who were originally calm, were unable to remain calm at this moment. Although they had already completed this step, they knew very well how much time and effort it took for them to complete this step. However, the person before them had actually accomplished this step so easily. However, this was not what shocked them the most. In the next moment, the half-martial ancestor aura that lingered around Wuji's body rapidly converged. Just like before, it was suppressed to a limit. Then, it naturally transformed. Ancestor aura. An ancestor aura lingered around Wuji's body. Rank 1 Ancestor Realm corresponded to Rank 1 Divine Envoy. This was a step that Yi Qian, Yang Wei, and Sina had yet to accomplish. They had spent many years trying to accomplish it but still had not succeeded. However, to reach Wuji, it only took a few breaths of time. They were so shocked that they were unable to speak. They had never heard of anyone being able to reach this level so easily. Beside Wuji, Qing Enyu's face was filled with a smile. Only she knew how much Wuji had paid to reach this step. In fact, back then, he had hoped to take that half step. Unfortunately, he had caused a huge ruckus and was directly locked up in prison. Since then, he had been unable to sense the energy and laws of heaven and earth, unable to absorb energy. However, he did not give up. He had been tempering his soul. He had been locked up in this prison for more than 100,000 years. Wuji, who had never relaxed, had his soul become extremely powerful. That was why he could reach the Ancestor Realm so quickly. The moment Wuji reached the Ancestor Realm, as the aura of the Ancestor Realm spread out, the entire divine city was in an uproar. This should be the second Ancestor Realm in this city after the Craftsman Ancestor. Each of the two Wujis had an Ancestor aura lingering around them. However, the aura of these two Ancestor auras were completely different. One Wuji was equivalent to two divine envoys. They opened their eyes at the same time and looked at the shocked Yang Wei in front of them. Yang Wei said, "Now, the goddess has two guards." After saying that, the two Wujis merged into one. His words clearly expressed his intention. He wanted to join the goddess side. Even though the Cerberus and the others were equally shocked, they reacted quickly and stood behind Limitless. At this moment, these powerful existences who had been locked up in the divine prison had all chosen sides. In response, Sina's expression was cold and bitter. Yang Wei nodded and said, "Not bad. You've all made a good choice. So, next, I'll kill you all." "You can't kill them." Suddenly, a cold voice sounded from outside. The Craftsman Ancestor walked in from outside. Although he was alone, no one dared to underestimate him. The Craftsman Ancestor had once defeated 3 divine envoys in an instant. Moreover, that was when he had shown mercy. Yang Wei turned around and saw the Craftsman Ancestor. He said indifferently, "Even you have come to join in the fun. That's pretty good. Let us settle all our grudges today. With just you." Zichen said coldly. Yang Wei said, "Of course not with just me. However, this time, I've brought along an old friend for you. I'm sure you'll want to meet him." After saying that, Wuji looked outside the city. The void there had already begun to distort, turning into a vortex. Divine light shone everywhere, and one figure after another appeared from within. Each figure exuded the aura of a god. Each of them was a divine envoy. "Skeleton, your time of death has come." Chapter 2603. Zichen was actually very familiar with this voice, but he didn't know the other party's name. Back in the divine world, Zichen had obtained 1,000 divine crystals from him. At that time, he had told the other party his name. He hadn't expected that the other party would really come. Moreover, he had brought so many divine envoys with him. Jiao Wei and Sina revealed cold smiles. Obviously, they knew the other party and should be quite familiar with him. Perhaps the other party had caused trouble for them last time because of them. After these people appeared, they walked in the direction of the city center. Not long after, they arrived. The youth known as the 8th God's son had brought a total of 7 divine envoys with him. They were aggressive and full of murderous intent. After they arrived, Zichen discovered that they weren't the only ones. The 9th God's 7th daughter, Xin Lin, had also come. She was among the crowd and had also brought several divine envoys with her. However, the divine envoys they brought were all below the 5th level. Because that was the requirement of the trial ground. After all, these people had extraordinary backgrounds, and each of them had a profound background. If they were allowed to do as they wished, they would be able to bring divine generals with the help of their parents. That way, the true meaning of the trial would be lost. These people had arrived and were glaring angrily at Zichen. Obviously, they wanted to cause trouble for Zichen. Moreover, Sina and Jiao Wei were obviously here to deal with Zichen. What do you want? Yi Qian looked at these aggressive people and said coldly, My good sixth sister, what do you think we want? Today, this skeleton must die. Xin Lin said coldly. Her eyes were filled with undisguised hatred. As for the Cerberus and the others who had just stood in line, their faces were filled with shock. They looked at the skeleton in confusion. They really couldn't understand what this skeleton had done to offend so many powerful existences. It should be known that any one of these existences could easily destroy them. They had been confident in their strength, but now they felt a sense of inferiority. That was because they were weak. Die! Zi Chen looked at these people and said indifferently, Very well. Let me see how you can kill me. His gaze swept past these people as he said, Which one of you wants to fight me? When Sina heard this, he said mockingly, Do you think we're idiots? Who wants to fight you? All of us will fight you. Clearly, Sina's words had rejected Zi Chen's idea of fighting one-on-one. Furthermore, with so many of them here, it was obvious that they were here to gang up on him. Okay, since we can't fight here, let's go outside, Zi Chen said again. Hearing the skeleton's faint and hoarse voice, everyone could not help but feel puzzled. Facing so many people, the other party was still so calm. Was he confident or was he bluffing? Let's go. My time is limited. With that, Zi Chen took the stone saber and walked out of the cave. The craftsman ancestor had already stepped forward. Since he was already here, he naturally couldn't just stand by and watch this battle. Behind him, Wu Ji did not hesitate and followed. Shi Yang didn't know this skeleton, but he knew that he came from this life star. It seemed something had happened to him, which was why he had become like this. Knowing this was enough, Yi Qian also walked out. At this moment, she actually chose to remain silent. She had never thought that the skeleton was Zi Chen, but at this moment, she had absolute confidence in the skeleton. Even if these people relied on their advantage in numbers, the skeleton had the heavenly god's bone. Even if he couldn't kill everyone, he would have no problem protecting himself. Moreover, she believed that after this event, the entire heavenly realm would be shaken. This was because several divine sons and divine daughters would die here. Zi Chen walked out of the cave. Light flowed around his body. It was still the power of 2 divine emissaries. When Xin Lin saw this, she said coldly, A mere second-level divine emissary dares to boast so shamelessly. Zi Chen didn't speak. He just raised the stone saber in his hand. The power of 2 divine emissaries flowed into the stone saber. Kill him. The 8th son of the heaven god said coldly. Whoosh. Zi Chen rushed forward. Like a flowing divine light, the stone saber slashed down. Puff. A divine emissary fell to the ground, dead. Another divine emissary retreated in terror. Boom. A powerful aura erupted from the craftsman ancestor. The power of 4 divine ancestors flowed around him. He was a 4th-level progenitor. In front of him, a giant hammer exuding a terrifying aura appeared in the air. The hammer followed Zi Chen and swept toward the divine emissaries in front of him. Buzz. Buzz. Wu Ji split into 2. Yin and yang energy flowed around his body. He formed a seal with both hands. The seal of extreme yin and extreme yang appeared. 2 powerful auras rushed forward. A chaotic battle began in an instant. Powerful energy vibrated. The destructive aura spread in all directions. The entire heavenly city trembled. The surrounding buildings exploded one after another, and the divine city fell into chaos. Many cultivators fled into the distance in fear. The shockwaves from the battle between divine emissaries seemed like the end of the world to them. Boom. Boom. In the midst of the energy vibrations, Zi Chen kept moving forward. His stone saber was surrounded by strong light. He slashed down again. Puff. Another divine emissary died. His stone saber, which had dimmed, was once again surrounded by the power of 2 divine emissaries. He charged forward again. Boom. Boom. 2 fist lights exploded in front of him. The destructive energy swept out in all directions. Zi Chen's heavenly god's bone was powerful enough. His body shone with divine light. He forced his way through the destructive energy. When the crowd saw the skeleton, their faces were filled with shock. Sina, Yang Wei, Xin Lin, and the eighth son of the god kept retreating. Their faces were filled with fear. They didn't expect the skeleton to be so fierce. Moreover, he was surrounded by so many powerhouses. He was unstoppable. Puff. The third divine emissary fell. Zichen's target was clear. It was the 4 divine sons and divine daughters. Boom. 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 During this time, the 4 of them also attacked. However, their attacks couldn't hurt Zichen at all. Die. Cold light flashed in his eyes. Zichen slashed with his stone saber again. Next to him, a divine emissary rushed forward and launched a powerful attack. Zichen turned around. The stone saber swept past. The opponent's attack was instantly destroyed. At the same time, the stone saber swept past the divine emissary's body. Another divine emissary died. The 4 of them were filled with fear. At this moment, they were already planning to escape. Because although they had the advantage in numbers, they couldn't withstand the skeleton's saber. At this moment, the skeleton suddenly accelerated and approached the 8th son of the god. In his hand, the stone saber shone. He instantly slashed down. The 8th son of the god frantically activated his energy to resist. However, in front of the stone saber, his defense was nothing. Yang Wei, who was beside him, had a look of horror. When he saw this, a smile flashed in his eyes. Then, he continued to retreat in fear. If the 8th son of the god was cut down like this, then there would be a good show to watch. And the 7th daughter of the pagoda battle god. Of course, it couldn't be better if she could die today. Of course, Sina couldn't die. It wasn't that he cared about her. It was that once all 3 of them died, what awaited him would be death. After all, he was equivalent to the adopted son of a god. Regardless of status or identity, he couldn't compare with the divine sons and divine daughters. Seeing that the 8th son of the god was about to die under Zichen's stone saber, a powerful aura suddenly descended from the sky. This aura was extremely terrifying and surging. After it appeared, it seemed that the whole world was shaken. Zichen's downward saber was somewhat affected. At this moment, a light of energy descended from the sky and went straight to the stone saber in Zichen's hand. This light of energy was launched later but arrived first. It collided with the stone saber first. Boom! The 2 beams of energy contained on the stone saber exploded in an instant. The terrifying energy produced directly shook Zichen and forced him to retreat. Looking at the 8th son of the god, he was also knocked far away by this energy. Because of the appearance of this aura, the battle just now paused at this moment. Everyone looked up at the sky. Over there, a tall figure with divine light around him descended. The divine power around him was extremely terrifying. The divine sons and divine daughters raised their heads to look at this tall figure. After sensing the terrifying aura, their expressions changed greatly. They cried out involuntarily, "Divine General." Hearing this, Zichen raised his head. His soul fluctuated greatly. Even the craftsman ancestor's expression changed at this moment. Divine General was the realm after divine emissaries. It was many times more powerful than a 9th-level divine emissary. Every one of these existences controlled at least one divine city and had a very high status in the divine realm. It was said that in the divine realm, there was a ranking of the 108 strongest divine generals. Even heavenly gods wanted to rope in these divine generals. At this moment, this divine general descended from the sky. As he approached, everyone saw the number 10 written in the divine race's script on his armor. This discovery caused the expressions of the divine sons and divine daughters to change greatly. The 10th divine general. In the divine realm, there were many divine generals. However, the strongest among them were naturally the 108 divine generals. The higher the ranking, the stronger the combat power of the divine general. Now that this 10th divine general had appeared, it meant that in the entire divine realm, there were only 9 divine generals who were stronger than this divine general. "Greetings, 10th divine general." They reacted one after another and immediately cupped their fists at the divine general. Even if they were divine sons, they still had to be respectful in front of a divine general of this level. Zichen heard Yi Qian's voice transmission. His soul fluctuated violently. He didn't expect this divine general to have such a powerful background. The 10th divine general's gaze swept across everyone. After glancing at the corpses on the ground, his gaze finally fell on Zichen. Chapter 2604. The divine general waved his hand, indicating for everyone to disperse. Clearly, everyone was unwilling. The 8th god's son cupped his fists as if he was about to say something. I don't care what grudges you had before, but you're not allowed to fight here. As for the mess you've made here, I won't hold it against you. All right, that's all. The divine general turned around and walked toward the inner city. From now on, I'll be in charge of everything here. When you're stronger than me, you can come and find me to reason with me. But the divine general. They opened the prison without permission and released those criminals, Wag Wei said promptly. The prison of God will be closed from today onwards. From now on, no divine envoys are allowed to bring anyone in for no reason. The divine general's figure disappeared from the city gate. Even though everyone was unwilling, they didn't dare to continue. Right at this moment, the skeleton quickly stepped forward and collected the corpses of the divine envoys. Everyone was furious. Zichen said coldly, if you're not convinced, we can continue fighting outside the city. There are no rules there. The battle didn't happen. At the very least, the 8th god's son didn't dare to fight anymore. If not for the arrival of the divine general, he would have been dead. Xin Lin was also frightened. If Xavier died, she wouldn't have an easy time because the 8th god could easily find out that she was the one who instigated him. Therefore, even though she wanted to kill the skeleton, she didn't dare to continue. Thus, everyone turned around and left. But before leaving, they didn't forget to say a few words. Then we'll meet at the training ground. Wag Wei said before leaving. This time, he wasn't talking to the skeleton, but to Yi Qian. Clearly, once they entered the training ground, the grudges between both sides would be settled. After everyone left, the place became quiet. After seeing the goddess, the Cerberus and the others returned to the crafts manor with Wuji. Next, they had to wait for Tyrant and the others to reach the 9th level. At the same time, they had to wait for the training ground to open. The Cerberus and the others could break through, but they didn't because they didn't need to become half-step ancestors for the time being. Before that, they could accumulate the strength of their soul first. In the craftsman's manor, Wuji had specially explained how to temper and improve one's spiritual power. Unfortunately, this method was of no use to the current Zichen. Because his soul was currently in a sealed state, he could not deliberately cultivate. After the 10th divine general took charge of this place, he didn't do anything special. Everything continued to operate according to the original rules. Even Bolton's departure and Toby, who was leaving with the others, didn't have any special instructions. 50 years passed in the blink of an eye. In the past 50 years, Zichen had only managed to accumulate 9 strands of power in his heart. Furthermore, he discovered that his heart could only store 9 strands of power. This realm was equivalent to a 9th level divine envoy. But it was a one-time thing. Yi Qian came to look for Zichen and told him that he could go and pick up the others now. So fast. Zichen was very surprised. They could reach level 9 in just a few decades. That is a special training ground. Although 50 years have passed in the outside world, who knows how many years have passed in there. Moreover, that is a place specially opened up by the realm of the gods. It's normal for them to break through quickly. According to Yi Qian, level 9, which was very rare in this world, was nothing in that training ground. However, it was not easy at all to enter that training ground. If the realm of the gods didn't have a test for them, they wouldn't have opened up that place to them. The two of them went to the realm of the gods again. As they moved forward, they encountered those strange creatures again. In response, the two of them glowed and forced their way through. When they arrived at the small city, there were still too many strange creatures gathered outside the small city. After forcing their way into the small city, Zichen saw Monk and the others again in the square. When they went in, there were about 200 of them. When they came out, there were only about 100 of them left. In other places, there were originally a lot of people, but the casualties were as high as 50%. However, Those who came out alive had already reached level 9. However, there were also strong and weak level 9 experts. When the other level 9 experts glanced at Monk and the others, their eyes flashed with fear. It was obvious that they had suffered a lot inside. Goddess. When Yi Qian arrived, everyone saluted her. Yi Qian nodded at them. We are the only ones alive, Monk said. Most of those people died in the early stages. We are not familiar with that place, and some were killed by others. However, they suffered more casualties. Yi Qian nodded again. Everyone has worked hard. Let's go back to the Divine City and have a good rest. With that, Yi Qian turned and left. As he left, Zi Chen saw Sina and Ye Wei, as well as Xinlin and the other two. The three of them seemed to have formed an alliance. They were always inseparable. When the two sides met, they didn't say anything and left with their people. On the way back, they naturally couldn't avoid encountering strange creatures. However, this time, without Yi Qian's command, everyone charged forward and quickly slaughtered all the strange creatures. Their movements were swift and fierce. It was obvious that they had killed many strange creatures in the training ground. On the way back, Monk naturally explained to Zi Chen what had happened in the training ground. Zi Chen listened quietly. He knew that many years had passed in that world. Moreover, the rules there were very suitable for them, so their breakthroughs were relatively fast. What a pity. If we returned to the lifestar now, Lord Buddha would be a real great saint. And a great saint with a saint body. Monk sighed with emotion. However, after that, he felt even more disappointed. Level 9 was the weakest existence in the divine world. However, on the lifestar, it was the top. The gap between the two was too big. And the lifestar had a long way to go to fight against such a colossus. Everyone returned to the divine city. After returning, the first thing Monk did was to take the demon ape, Zhong Haotian, and the others out of the city. Then, they forced the owners of all the mineral veins out, leaving only the miners. They seized all the mineral veins. All the mineral veins, not just a few. Although these people were very angry, they couldn't do anything about it. Because the level 9 experts in their families who had left with Sina and Ye Wei didn't return. In the divine city, the divine lady was still guarding. Although the divine general was in charge, no one dared to disobey the divine lady. Although they were helpless, they could only watch as they suffered losses. Tyrant's intention was very simple. Those people had made him unhappy in the training grounds, so when he returned, he would make his family unhappy, very unhappy. Next, he personally guarded the place and collected god crystals to refine every day. He was already self-sufficient. Last time, Bolton had left with the other false gods. In the divine city, no one spoke up for them anymore. Su Mengyaro and the others obviously wouldn't participate in this kind of robbery. They stayed in the craftsman manor every day and sometimes wandered around the divine city. During this period, Monk would go to Zi Chen for help because of the lack of manpower. With Zi Chen's inspection, the other forces didn't dare to do anything. They could only let Monk take away the god crystals they mined. As if knowing that they wouldn't stay here for long, these forces gradually became cooperative. Most of the time, they would personally deliver the god crystals to Monk, which could be considered as a compromise. In the blink of an eye, dozens of years had passed. The divine world had made proper arrangements for the trial and issued a decree. Yi Qian gathered everyone. Everyone stood in the plaza of the divine city. The number of people had once again exceeded 200. Among them were the false gods brought by Toby and everyone in the craftsman manor. Apart from them, there was also the Moonwolf clan. After everyone gathered, they headed to the divine world and walked toward the trial grounds. It was worth mentioning that the craftsman ancestor was also in the group. As a level 4 ancestor, the craftsman ancestor was qualified to participate in the trial. The trial this time was in a relatively remote place. The entrance was a small divine city. Because it was more remote, when Zi Chen and the others arrived, they didn't see the divine city. The entire divine city was surrounded by strange creatures. Even the divine light barrier was crawling with strange creatures. The sky was pitch black. Those were the strange creatures with wings that covered the sky. Seeing so many strange creatures, Everyone was stunned. Fortunately, their realms aren't high. After saying that, Yi Qian walked forward. The others followed closely behind. During this time, the light of energy on their bodies circulated, forming vibrations that killed the strange creatures charging toward them. Soon, the group entered the divine city. Then, they saw that Wei and the others were the first to arrive. Apart from them, there were other divine children. Seeing Yi Qian's group of only 200 people, the other divine children, who led groups of level 9 and false gods, were all shocked. Yi Qian didn't say anything about this. This time, there are 24 people participating in the trial, so there will be 24 entrances. The way to enter will be based on first come, first served. Goddess Yi Qian, you are the last to arrive. You will be the last to enter at the 24th entrance. A person in charge looked at Yi Qian and said. Yi Qian nodded and then walked toward the farthest entrance. Zi Chen and the others followed behind her. This trial is divided into 2 parts. The first part is to maximize your merit points. There is only one way to obtain merit points, and that is to kill strange creatures. In the first part, the 24 teams won't encounter each other. In the second part, you will encounter some opportunities. There will be divine skills and regenerative divine roots. At that time, if you are willing to contribute, you will be given extra merit points. The indifferent Zi Chen immediately perked up when he heard about the regenerative divine roots. Chapter 2605. After you enter, anything of value you obtain can be exchanged for contribution points when you come out. The contribution points you obtain will be divided into ranks, and the rewards you deserve will be distributed according to your rank. In the trial ground, the strange creatures will be divided into ranks based on their different colors. Those with a single color have the lowest rank, equivalent to grade 9. Those with 2 colors are divine servants, and those with 3 colors are divine envoys. Those with 4 colors are equivalent to grade 1 divine envoys, and so on. Those with 9 colors are equivalent to grade 6 divine envoys. Under normal circumstances, you'll encounter creatures with 6 colors or less. However, if you're unlucky and encounter creatures with 6 or more colors, you must be careful. After the brief introduction, the other party waved his hand and said, "All right, you may enter." The group of divine sons and divine daughters entered the light door one by one. After entering the light door, they arrived at the trial ground. This was a gorgeous world shrouded in colorful lights. The clouds in the sky were colorful, and the entire world was filled with dense god energy. This energy was just a general term. It was what the god race called god energy. In fact, to humans, this was a purer and more advanced energy. It had nothing to do with God. After reaching a certain level, they could also absorb and refine it. After arriving here, the suppression of the lifestyle's rules had long disappeared. It could be said that they had temporarily escaped the lifestyle's rules and were not bound by the rules. They could increase their strength and realm to a greater extent. After arriving here, the group slowly spread out. The previous person had clearly said that this place was filled with various levels of danger. Yi Qian looked around and said, "Everyone, spread out and form small teams. Be careful of the strange creatures around." Hearing this, everyone spread out and formed reliable teams. They had to be careful because the weakest of the strange creatures in this trial ground was at grade 9. This place was much more dangerous than the place they had been to last time. In each scattered team, there would be a false god joining them. The powerful existences from the Craftsman Manor had also spread out to other teams. The Craftsman Ancestor and Wuji, the 2 progenitors, had also spread out. Qing Enyu was at grade 9 and had been following Wuji. Zi Chen, Yi Qian, Su Mengyao, and the others were together. Just as the team spread out, strange creatures appeared in their line of sight. These strange creatures were emitting light. They were equivalent to grade 9 existences. There were many of them. After they appeared, they charged toward them. With Yi Qian's warning, the battle broke out in an instant. Zi Chen didn't make a move, or perhaps he didn't have the time to do so. Beside him, Tyrant and Devil Ape had already darted out. Pu. The Devil Ape swung its staff down, and a level 9 exotic creature was sent flying, falling dead on the ground. Right after he died, a ray of light emerged from his body and soared into the sky. Bang! 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 These strange creatures began to die on a large scale. As they died, rays of light constantly flew into the sky. Those rays of light flew into the sky and disappeared. Seeing this, Zi Chen asked, "What are those disappearing lights?" "It's contribution." Yi Qian said, "All the dead creatures will become contribution points, which will be accumulated slowly. When we leave this place, we will settle the accounts together." This world had already been transformed by the God realm, so there wouldn't be any problems with the settlement of contribution points. Yi Qian said loudly, "If you want to get contribution points, you have to fight someone of the same level, or maybe kill someone of a higher level. If it's a high rank, you won't get any contribution points." Although she didn't care about the final outcome, Yi Qian still understood the rules. Moreover, this was also the rule of the God realm, so they could use this method to select more powerful existences. At the moment, no stronger strange creatures had appeared, and they were all level 9. As for what Yi Qian said about killing someone of a higher level, they couldn't test it, but they could test the level suppression. A false god in the crowd raised his hand and shot out a ray of light, which killed the strange creature. Sure enough, after the strange creature died, no light spots appeared on its body. Such a scene caused everyone to be very surprised. Zi Chen was also very curious, so he grabbed the stone knife and stepped forward, preparing to kill the strange creature. Monk said with a smile, "You won't get anything if you attack. Just wait and see how I deal with the two-colored strange creature." After he said that, Zi Chen's stone knife fell, killing a strange creature. Right after the strange creature died, 2 rays of light appeared on its body. One of the rays of light was contribution points, while the other was an unknown red ray of light. Seeing the 2 rays of light, everyone was very surprised. It seemed that the others all had 1 ray of light, and they were of the same level. But why did the skeleton have 2 rays of light? His level was obviously higher. Everyone looked at him in confusion. Zi Chen was also puzzled. "It's the light of reward for killing an enemy of a higher level. You're only level 8. Yi Qian looked at Zi Chen with a shocked expression. Zi Chen shook his head, indicating that he didn't know. In fact, he already had an answer in his heart. This rule should be targeted at the soul realm. And his soul realm was already very weak, and with the influence of the heaven deceiving technique, it might have interfered with the perception of the God realm's rules. That should be the case. This rule can only sense the soul realm. Your soul realm shouldn't be strong. I didn't expect that the trial ground in the God realm, which has existed for so many years, would have such a big loophole, Yi Qian said with some emotion. What does it mean to kill an enemy of 1 level? Zi Chen asked. After killing an enemy of a higher level, there will be an additional contribution point reward. Among them, red is the lowest, representing 1 level. Dark red is the 2nd level, purple red is the 3rd level, light gold is the 4th level, gold is the 5th level, and purple gold is the 6th level. The number of contribution points rewarded will increase by 10 times. For example, red represents 1, dark red represents 10, and purple red represents 100. Hearing Yi Qian's explanation, everyone turned their heads and looked at Skeleton. Everyone's eyes flashed with a strange light. If that was the case, then with Skeleton's strength, wouldn't he be able to kill enemies of a higher level? That's indeed the case. If Skeleton were to attack, he would have a special reward for every strange creature he kills. Moreover, the reward is the recognition of the God realm's genius, so it will be higher than the contribution itself. For example, usually killing a level 9 will only give you 1 contribution point, so the reward of red light might be 3 or 4, which is several times the reward. Everyone's eyes lit up when they heard this. Yi Qian looked at Zi Chen and smiled lightly. "We have the least people, and I didn't want to get the highest reward at first. But now, with this loophole in the rules, maybe we can really fight for it." Yi Qian didn't deliberately suppress her words, so everyone subconsciously retreated. Everyone gathered together again and formed a protective circle. Everyone was in the protective circle, except for Zi Chen who was outside. "Skeleton, we'll leave this great mission to you, and we'll support you spiritually." Monk clenched his fist at Zi Chen and grinned. Chen looked back and found that there was no one around, and the strange creatures over there were already rushing towards him. He could only turn around helplessly and face these strange creatures. Boom! Energy vibrated around him, and the strange creatures that were rushing forward were sent flying by the powerful impact of the energy. More than half of them had already died in the process. There were constantly 2 rays of light shooting towards the sky. So it's like this. In this way, just to deal with these low-level strange creatures, 1 skeleton is equivalent to 5 level 9s. In addition to his killing speed, I'm afraid his equivalent to dozens or even hundreds of level 9s. At this moment, Chen's eyes were also shining. Swoosh! Chen drew his sword, and saber light flashed past like a waterfall, and a large number of strange creatures died again. At this moment, he didn't need to use the power of an oracle, and just ordinary power could easily kill these level 9s. However, they were all level 9s, but after these strange creatures died, their bones couldn't be used to refine sacred weapons. These strange creatures lived in groups, and they were all fearless, so Chen needed to kill a group of them before he could stop fighting. Therefore, Chen kept killing, and behind him, the team of more than 200 people just watched quietly. This scene looked a little like bullying. But it had to be said that this was more efficient and contributed more. Finally, this group of strange creatures were all killed. Chen carried the stone saber, stepped through the corpses on the ground, and went forward. Chen and the others were slightly behind. Soon, they saw a crimson ray of light flying into the sky. This was killing enemies 2 levels higher than him. And those lights were constantly in the sky. Obviously, Chen had encountered a group of existences that were equivalent to the false god realm. This light continued for an hour, and soon, a purple-red light appeared, which was 3 levels higher than him. This realm was equivalent to Chen's current realm, which was only an oracle, but she hadn't condensed the power of an oracle yet. The number of such existences was obviously much less, and only one rose up after a while. Then, the people following the skeleton found that there was no more light in front of them. Did he kill all the strange creatures? They were puzzled, and then they followed the skeleton forward. There were no more strange creatures in front of them, but the skeleton didn't continue forward. Instead, it stood there, motionless. The people went forward curiously. Among them, Monk was the fastest. He came in front of the skeleton and asked in surprise, "Why did you stop?" "There's someone here," the skeleton said. "Someone? Are you kidding me? There's not even a ghost." Monk looked around, but he saw nothing. "Indeed, there's someone. He's looking at you now, right in front of you," Chen said again.